October.
All right, go ahead and talk for me, Isabella.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Miami Shores Village Council meeting. Today is October 18th, 2022. The time is 5:33 p.m. Please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Item number 1, call to order. Number 2, moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right,
Number
now I want to see if you hear it louder. We're almost going to do it this way. 1 second. Let me go.
Is he streaming to, we're streaming it or no?
So it's going out to YouTube? See if it comes in louder when I do it this way. Hold on.
you imagine for the public comments. Sorry, yes, sir. Mayor won't be joining us in person. She'll be joining us via Zoom. Yes, she will. She's under the weather today, so.
Yeah.
That's not it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, it's going to have to go out as it is.
Testing 1,
and
2,
then we're
3.
going to have to cut it after.
1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 2, 10, 9. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey.
All right. So you're good over there? It's ready to go out? She can test it? All right, good. So she can test.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, sir.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, let's ask her to come back. She's on the phone right now. As soon as she comes back in, we'll ask her.
That's this guy.
That's this guy, right? Yes, please stay there while you wait. Yep.
Hey.
Try it now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. We're not getting anything. Testing 1, 2, 3. Did I plug it wrong?
No?
Maybe it's the cable?
We could try this cable. I'm like cable crazy right now. Would you keep hearing it popping?
Yeah, so I think it's going.
Check your channels. Is there a channel switch on there?
That's fine now.
Can we pair them again?
Link? Hit the link button, right?
Yeah. You hearing what? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, Isabella's mic is still on. All right, let me.
Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. There we go. Perfect. Checking 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. This is podium mic. Checking 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Isabella, can we do a test? We can run it.
tighten it down where it needs to be.
Okay.
So I can do this too. So I'm sorry, I can do this. And we can put this on. What you do with this is put it where you want it. You want it to face in there, and then you tighten that down. Talk for me on that?
Check 1 2 1 2 barely.
Barely.
Check 1 2. I mean, bring it up over there.
Just leave it on the thing, because you'll get a better over.
Like right there, maybe. And then you need. You can still use that one. Okay.
Is it theirs? Oh, no, that was on our stand. No, that was ours. Yeah, right. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Hey hey.
Oh, man. I dropped it. I unplugged this.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Miami Shores Village Council meeting. Today is October 18th, 2022. The time is 5:43 p.m. It says device is not available. Check if device is connected properly and not in, oh, there it goes back up again. So let's see. I'm not hearing anything. Good afternoon and welcome. You know how you normally hear that shh, like when it's going, nothing's happening. Device again is connected. Okay, and then he's I don't know if he's pressing something because.
Ramos, are you going
There's no live stream feed.
Because it's showing the
I see the projection that's on the screen, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, so have Isabella keep talking into the microphone.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Miami Shores Village Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. The time is 6:30 p.m. Please rise for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
And you have that up on Granicus right now, right, Isabella? Because I don't want to do it.
It's going. It's live.
It's loud?
It's live.
Oh, it's loud.
It's just there's no sound.
Miami Shores.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
This website may be impersonating Miami Shores Village.
Which one? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Here, and it goes to that.
Oh, go to msvfl.gov.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they use MiamiShoresVillage.com domain anymore. Let's see. Gustavo says he can hear me on YouTube.
Okay.
And so,
But we have the audio there. We need to get the audio to
Granicus.
Right, but Ramos says he's seeing it on Granicus over there, so why are we not hearing it here? He said, because he's watching the Granicus feed and watching the meters on Granicus there.
Uh-huh.
So he doesn't know why we're not hearing him. Hold on 1 second. Why is it not? It's like it's just not going. MSVFL.com, right? Or
.gov.
.gov, that's why.
But we can't hear it on Granicus. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me just refresh. Maybe there have been changes. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Show on here, right? Would you need it? Ramos? Just All right, I don't want you to leave yet from over there. Because I want to make sure that we're good to go before you come over here. I'm going to let, we're going to let
Gustavo says you can hear it. Yeah, he's on there. Good afternoon and welcome to the Miami Shores. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. You better put hand sanitizer. I'm telling you that right now.
Look at that.
No, we have to integrate Zoom.
Zoom is firing over here, like we have Zoom.
Can we do a test with Zoom and Granicus and YouTube?
Yeah, well, YouTube is still streaming, that's what they're seeing over in the next room, and
Okay.
that's what they're seeing at Granicus.
Okay,
So then for Zoom,
Let me tack this down.
all right. Hi, how are you? Yes.
the sign-in sheet.
I don't hear you guys. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me, Isabelli?
Oh, I can hear you now.
You hear me?
Hugo?
I hear you perfectly clear in the room. Can you hear me, Isabelli?
There's an echo on my
You hear
side
me? I
though.
hear you perfectly clear in the room. Can you hear me, Isabelli?
Oh wow, yeah, it's doubling up and there's like all these echoes on my side.
There's an echo on your side. Okay.
It's doubling up and there's like all these echoes on my side.
Oh, the echo's because the Zoom is playing back into room. We can fix that.
On my side.
Oh, the echo's because the Zoom is playing back into room. We can fix that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's
We can fix that.
yeah. Okay. It's to move it a bit, Hugo, because there's someone that needs special accommodation, and they need to see lips moving. I had to move it a bit, Hugo, because there's someone that needs special accommodation, and they need to see lips moving. I had to move it a bit, Hugo, because there's someone that needs special accommodation, and they need to see lips moving. Hi, Mayor, can you hear me? I don't hear her.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. We don't see her, well, we'll see her eventually on the screen, yeah?
There we go. She's here now.
Perfect, all right. If you want, you can mute your mic and your video until the meeting starts if you'd like.
So we can see her in the back.
You're going to be in this living on stage.
Make sure your laptop microphone is muted because we're getting looped.
Oh, which Wi-Fi? I'm sorry. Yeah. Because we're not running off Wi-Fi. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, I think that's what it is. But I'm not sure.
Does it require a password? No. I don't want public. I want a password. Isabella, she may know. Hey. So Isabella, you have the password, so it's just the question is where is it? I didn't give.
I sent it to the attorney, but she was like, Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending the council meeting. For those of you who do not find seating, there's an extra room down the hall. When you exit to the left, there's an additional room with live stream if you'd like to watch the meeting. You're also able to provide public comments at the time that the chair opens that particular section of the meeting.
Hello?
Yeah.
Orange is on? Orange is on, yes? Okay.
Where's Crystal?
I don't know. Good evening, everyone. We're going to get started momentarily. We're a few minutes past start time already. We'll get started momentarily as soon as Councilwoman Wagger returns. In the meantime, I know there's a lot of people that are standing. We do have another room that is open and available with seats in there as well, with a TV that is broadcasting as well. I will do my best to allow for people to move between rooms during public comment. Once we finish off public comments in this room, I'll take a moment and hopefully we'll allow some of the other people from the other room to come in. If you're in the hallway, if you could please also make sure that you maintain silence. And I think we're still waiting on Councilmember Wagger and Manager Scott.
I'll send him after her.
Okay, we'll get going as soon as they return. Thank you.
On? Mine wasn't on. Can you hear me in the back? Who said no? Okay, how about now? Thank you. So there's a myth there that you don't have to talk into
to the microphone, apparently not. Yeah, yeah, but she's.
Check 1, 2. Does that sound better at the back?
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Oh, there it goes. I think you can hear me in the back now. Call the meeting to order. We'll start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Village Attorney Johnston, Village Attorney Wood. Here. Village Manager Scott.
Here.
Councilmember Birch.
Present?
Councilmember Sonfleur. Present. Councilmember Wagger.
Present.
Mayor Harris.
Present.
Vice Mayor Marenberg.
Present.
You have quorum.
Thank you. Let's move to item 4, order of business. Are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals for the agenda tonight? Seeing none. Move that a little closer. Seeing none, before we move on to item 5, which is general public comments, I do want to make a couple of notes. So first of all, we do have an ordinance relating to public comments that this council had approved at its very first or second session very early on. As a reminder, the public comments ordinance that has been approved by this council provides for a 2-minute time limit for anybody that wants to give public comment. The council may decide to not read into the record any e-comments received, if it so chooses by consensus. We have received all of the e-comments, and I trust all the council members have read them. Or we may choose to read them into the record tonight, depending again on the consensus here with the council. If e-comments are not read into the record by the council tonight, you will have the opportunity, if you wish, to speak in person if you are here. However, you either have an e-comment that is written into the record or you speak in person, but not both, just to make that clear. And again, if the e-comments are not going to be read into the record, we will allow for you to go ahead, if you are here, to provide that comment in person. Our ordinance also provides that after 9 p.m., public comments are limited to 1 minute. Now, the council, again, by consensus, can choose to modify that. We have some proposed rules of order and decorum, which I will go ahead and read right now, just so that we are all on the same page about what's expected. Members of the public shall have a reasonable opportunity to be heard on any proposition pending before the village council, with the exception of ministerial actions such as approval of the council's meeting minutes and ceremonial proclamations. Each member of the public will be limited to 2 minutes. Groups or factions with the same interests are encouraged to designate a representative or representatives to present the views of the group to the council. Each person addressing the council shall step to the microphone at the podium and shall give his or her name and address in an audible tone of voice for the record. All remarks by members of the public shall be addressed to the mayor or the chair. In this case, that's me, as mayor is ill, but we thank her for her attendance, and not to any other member of the public or to any single council member unless in response to a question from that member. Except for applause after an awarded presentation, no member of the audience shall make or cause to be made any disruptive sound during a council meeting. Nothing in the overflow room? I heard you. We'll send somebody to work on it, but we're not going to stop necessarily here. No person attending a public meeting shall engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including but not limited to applause, whistling, stamping of feet, booing, or making any loud, threatening, profane, abusive, personal, impertinent, or slanderous utterance that disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. No demonstrations of approval or disapproval from the audience shall be permitted. Due to limited seating capacity and to ensure good visibility and safe ingress and egress, no signs or graphic displays of any kind shall be displayed except in connection with a presentation made to council by a speaker at the podium. All electronic devices shall either be turned off or placed in silent mode during village council meetings. All persons attending a public meeting shall remain seated in the seats provided unless addressing the body at the podium or entering or leaving the meeting. The presiding officer shall be responsible for maintaining the decorum at the public meeting and uniformly enforcing the rules of decorum. In the event that any person breaches the rules of decorum in a manner that disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, the presiding officer shall order that person to cease the offending conduct. If any person continues to breach the rules of decorum in a manner that disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, following an order from the presiding officer to cease the offending conduct, the presiding officer may order that person to leave the public meeting. If any person refuses to leave the public meeting following an order from the presiding officer to do so, the presiding officer may order any law enforcement officer on duty to remove that person from the public meeting. These are the rules of order and decorum that we have been operating under throughout this entire council so far. Is that accurate as far as the council members up here, as your understanding of our decorum and our process? Thank you. So next up will be public comments, item 5. I would ask that these are the general comments. We have items that have item-specific comment, and you'll be able to speak on item-specific comment. You cannot speak on the same matter twice. You cannot speak a general public comment about something you're going to give item-specific comment for. So if this is any comment that is related to the comprehensive plan in any manner or anything tangential to the manner, you can only speak on it once, either a general public comment or at the item-specific public comment. I would encourage everyone to hold their public comment, if it's related to the comprehensive plan, to the item-specific discussion, to allow for those that are here that may have other comments during general comment to go ahead and be heard in turn and not delayed in providing their comments. With that, I'll open it to public comment for the general comment portion. If you have a public comment, please step up to the podium. You have a 2-minute limit. Once you hear the 2-minute timer go off that the village clerk is maintaining, I will ask you to finish the sentence that you were on so that we have enough time to allow for everybody here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Menji, and I live at 1102 Northeast 105 Street in Miami Shores Estates. I am here tonight because I am ashamed and feeling really uncomfortable about the charade occurring at this council meeting regarding the comprehensive plan. The proposed changes will forever change the character and the quality of life for our community. The issues that residents speak tonight will fall on deaf ears unless the council member decides to defer this plan and allow for more input from the residents. The council appears to already have made their decision without really listening or getting more information. Seriously, what is the rush? Why are the residents not allowed to participate and comment as what happened on the October 6th meeting at the last minute when the experts recommended multifamily use for 105th Street and it was changed to mixed use and multifamily? Thank you very much. There is one other thing. I was going to put a mask on tonight, but I think you all know me by now and you see my face, so it's inappropriate for me to do that. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Vice Mayor. My name is Ian Peter Hosfeld of 246 Northeast 92nd Street, and I oppose the comprehensive plan update as presented. As a concerned resident, I was alarmed first by the out-of-character density increases proposed, and then by my neighbors' lack of awareness about these changes. A group of residents came together to inform our neighbors, going door to door. In only 10 days, we gathered over 900 fellow residents in opposition to this ill-conceived plan. This morning, these petitions were submitted to the village clerk for the public record. Here's the thing, a vast majority were not only against, look at the green stickers, but this was the first they'd heard of it. This is indicative of a massive failure of communication from our elected officials. Had the council taken the trouble to truly involve the public to the fullest extent as required by Florida statute, we wouldn't have found a majority with no idea about the update, and you wouldn't have encountered such a huge opposition. This here is not an angry minority of NIMBYs. This is a whole community that has been consulted, that has not been consulted properly. Instead of acting like trusted public servants, this council is behaving a bit like board of directors pushing through a wholesale upheaval of our village against the wishes of most residents. What we need is a compromise that respects the predominantly single-family character of Miami Shores when adding proportional mixed-use development. The plan as presented is not that. It is reckless in its embrace of density, traffic, and crowding as if it's mandated. It's not too late to come together. Postpone the vote, perform due impact studies, and scale back the scope of this blank check update rather than face our continued and growing opposition. How many of you here learned about this plan from your neighbors rather than the council? Show of hands. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Marenberg, good evening. My name is Sarah McSherry. I live at 1293 Northeast 95th Street. I got involved in Miami Shores local government issues when the gas station was proposed in 2021. I immediately realized a disturbing theme was taking place in village affairs. The resident taxpayers of this community who are exercising their right to participate in a democracy and defending their hard-earned investments and lifestyle were being treated like adversaries. Certain members of the council were even acting hostile and aggressive towards residents. They have been publicly labeled, myself included, as liars, talented fearmongers, and an angry mob. It is quite appalling, and over what? The aggression continues both in person and online and has evolved into a gaslighting campaign where we are being told, oh, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Oh, you don't understand the implication of what these amendments mean. Oh, studies aren't necessary or required by law to determine the potential impacts on your lives and your homes. And my favorite, of course, is you've slept on your rights to get involved in the process. Why is this an adversarial process? Why are we taxpayers being treated like fools and enemies? How has this gotten so out of hand? I'd like to quote the website of the Municipal Research Services Center of Washington, Roles and Responsibilities of Local Government Leaders page. Our political system is a representative democracy. Voters elect legislators to make policy decisions and enact laws on our behalf. The essence of the legislative process is the give and take of different interests and the search for a compromise that is acceptable to the majority, end quote. The majority clearly does not support this amendment. We demand an impacts analysis before we invite development into this already vibrant community. We demand an inclusive and transparent planning process. We demand a role in the process. Vote no. Thank you.
I've passed out some written form of my remarks around in case anyone wants to hold on to them, and I have my contact information on there.
Please speak into the microphone so everybody can hear.
Thank you to the leaders of our community. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Bob Demleski. I live at 285 Northeast 91st Street, living 2 decades in Miami Shores since the beginning of this century. I'm a process engineer, a retired CEO with plenty of project experience from Boulder, Colorado to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm not here to harangue any council members. Lord knows I've helped some of you get elected. I'm here to get clarification on 3 questions. Questions about the weak spots and potential flaws in the CPA process thus far. Remember, I am a process engineer, so, well, that stuff excites me. I grew up in a village of 10,000 residents in Pennsylvania. It had a small town feel with smart plans for the future. Note, I went to a high school. When I was 10, they started building the high school. 10,000 people in our community. It had a 10,000-seat football stadium, and it had a planetarium. That's how coherent our little community was when it came to planning for the future. It wasn't a development of businesses and buildings, it was the future for children. This comment first. Few residents know that I know are happy with runaway development in South Florida. I've been here for 2 decades. I came from Boulder, Colorado, Portland, Oregon, and a little tiny town in New England prior to this, where planning was done just relentlessly and carefully and systematically. My questions, Mr. Scott. What is the statistically appropriate sample size when surveying 11,000 residents, such that you have a 90% degree of confidence in the response?
Thank you, sir. Time's up.
It's 1,133
Thank you, sir.
people.
Time's up. Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure
Time is
that
up.
you
We have many
asked
people that are waiting to
that
be
many
heard.
people for their response.
I will ask you to please
on
stop. You've used your time.
What are you doing?
And I will caution people, you can use your time in any way that you wish, but the only way that we're all going to get to comment is by adhering to a time limit. Thank you. Any other general public comment? For general public comment. You're welcome to speak now, but you cannot speak again at the item.
Hey, good evening.
Hold on 1 second. Who's yelling out Nazi? What about decorum and disruptive words that we just talked about? We all agreed on a rule of order and decorum. If you cannot handle yourself on a topic for normal discussion, then you should be removed. Because we are sitting here, and whatever it is you say about us as council members, we are listening to it without disrupting you or calling you names or otherwise. You can have the decency to be an adult and adhere to the rules that we read out up front. Listen, I don't care if we have to clear the room, I will, honestly. It's not an issue for me. You know, I will take as much time as I want to enforce the decorum. So, all right, officers, if you want to start to remove people, I'm perfectly happy to do that because we can't abide by a simple rule. Simple rule. Wonderful. We need the meeting to continue and show some respect. Should we have that gentleman removed as well? We're yelling out of turn, and we're never going to get there. No, the gentleman in front of you sitting there. It's very simple. Please, Mr. Guillen.
Thank you. Ronnie Guillen. My address is 230 Northeast 102nd Street. Use the mic. It's too far away. Okay, I'll bring it forward. There you go. All right, perfect. You know, I know a lot of people are going to come here this evening, talk about policy issues and whether this should be done or shouldn't be done. I'm not going to go over those things. But I do want to generally say that I am opposed to what's being proposed in the comprehensive plan. I want to talk a little bit about the procedures that have been utilized. I mean, I tell you, you just got to laugh because the whole purpose of these comprehensive plan amendments were to fix what was done in 2018. Now, I'm sure you're all aware that the statute has a 10-day notice requirement. You have to put the comprehensive plan that you're going to be voting on this evening, make it available to the public at least 10 days before you vote on it. The problem here is that what's currently on the village website, what's been on the village website for the last 10 days, is inconsistent with what you folks, with the document that's on the agenda and with what you folks are voting on today. That's a problem. You can't go forward with this vote with satisfying the notice requirements. That's something that should have been brought to your attention beforehand by the village staff, by the village attorneys, by the consultants. But, you know, we're here this evening and you're basically voting on a comprehensive plan which didn't provide the required notice. And, you know, just generally you shouldn't vote on it at all. Really, if you were to do the right thing, you would table this issue until after the April election so that the community has a real opportunity to make their feelings known. Or if you choose to plow down, down the road I think many of you are considering, I think it's going to be a mistake. All right? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Darcy Cohen. I live at 262 Northeast 98th Street with my husband and my very, very cute twin boys. We moved to the Shores because this was a little oasis that's in the heart of Miami. I live 2 houses down from downtown, and I almost didn't buy the house that we're in because I was concerned about the proximity to downtown Miami Shores. But luckily, I had this parking lot. It seemed to be serving as a buffer space, and I was like, okay, we can manage this. The traffic's not too bad. So while I do support a more intentional and slight increase in density, and I recognize the benefits of increasing our tax base and also the benefits that can be provided to the community, to my kids, hopefully a new community center, other centers and facilities for our lovely staff who work very hard for us. I think this plan, as proposed, is too much, and I do think it should be scaled back. Also, I want to bring everyone's attention to something. Behind all of the houses on Northeast 2nd, and also throughout the Shores, there's all these little blue boxes there. Most of those parking lots used to be designated as parking. Under this plan, they were changed to government and institutions, which means now that the land use designation is intended to accommodate a full range of community support facilities, including governmental buildings and facilities, public utility installations, parking, public and private educational, medical, religious, civic, cultural, and similar institutions. I'm bringing this up because that really concerns me. I don't know what can happen to this parking lot, this lovely buffer zone between downtown and my house, because as I read it, and I'm not going to say it will happen, but there's the potential for one of these things to be built there, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Alicia Mangum, 1065 Northeast 94th Street. First, I would like to acknowledge the council for listening to citizens' comments from the October 6th council meeting and revising their proposal, reducing the units by over 50%, limiting heights, and prohibiting gas stations. I still believe a 3-story height limit is more in line with the scale of Miami Shores. 2nd Avenue does need a plan to become a vibrant business corridor, and limited residential will need to be part of that. I have concerns on traffic mitigation for the residential neighborhoods directly to the east and the west, and from what Darcy just pointed out, I don't understand why those parking lots were changed to institutional. Now, regarding the Berry property, I do see that as the village's best opportunity to provide housing options accessible to families, seniors wishing to downsize, and probably most importantly, giving our firemen, police officers, municipal workers, nurses, teachers, professors, the opportunity to live in the community they so diligently serve. In zoning, we must require green space, walking paths, a west side tot lot, and charter school improvements. We have the opportunity for increased tax revenue to help fund needed improvements to the community center and the rec center. So 35 years ago, my husband and I moved into the Shores. He was a Bell South technician. I worked part-time. We had an 18-month-old baby. It's sad to think that if we were that same young couple today, the Shores would be totally out of our reach. My guess is the same is true for many of you here tonight. There's not a single plan that's going to please everyone. I encourage the council to find a way to remove the moratorium and move forward. I also encourage everyone here tonight to stay involved and informed. Regardless of what is approved, all plans will require approval of planning and zoning. Attend those meetings. Perhaps volunteer for a seat on the zoning board. And if you have the stomach for it, and I know I do not, run for council in April. At the very least, vote. Council, even though I don't agree with some of the things you are doing, and heck, I didn't even vote for some of you, I still respect that you did stand up, ran, and were elected by this village to do what is very often a thankless job. Thank you for the time.
Good evening. John Dunlap, 1248 Northeast 99th Street. I retired from a career of 25 years of federal law enforcement about 6 years ago. And one of my collateral duties was teaching an ethics class. And a major portion of that was how to handle your position of authority and not abuse that authority you have been given. I feel that some of the members of this council appears to be abusing the authority it has been given. I have lived in the Shores about 4 years. My wife has lived here since 1977, so quite some time. This current council, from the day it was elected, has acted more like lobbyists and activists for development and developers than listening to its residents. The citizens of this village have been trying to get your attention, as I am sure you have noticed the growing crowds at these meetings. The response from some of the council members to the growing crowds has been to call the citizens of the community a mob, call some of the residents fearmongers, and even ask for the police when a community member was just reminding the council to follow its own procedure. I have seen mobs, I have seen mob activity and lawlessness during my 25 years of law enforcement, and I assure you this is not a mob. This council has proposed a multitude of changes that can and will have direct impact on the citizens of this village, so they are concerned. It is every community member's right to voice their opinion, vigorously debate their position whether they agree or disagree with an item on the agenda. So to call these village citizens a mob is extremely disrespectful, highly unprofessional. This is a sort of behavior that is very unwelcoming and an attempt to intimidate and silence the voices of concerned citizens. It is a big wake-up call for us who see it for what it is. You now have our attention. We will be following closely your voting records and how it affects the community and what outside sources may be benefiting from the council activism. Thank you.
Erin Halloran, 431 Northeast 100th Street. I wanted to start off by saying that I really appreciated the spirit of compromise displayed at the meeting last week and the amount of time and effort that you all have put into this. Before I continue, I'd like to share a phone call I received from a neighbor last Thursday. He wanted to know if it was true that the council is voting to build 4,000 Section 8 units throughout Miami Shores. He was informed of these supposed plans by a well-meaning neighbor, was rightfully concerned, and signed a petition against the plan, assuming the information he was given was accurate. He was seriously relieved to hear that it was not at all correct. But I wonder how many other neighbors were given alarming and inaccurate information and signed petitions opposing the plans as a result. It's like the world's worst game of telephone. He admittedly hadn't paid attention to the comp plan notices in the egret, the Miami Shores newsletter, the marquee announcements, the newspaper, the village's website, the comp plan website, or an innumerable amount of social media posts. I think most of us agree that something needs to be done to bring our Main Street back to life and to keep our beloved local businesses who have invested so much in our community. Without a revitalization of our downtown, we will continue to lose businesses like we already have. They're struggling to survive, and voting down the proposed comp plan is another nail in the coffin to some of them. In 1987, Miami Shores was approved for the coveted Main Street America Revitalization Program. Here we are at the end of 2022, and it still has not been implemented. More of the same would get us just that, more of the same. According to the Main Street America movement, one of the key steps to revitalizing a historic Main Street like ours is to incentivize investment through smart zoning updates, like allowing for mixed-use designation. We all deserve the vibrant and charming Main Street that was intended for Miami Shores, a place that is rich in character and has a thriving, self-sustaining local economy. Despite decades of neglect, our downtown has so much potential, but we have to take the steps necessary to get there. Mixed use and 35 units per acre already exist in our downtown and have since the 1920s. On its face, changing the density from 6 units per acre to 35 sounds like a big jump, but that is a reversion back to what it originally was.
Thank you.
Hi, Vice Chairman, Council. My name is Cindy Herbst, and I reside at 1000 Northeast 96th Street. I oppose the comprehensive plan update as presented. However, I do feel that we do need an update. For me, I would like to see a comprehensive master plan which provides a more cohesive approach, including planning, zoning, support services, and such, to understand the long-term effect and the cost implications. It also provides continuity from administration to administration. This is not a plan or a project that can be accomplished in 6 months or 2 years. It is a roadmap for our way forward that continually would be reviewed, adjusted with new learnings, and can be referred to when discussing other development and expenditures within the total Miami Shores. For example, opening up Bayfront Park with water access with this level of growth would be reckless. My perspective is driven by 30-plus years working on major apparel brands. How do we brand ourselves? What is our vision? What do we want to look like? What is our story? We need to benchmark other towns and villages who have figured it out, whether it be in Highland Park, Texas, Santa Monica, California, the Boston South End, to name just a few. Differentiation. We need to not look the same as all of the other towns around us. In retail, when you offer the same product everywhere, it comes down to just price. When in fact, it should be about the product, the quality, the lifestyle, and the experience. How do we differentiate ourselves? How do we drive more foot traffic to 2nd Avenue, which needs help? We need to recruit business to come to 2nd Avenue, offer incentives to help our cause. But we need a vision. We need a story, so the offering is not fragmented, but is a place for people to go to have dinner, work out, shop, and have drinks. In Boston, they did an incredible job within the community to marry the lower rents for startup artists and restaurants, which created increased foot traffic. For success to happen, we need to come together and work towards a more comprehensive planning approach. Thank you.
Good evening, Maria McGinnis, 1250 Northeast 101st Street. We've listened to you explain decorum in this meeting, and I'd like you to listen and remind you of the oath that you took when you sat and were elected. This is section 112.311, subsection 6 of the Florida statutes. It is declared to be the policy of the state that public officers and employees, state and local, are agents of the people and hold their positions for the benefit of the public. They are bound to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state constitution, and to perform efficiently and faithfully their duties under the laws of the federal, state, and local governments. Such officers and employees are bound to observe in their official acts the highest standards of ethics, consistent with this code and the advisory opinions rendered with respect hereto, regardless of personal considerations, recognizing that promoting the public interest and maintaining the respect of the people in their government must be of foremost concern. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jerome Charles. I live at 935 Northeast 95th Street. My comment tonight is a question. Why is the mayor able to vote? Why is the vice mayor able to vote on the comp plan when he's a managing principal at Deco Capital? To quote their website, Deco Capital Group is a unique real estate development and investment firm that creates transformative projects in urban-driven growth markets with high barriers to entry. Why is the vice mayor using this council to push this agenda forward? On July 19th, on July 19th, the vice mayor voted yes on an earlier version of the comp plan that isn't even the one that's here tonight. That night, the mayor wasn't present. The vote ended 2-2. Since then, the plan has been revised. This still begs the question, why is he able to vote on this comp plan? It may be legal, it may not be legal, but I know it's wrong. It'd be nice to get an answer to that question before the council votes on this plan.
Good evening. My name is Mary Killeen. I live in 795 Northeast 97th Street. Once upon a time, a little village sprouted up by the bay. It was a place filled with parks, canals, and giant iguanas. People came from far and wide to live in this oasis tucked away from the hustle and bustle of downtown. Families planted roots, schools were built, houses of worship opened their doors. All different cultures called this place home. It was a true melting pot. Many languages were spoken and all flags are flown. There is a dog park, a pumpkin patch, carnival, and green days. This magical place even has water slides. But like every good fairy tale, clouds came over this beautiful village. The townspeople heard whispers, development, land is being sold. Then the whispers became roars, 5 stories, tract homes, Lennar. This little town was scared. Traffic, crime, infrastructure, environmental impact. What would happen to their bucolic way of life, they wondered. But instead of hiding underneath their beds, the villagers got mad. Meetings were had, Zoom calls too. Petitions were started, signs were staked in yards. Could they save their village by the bay? Would the right thing be done? Would due process prevail? Would the constituents be heard, or would consultants and greed rule the day? So how about a village vote? Why the rush? Will you be the villains or the heroes in this fairy tale?
I guess it's villain time. Jason Alderman.
Microphone, please.
Oh,
Closer
sorry.
so we can hear you.
Jason Alderman, 357 Northeast 97th Street. I also own a small business in Miami Shores, 17-year resident. You've heard a lot of the parade of horribles. I'm sure when general speaking is over, you all will methodically go through and dispel a lot of this parade of horribles, which is based upon misinformation, misunderstanding of what the statute is, and frankly, the practical realities of voting yes for this amendment. What I want to talk to you about is the parade of prior councils, because you've heard a lot about the majority, that this is the majority. It's not the majority. For 17 years, over $10 to $12 million in hard costs. Ms. Birch, Mr. Lafredo voted for it, Jim McCoy, Al Davis. There was a concerted effort to bring density to downtown Miami Shores. You all created a special taxing district. The businesses and the real property owners had to buy into that special taxing district. The village opted out of the special taxing district, and it's the largest property owner in downtown. thereby increasing everybody's proportionate share. On top of that, the businesses had to suffer through the bankruptcy of the sewer company and take over costs. So my question to you is, for 17 years, it has been the policy of this village, not 2 years, not 4 years, 17 years and tens of millions of dollars to bring a lifeline to the small businesses of downtown. And why build the sewers? For one restaurant? With that being said, I think I've allotted my 2 minutes. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Dawson, 305 Northeast 91st Street. I too have been here, 1983. So, this is what I see. I think this whole thing is a big farce. I think that I was shocked the first meeting I came to and people started coming up and they started saying their objections, and what was so shocking was that it seemed like the people on the front were just checking the box, because as soon as they said, okay, you can have public comment, then we all sat down, you turned around and said, okay, how can we push through this vote? It was shocking. It was like all you were doing is checking the box. So if you're required to hear public comment, I know it's probably boring to you. You keep hearing the same thing over and over again, but it really doesn't matter. So I thought the other farce of what's going on is I can't remember when computers came in. I think sometime around 1990 or somewhere around there. But we're not in 1990 anymore. So when you call this a comprehensive plan, I'm not a city planner, but I know I see a lot of comprehensive floor plans, city plans. They show everything in 3D. I want to see if you're saying that there are going to be 1,800 more trips of cars and then 2,900 more trips of cars and a fully realized plan, then we as a community deserve to see every phase. We need to see it in 3D. We need to see it, what it looks like with 1,800 more cars up and down. We need to see what Publix looks like. We want to know what it smells like, what it looks like, the gasoline, the fumes, the garbage, the crime. We want all of that. And that's only fair because you have not presented a comprehensive plan. That's a farce. You should be ashamed. That's a piece of paper. You have had time and time again to present a comprehensive plan. And you have chosen, and if you say it's too expensive, shame on you. Because you have chosen not to let us see what it would look like. And that's your choice. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Becky Martinez, Becky Keller Martinez. I've lived in Miami Shores since I'm 4. I'll be 70 in February. So at least 6 decades. And I played here in Miami Shores in the rec center here. They used to have a trampoline here. I used to do that. I did all the sports over there. I was a cheerleader for our football team, etc. And of course, I have 30-year-old kids now, and they've done the same. What I'd like to say is Miami Shores, they call us like a bedroom, and I don't have like a fancy speech. I have 3 Post-its. This is a bedroom community, okay? We have retired population, we have new families, and as far as the breakdown of people, we have whites 36%, blacks 17 to 23%, depending on where you read, Latino 38%, children in homes 32%, of the homes, and of course we have our lovely homosexuals. Congratulations on your parade. But we have a humongous, oh, and by the way, as far as blacks, Miami-Dade only has 17% blacks, so we even beat them, okay? So, so the next thing I wanted to say was, this is a village, this is not a city, okay? It's called Miami Shores Village. We're community-driven, we're supposed to be small. The traffic is supposed to be way down, and if you try to go, live on the east side of the Biscayne, you try to, or anywhere from Miami Shores, if you try to go down Biscayne towards North Miami and God forbid Aventura, the traffic is horrific, okay? And so then what you're saying is we got to even have worse traffic with all these extra people. The noise, that comes with all the people. Sorry, I'm really scared up here. The police, we have a wonderful police force. They're 3 to 5 minutes, and how are we going to do that? Are we going to pay for more police? I doubt it. The community center, is going to be very crowded.
Ma'am, time's up. Thank you.
Okay, and the last thing is this is a conflict of interest that you are, okay?
Thank you.
Your real estate, you should recuse yourself from voting, period.
Thank you.
I guess part of the council has gone off to do other things, so I'll address the two council people that are here. I'm Janet Goodman, 1174 Northeast 105 Street. Thank you for the
Mr.
start of
Chair.
a compromise made at the...
Ms. Goodman, wait one moment, please.
I know we haven't technically lost quorum because Councilmember Wagner's in the building, but just so that the record reflects that.
They're not making a decision, so.
Okay, just.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, can I start over, please? Janet Goodman, 1174 Northeast 105 Street. Thank you for the start of a compromise made at the October 6th meeting, but we're not yet at a comp plan that meets residents' concerns. Please vote no to this version of the comp plan. Why? Poor public outreach. Not everyone is on social media. There have been no studies of the impacts on our services such as police and schools. The proposed density increases will have financial costs to our village. What are they? Traffic will greatly increase. Where are the new residents going to park 3,000 vehicles? Building height increases will deeply affect nearby residents. The 11th hour discussion of the 105th Street property last meeting was unfortunate. Failure to have public comments after this agenda item 10C was bad too. I hate that the designation of the 105th Street property was changed from multifamily. What about height restrictions? I don't want to live next to a 3-story or 4-story or 5-story building. But I do want to thank you for taking the gas station off the table. Thank you.
Good evening, almost all. Carol Ennis Respondic, 1162 Northeast 105th Street. It has been more than a year that we've been now discussing development in the village, starting with the request to build a gas station on 105th and Biscayne. It's been more than a year. I want to thank you, council members, for understanding that this would be a disastrous choice for our fragile environment and taking that off the table. And thank you also for laying aside the current plans to allow for further development of the neighborhood around 90th Street. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I like the idea of mixed use in downtown and around Barrie, but I ask you please to reduce the density currently outlined in the comp plan, as well as reducing the potential height of the buildings in both of those locations, and also at 105th and Biscayne. Anything above 3 stories, in my opinion, is out of scale with our neighborhoods. Please take the advice of CGA for multifamily at 105th and Biscayne. I really hope you do that. And I hope you will also listen to the community around downtown, who is asking that the buffers to their neighborhoods that exist now as parking lots be maintained. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christy Johnson. I live at 357 Northeast 97th Street. I'm 2 blocks from downtown. I've lived in this village for 15 years, and both of my daughters go to school here. I want to come here and give you my support because I've been waiting for 15 years for our downtown to improve. And we've heard a lot of past plans from prior council members, starting with the sewage, of which I lived through. So I lived through that construction with the hope of revitalizing our downtown. So it's a beautiful place to take my family. And I urge you to continue forward with a measurable change. I think that this comp plan does that. And I support it. And I know that a lot of people here don't. The other thing that I have witnessed throughout my 15 years here is, especially more recently, these very extreme reactions to any change in our community I find to be overstated and alarmist. We saw it with the kayak. We saw it with the gas station. It always has to be a big fight about everything. Our community needs to change and grow. And as long as it's done in a respectable, measured way. I don't want to live in Aventura, I will tell you that. But I don't think that this comp plan does that. And I fully support it. I'm going to be living close to the change that you are proposing. And I am completely fine with it. I hope that, that you will move forward. Our city needs to change. And I don't think that this change is anything different than anything that's happening around us. And I don't think it's overblown, and I don't think it's going to result in the crazy things that I'm hearing all over social media. So I urge you to move forward, and thank you. And I also want to say that in the 15 years that I've been here, this...
Show some respect for the people. They have listened to differing viewpoints from you without sneering and making comments and laughing and talking amongst themselves. If we do not have decorum, I will just call for a 30-minute recess. I have no problem. I stay up late, no big issues, okay? So please, show some respect. If I don't have order, I'm going to have to call for a recess until we can get order back. That's the only other tool I have available without trying to kick everybody out with the police, which you don't like. So let's show some respect.
Thank you. I will say there's a lot of people standing outside that would be more than happy to come in here and speak tonight. I waited my turn. I came in to speak, and there's a lot of other people out there waiting, and there's just not enough room. The police aren't letting them in. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that.
Thank you. Yes, I will call for people to come in from the outside once we finish the general comments here, with a reminder that we do still have item-specific comment available, so not everybody has to speak right now in the general session.
I just want to say one last thing, because...
I think the time is up, though, unfortunately. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anne Camille Hirsch. I'm at 102 Northeast 109th Street. So I have lived in Miami Shores for the past 11 years, raising 2 young children with my husband in a neighborhood that we love and care about. We live on the west side of the shores in very close proximity to the proposed 850-unit development at Bayer University. Like you, I would like to see the Miami Shores community thrive. However, I strongly disagree that the comprehensive plan in its current form will lead to my definition of a thriving community. The plan in its current form is not intended to benefit the interest of Miami Shores residents. It is drafted to benefit the interest of real estate developers and those who are connected to the real estate investments. But I'm not here tonight to give you my opinion on what I would like to see happen, since I've already done so several times through e-comments, direct emails to all of you village council members, which I would like to see made part of the public record. I'm here tonight to remind you that as council members of our village, you're public servants who are elected to serve the interest of village residents, not outside parties or developers. The comprehensive plan process has suffered from a lack of transparency to those who it will impact the most, residents who will be living in the surrounding areas of the proposed developments. Unfortunately, I have personally attempted to communicate with some of you to no avail, and I have strong reason to believe that I have been lied to by at least one council member during a group forum, a call with a group that I share is Moms Making Waves. If you sincerely care about your constituents, as you have repeatedly stated in city council meetings, I urge you to put aside your personal or political ambitions and listen to the village residents whose interests you were elected to serve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Juan Pablo Ortega, and I live in 173 106 Street, Northeast 106 Street. I want to ask, why is it that your attitude, Vice Mayor, is being so aggressive? Right now, nobody was booing. I didn't see any disorder, and I see that you are aggressive. Also online, you've been aggressive, and this is anti-democratic. The issue here is simple, okay? Not only Miami Shores, worldwide, okay? Development of people are growing, okay? And nature spaces are decreasing, okay? If we keep doing that, everything's gonna be the same. There's gonna be more population everywhere. The reason I moved here, if I wanted to live in high population area, I would move to Brickell or whatever. I moved here because I like the trees, because I like the small town vibe, you know? And that's what makes this place worth the money that it's worth. And in the future, it's gonna be worth a lot more if you guys are able to keep that. If you want to improve something, you can improve many things, from septics to becoming a green city, to, you know, better recycling, informing people. There is a lot of things that you guys can do to make a plan about the lady, by the way. There is a lot of people who couldn't come here because they have babies. I have 2 babies too. I live close to the last person, to the west, whatever the proposed area. You guys know where it is. So I want you guys to know that the people in the election are gonna remember your attitude, okay? And you need to lower the attitude, because this is a democracy. This is the United States of America, man.
Are there any other public comments for general comment in the room currently? If so, please step up quickly. But don't trip.
Hi, my name is Kira Charles, and I live in 935 Northeast 95th Street. When will this stop? When will the village council start acting like a village council and work with the people of this village? When will certain people of this council stop acting like this council is a playground and stop calling people of this town names? When will the council stop trying to make our community like everybody else? Because I know that personally, I like being different. I like being different than everybody else. When will some members of this council stop using our village like a pawn in their chess game and treat us like the deserving people we are?
Good evening. I don't think people understand what an aspirational, Ron Kurtz, 1240 Northeast 97th Street. I don't think people understand, except the people who live here, what an aspirational community this is. I don't know about you, but as a little kid, I lived in North Miami, and I dreamed of living in Miami Shores, and I busted my butt. And when I could finally make it into the Shores, because it's special and it's different and it's not like any other place in Dade County, I feel so blessed to be in this single-family community. When you're driving down Biscayne Boulevard, you immediately know when you're in the Miami Shores, it's a green oasis on Biscayne Boulevard. And just one comment, sir. Your right to vote on this issue is not greater than our right to have confidence in our government. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Pablo Arrieta, 10669 Northeast 10 Place, Miami Shores. I'm gonna leave all feelings aside. I just want to express to vote no for the comprehensive plan because it's not aligned to what my family and myself invested in. So we invested in a village, to live in a village and to live. I have two small daughters that enjoy the parks, enjoy going to the shops with me, everything around the village. I work north in Pembroke Pines in a well-developed city. And as everybody mentioned here, when I drive to the village, I feel like all of the weight that I have from that city is removed once I arrive to this oasis. So I am confident that you guys are gonna do the right thing. I'm not trying to offend anybody, just expressing that I'm not fully aligned with what is being proposed here. Thank you.
Any other general comments within the room? Please.
Hi there. I am not a local resident of the Shores, but I intend to move here soon. In fact, I've been working on environmental issues for 20 years. I represent the Hold the Line Coalition. You might have heard of it. I just left downtown fighting to keep our urban development boundary in place. And for those of you who have seen the devastation of Hurricane Ian, I'm sorry, Laura Reynolds, resident of South Miami, moving to the Shores. You've seen the devastation of Hurricane Ian. We have a community where we've got low-lying areas on the outskirts of the urban development boundary. Those areas help protect the built environment. We also have a state statute that requires us to provide housing for everyone. So the idea that you can have a postage stamp single-family home in perpetuity when you live between two national parks, unless we build in the Atlantic, that's not going to happen here in Dade County unless we hit a carrying capacity. So we're having this conversation all across the county. So I encourage you to really consider the balance, the fact that not everyone can afford a single-family home. If you bought here 20 years ago, great, but we need to have affordable housing. We need to have balance. We need to have a vibrant downtown, walkable, and restaurants. That's really important to everyone, maybe a place to shop. So there has to be some kind of balance. And the reason I'm speaking up here is because I left the most contentious meeting in the downtown chambers of the County Commission, and the decorum was much better than it is here. And I'm just kind of appalled. And I just want to say, everybody deserves respect. It's very hard to stand up here with a differing opinion, right? And I just want you to know that balance is really important to protect all of us. And every day I'm working to make sure that the green space that surrounds Dade County is protected. And in order to do that, under the current laws that we have to have some density. And so density is not a bad word. Not a bad word. Not a bad word. And this comprehensive plan does not guarantee.
Order, please.
Okay, one more thing. This comprehensive plan does not guarantee all of that will be built.
Order, please. Guess what? You interrupt her, she keeps going. Order, please. You have another 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds left, please.
Thank you.
You have 30 seconds left.
Look, I understand it's not perfect, but I encourage you to try to come together with a balanced approach, okay? And support some density in your neighborhoods. Thank you.
I think we have some additional comment coming from outside the room, perhaps on general comment. Please step up if you do.
Yeah, I've been inside the room.
You've been inside. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Dennis Peña. I live on 98.
Sir, please, we're in the middle of a meeting and public comment. So, please.
5298 Street, Dennis Peña. I'm one of the lovely gays. I'm also Latino, and I'm also black. So, but more importantly, I am a resident of Miami Shores. And what I've been hearing since standing in the back of the room is a lack of understanding amongst each other. And I think the responsibility for that is for the people who brought the project. Yes, a lot of us are here with very little understanding or misinformation. So I think the burden of informing people and keeping people from erupting in fear is on you guys. And if all the systems of communication that we've had have proven so far to be not enough, then it's okay to go knocking on doors. I mean, the village is small. And make sure you communicate with the people what your plans are and how it's going to impact them. Because I think the fear is coming from that, from not knowing. And just for all of you in general, I think the semblance of impropriety should be enough for any of you to just remove yourself from the process, just so nobody can question your motives, okay? Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I could take a moment, I just want to make a statement to everyone here based on what I've been hearing. I want you to know that it's very difficult to stand up at a podium and offer a different point of view if you know that there is going to be significant feedback from the audience. So if we could just tone it down a little bit and remember that we are all neighbors, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Luke McSherry, 1293.
Sorry.
1293 Northeast 95th Street. I'm a Florida native, and I know a land grab when I see one. The density increase is in essence a land grab. It might not be wide, but it might be tall. This is not about revitalizing our downtown or granting Barry its rights. It's about local real estate interests, cashing in, and also satisfying a corporation with $27 billion of revenue alone in 2021. The comp plan is a barrier that is integral in keeping the single-family character of this community and keeping predatory investors out of the mix. 4 stories does not necessarily create a vibrant downtown. Go on Google Maps and take a stroll down Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles or Worth Avenue in Palm Beach. Those strips are 1 story tall, sometimes 2 stories tall, with no residential units. And if you want to see what 4-story mixed use looks like, take a look at University Avenue in Gainesville, Florida, my hometown. The last 10 years have seen all the charming 1 and 2-story wooden buildings along the avenue replaced by 4 and 5-story glass and stucco buildings. The once charming strip is a mess with no character, not to mention it's been a construction zone for 10 years. Do we want a construction zone for 4 or 5 years downtown? Our downtown just got a sewer a few years ago. Then COVID happened. Since then, in its current density, has barely had an opportunity to grow. I implore the council to vote in favor of the will of the people they represent and not the special interests behind these changes, and allow downtown to grow within its current parameters.
Hello, my name is William Quinlan. I don't think my interest is that special, but I do come to speak. Oh, yes, my address is 455 Northeast 24th Street. Now, I will note that that is Edgewater, which is not in the Miami Shores neighborhood, but I think of myself as a prospective, as a hopeful Miami Shores resident. My sister lives on 96th Avenue. My dad has an office on 2nd Avenue, on 96th Street. But I'm a young person from Miami my whole life. And I'm at the age where I'm starting to think, like, maybe I should, move out from the roommates, move out from my parents' house. And I'm thinking, where do I start, right? Where is there affordable housing for young people who want to try and be good neighbors, who want to try and be good residents, who want to be good taxpayers and good fellow citizens? And the fact is, this isn't Miami Shores' problem to bear alone. I will grant that. This is not the city of Miami or any other place. This is a county-wide problem. But there are all of these problems that are causing things to change. Sea level rise, population growth, interest rates, all these things that are out of our control. The comprehensive plan proposal, as I'm reading it, seems like a very modest, a very reasonable step to try and do our part here to ameliorate the changes and to try and make things a little bit more reasonable. There is one thing I wanted to specifically mention with my brief time, which is that, so studies have shown that modest increases in density and land use, like the kind that's under consideration today, do raise the property values of surrounding neighborhoods. There was a Urban Land Institute study in Arlington from earlier this year, and it did within within one city block, 1/16 of a mile, and it said a very small but still statistically significant increase in property values. Everything beyond that, no change, right? So please vote in favor. Yes, thank you. Okay, right? Thank you.
Hello, Jesse Valinsky, 9780 Northeast 5th Avenue Road. I've been speaking about this for a long time now, so a lot of this is going to be a repeat for some of you. My big concern is not so much where the new development will be, but the numbers. Since its creation, this municipality has been majority single-family homeowners. Everything we love about this place is because it exists to serve the single-family homeowner. And this is a plan that will make the single-family homeowner the minority in this municipality, and therefore no longer the priority. I've been bringing this up for months at these meetings, and no one has addressed it. Instead, they continue to talk about what a small percentage of land will be affected while ignoring the fact that they will double the population with that little bit of land. And that is from the consultant's own presentation. I'm not making that up. The council used our tax dollars to hire these consultants to create this plan and sell it to us, and I don't know why. We understand that there are errors in the current plan. We have non-conforming properties that need to get fixed, but I feel this is being used to pressure us into changes that would otherwise never fly here. Do we really need to conform all of Miami Shores to some non-conforming properties, or can we fix them individually? I do not know why this council is not trying to preserve our beautiful village and stick up for us, the homeowners, that worked so hard and took risks to get here, but I'm sorry, but I feel like we're being sold out. I would also like to address this vibrant downtown language that I keep hearing. Our downtown is a dump. If you ask anyone here if they want a vibrant downtown, of course they will say yes, who wouldn't? But what does that mean? To me, it means that it is as beautiful as the rest of Miami Shores, and it serves this community. Not another Wynwood or Brickell. To some of the council members, a vibrant downtown seems to mean apartments and condo buildings and parking garages, etc. I don't know how they got there. We are being asked to compromise, but I do not understand at all what we get out of this other than lower quality of life and more strain on our infrastructure, which will be our problem too. I do not want to compromise because I see no benefit for me or any of the homeowners here. For me personally, I would support townhomes on the Berry property and nothing else. We already have 30% population on one street of multifamily buildings, and much more of that, and this will no longer be a village. Take the village out if this is what you're doing.
Thank you.
My name is Billy, and I've been here about 20 years. One thing that the lady said, that she doesn't live here, and she's like, I want to talk about Section 8. You know, there's no equality in life, okay? That police officer, that lady, and that man there are a lot more braver than me, okay? If I'm not equal to them, I would never have the guts to do what they do, okay? So there's no such thing as equality. I've worked very hard to afford a home here, several homes here. I don't want nothing given to me. And I don't think you have the right to use our money, our hard-earned money as a community, okay, to just give it away. That's wrong, ethically wrong. We have to vote these people out. So I think that we as a community is voting them out. Simple as that. Police officers, thank you. You guys are the bomb. Really, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Schmidhofer, and I live on 91st Street. And I've lived here 25 years, and I've never seen anything like this. The community is passionate, and I think that's great. I've never been to a meeting like this here, and as you can tell, I'm emotional, because we do all really care. And I know it's tough, your job. You probably don't get paid enough to be, sitting here facing this. But at the end of the day, you have to hear the passion here. You really do. I believe there probably is some compromise, And maybe we have committees that can talk about, all right, if we do need to build some townhomes or if we need some apartments, let's find a compromise. Let's not rush into this. You know, don't put people's backs to the wall. We care. I mean, you obviously can see this. So please think, you know, let's not rush into this. Let's have more conversations. Let's find a compromise. That's what this country is great about. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Alton. I'm born and raised in Miami Shores. I grew up on 99th Street. I lived on 99th Street in between 8th and 9th. My parents still live in Miami Shores, and I now reside in Miami Shores with my family. I love it here. I grew up with a couple of people here. They're raising their family here. And like the young lady just said before me, everyone's very passionate about this. Something's wrong. This isn't right. Let's take our time and let's make the right decision. I don't really have much to say. I'm so happy to see everybody here. Miami Shores, let's keep it a village. Grew up with her too. She hasn't aged a bit.
Our kids went to school together. Hi, my name is Denise Eid Aloise, and I live at 185 Northwest 106th Street. Great to see you, Matthew. I'm very concerned about the proposals. In my view, if it were to go forward, it would result in decreased and declining property values. It would adversely impact air quality, water quality, and noise quality. If you know anything about me, you know how sensitive I am to the environment and how I want to keep everything clean and green. And the toxins and pesticides dumped in the land and other toxic chemicals will destroy the air and ground quality. The increase in air pollution from car emissions is a threat to all of us. If you look on what's on the weather part of your phone and go down, you can see the air quality and you can see where the toxins come in. It deprives the residents of the rights to privacy and quiet enjoyment of their property through increased density. It shall result in increased traffic congestion and road hazards, creating an unbearable load on the village of Miami Shores, its residents, its police department, neighboring communities, and businesses. It causes the residential density to increase 70 times more than the density of the properties of Miami Shores. But what I haven't heard is no one's talking about the students. Where are we going to put these kids? If our density is increased, the class size could go from 30 people to 51. Where are we going to put them? What are we going to do? How are we going to teach them? How are they going to be able to use the facilities here that I used, that my children used? I've been here for 52 years, older than many of you. So it creates an undue burden on our village, and it really doesn't serve to help us in any good way. So I would hope that you would reconsider and consider the needs of the village and consider who we are. This was termed Mayberry in the Hood by Mark Sell, and I think that's so appropriate. And if we didn't like it, we wouldn't be here, but we're here. Please protect our village.
Good evening. My name is Brian Finney. I've been a resident of Miami Shores for 22 years. I live on 91st and 4th Avenue. I'm going to take a different perspective on what I've heard here tonight. I've never been to a community meeting. This is the first time. Maybe I should, my kids went to Christian school. My kids were educated here. We love it. It's a great place. But here's what my concerns are. Right now, our comprehensive plan is not in conformance. That could affect, in this marketplace, mortgages, our insurance, a number of things. We could be impacted by not having a comprehensive plan that is not within conformance. As I understand it, to meet the state standard, there has to be a mix of residential, density, and a number of factors in order to be in compliance with the state. And I'd like to say to the commission or whomever, the city attorney, please take a look at the Mount Laurel case in New Jersey. The problem is is that if you don't want density, then we should not have put sewers down 2nd Avenue. Once those sewers are in place, we've opened up Pandora's box. So the issue is, if Pandora's box has already been opened, what you need to do is establish a comprehensive plan that controls development. Because if you don't have anything to control development, someone takes you to court, guess what? We lose. That's the bottom line. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Perry Alexander. I live at 262 Northeast 96th Street. I've been a resident since 1962. I went to Miami Shores Elementary, Horace Mann, and Miami Edison. I wasn't planning to come tonight. I've never been to a town hall meeting. I was told by some neighbors. I saw the headlines about how you're going to fix the land use plan, which seems a little misleading if it was fixing it. I'm in real estate financing, and I don't see that as really a land use plan. It's a colored chart, but it doesn't really show what you're going to put where. My biggest complaint, and the reason I decided to come up and speak, was because living on 96th Street and with my neighbors on 95th Street, the traffic is insane. Not to mention the parking lot from the gym and the garbage strewn all over by Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, I got people flying down my alley doing 30 miles an hour. I nearly get killed putting out the garbage. And 96th Street's like a dragway. You did a great job, or somebody did, with the drainage. We don't get any puddles anymore out there, but they're now, it's wide open, smooth roadway, and they're racing up and down. And who isn't racing up and down 96th Street's cutting through 95th on 3rd Avenue there, nearly taking you out. You can't walk your dogs. I can't walk my grandson. It's scary. But I don't see the traffic impact reports. I don't know. And I've also read that the sewer capacity is overburdened already. So even if you have a sewer line running through here, the bay is getting polluted really badly. And I think Little River Canal was cited as one of the worst. But that's all I had to say. I'm opposed to the plan as presented. I'm open to compromise. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leo De La Rosa. I live at 460 Northwest 112th Terrace, right across from Doctor's Charter. I remember you when you were walking up and down our streets asking for votes. And I just want to let you know, I've lived in Miami Shores since 1982. That's where my parents moved to Miami Shores, and I bought a house on the same block because I love this community. I love this neighborhood. Look around. Everybody's telling you, don't do this. Listen to your village. Listen to the people who voted for you. Because if not, just like this guy said, they won't vote for you again. All right? I live in this top left corner right in front of Doctor's Charter. My neighbors and I all went through the construction of Doctor's Charter. We dealt with the breaks in the foundations, the breaks in the roof, the breaks in the walls. If you build anything else around there, we're going to have to deal with it again, and we don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with that. Okay, so please, find the compromise or just don't do it, all right? And listen to your people without any smug faces. You in the gray, come on, man. Thank you.
Sorry, let me put my stuff down. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brunelli Lelaine. I live in 190 Northeast 91st Street. I have lived there my entire life. You talk about someone who grew up in the Shores, that's me. I actually did gymnastics right here, okay? I played tennis over there. I played softball over there. My brother played baseball. The reason why I'm here is first things first. Based off everything I'm hearing, there seems to be a clear conflict of interest for some of the people that are voting. Again, this is based off of what I'm hearing. I'm just going to say that. If there is a conflict of interest for one of the council members, then therefore you need to go ahead and withdraw yourself from that. I say that because, as I've said, I've lived here my entire life. I'm a criminal defense attorney. When there's a conflict, you withdraw. Period, point blank. It's a wrap. Now, my parents worked their butt off to get in the Shores. My parents are Haitian immigrants. There was a reason why they wanted to be in the Shores, to raise their kids in the Shores, because they didn't want to be every place else. They wanted to be in a community that is safe. And the reason why I bring up the issue of safety is because if you have more residents, I'm a millennial. I'm all about change. I love change, okay? But if you bring more residents, my question is, then what is a response, a police response? Because let me tell you this. I live on the corner, and anytime I've had an issue, the response from the police is immediate. I mean immediate. And so if you have more people, does that mean that we have to get more officers? Because that's a real concern for me. I have no problem with more people when it's done the right way. When you're talking about 4 floors, when you talk about 5 floors, that's kind of yikes. I love running in the Shores every morning at 5 a.m. in the morning. That's something I enjoy. And I'm just saying that there has to be clear communication between you guys and us. I learned about this, last Friday? I didn't even know anything about it. And all I'm asking is for clear communication and a plan that makes us feel like, okay, we get it. That's it.
Good evening. I think I'm on the last one. My name is Trina Crispin. I live in 600 Northeast 98th Street. I totally oppose the plan because I don't see any benefit in my life. I'm not going to talk about everything everyone's talking about. I just want to say, comment to this lady here that said that one of her neighbors approached her because there were, the volunteers were given misguided information about the affordable housing or Section 8. I was one of the volunteers. I collected several signatures, and the pamphlets that we gave out had a QR code that would go directly to the village page where people could read the comprehensive plan. Many people said, I don't want to sign without knowing exactly, and we would say, go ahead, look it up, read it, and if you want to sign, you can call us. I would say 90% call us to get back the signatures. So the 900 people that signed because they oppose this plan are true and are real. And from what I read, pretty much all of you were elected by 1,100 votes, something like that. So take that number into account. And the other thing is that everybody that signed was a registered voter in Miami Shores. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Diana Quiseno, 675 Northeast 93rd Street. I work for one of the largest developers in the country, and I know what density is, and I know what growth means. Why did I choose Miami Shores? Because we are the exception to the rule. In the latest 2 years, Miami-Dade has grown incredibly. But Miami Shores and property value in Miami Shores has increased, and we're one of the fewest cities that has the most amount of increase in property value because of the exception that we are. We're an exception to the rule. The whole city has grown, and everybody that lives here and everybody as a community, we are a close community. It is a small community, and that doesn't exist in Miami. So by changing the amendment to the city plan, you're changing what Miami Shores is about. We are the only city that's close to everything, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and everybody wants to live here because it's different, because the community is different and everybody's involved. So I oppose to the change, and thank you very much for tonight.
Any other public comment for the general public comment section within the room? I think we asked the people outside already as well. Thank you, officer. Any other public comments? So I will now pose to the council whether they would like the e-comments read into the record or if they would like to waive the reading of the e-comments, given that we've received them earlier today.
Through the chair, can you hear me?
Please, Councilmember Wagger.
And this is my opinion. I think we've got people who turned out here and they want to be heard. My suggestion is that no matter how many e-comments there are, that we get those e-comments out for everyone to hear for purposes of transparency so that those voices can be heard tonight as well.
Councilman Birch?
I'm also in favor of reading all of the e-comments aloud. I'd be glad to help the clerk. I'm a good reader.
Councilmember St. Fleur? Okay, and Madam Clerk, if you could just make oh, sorry, Mayor. Apologies. Are you willing to hear the e-comments read into the record?
You're muted, Mayor.
I said yes.
Thank you. Okay, I think unanimously we are agreed to read the e-comments into the record. I would ask, Madam Clerk, that if someone has already spoken and given their name and you recognize it in e-comments as well, that the e-comment not be read, as people only have one opportunity to be heard. And I will also note that there are duplicate comments that I saw in the e-comments submitted by the same person. I think one person submitted 3 times. So if you could avoid reading the duplicates into the record.
So noted.
Thank you.
First speaker, Natalie Castro. My husband and I, Miami Shores residents, absolutely do not support the proposed Miami Shores Comprehensive Plan 2025. Next speaker, Jade Ocean Moran. I would like to see the shores become more protected, not more concrete jungles. Everyone moved here to enjoy this little slice of paradise within a large metropolitan city. I understand people are moving here at an incredible rate, but there are other options in Miami. We do not have to change the shores to accommodate others. It's supposed to accommodate the taxpayers who live right here, right now. The council should have our best interests, not outside influencers. We all pay massive amounts in taxes to be here, and we wish for this to be the place that we all dreamed of raising our children in. If you increase the population to what you're suggesting, we will not ever have that feel to the shores again. If the proposed zoning changes happen and the population increases to the sizes suggested, we, the single-family homes who are currently here, become the minority. This is not what any of us want. If you want to change the shores, make it better for all of us who currently live here, not worse for the ones who pay for this place. Please listen to what we have to say. This is our home, and we want a stable, safe, and friendly place to raise our kids. The proposed things at hand threaten that. Thank you. Next speaker, Vanessa Vargas. I unfortunately am not able to attend the meeting this evening, but I would like to express my concern with rezoning Miami Shores with higher buildings that in turn would increase population. I moved to the shores with my family 6 years ago to live in a smaller community that had the village feel that would overpopulate our area and bring in a lot of unnecessary traffic. This is a major concern. Next speaker, Desiree Ortiz. I absolutely oppose the comp plan as proposed. We already have insane levels of uncontrolled traffic and additional burden on city services. Next speaker, Jennifer Ale. I have lived here 5 years, raising my family here. I oppose a comprehensive plan as is and stand in solidarity with my neighbors present there today. Next speaker is Caroline Mitchum. I am strongly against the plan. It threatens to destroy the peace and tranquility we all associate with MSV, the reason we moved here. I would consider supporting a much more thought-out plan, one that bifurcates the areas, has minimal residential density in our downtown areas, has an infrastructure plan, and has a referendum so that the vote is put to the actual residents of MSV. Thank you. Next speaker is Consuelo Garrido. I oppose the scale of the comprehensive plan update to be voted today, October 18th, especially the plans for the Northeast 2nd Avenue density increase. There haven't been proper studies done to address the impact of the increased traffic. There also hasn't been enough public participation since the majority of residents were unaware of the amendments until last week. Please postpone the vote. I listened to the concerns of the majority and revise after doing more surveys to responsibly gauge the impact and cost to our community. Next speaker is Paola de la Torre. I am in opposition to the comprehensive plan. Next speaker, John Tominski, 35-year resident of Miami Shores. I'm speaking against the proposed rewrite of the comprehensive plan. I moved to Miami Shores for a residential lifestyle within an urban area. What I am reading in emails circulating within our residents is that the rewrite of the comprehensive plan shifts the focus of our existing comprehensive plan from preserving residential character to the highest economic benefit. Frankly, I do not move to Miami Shores to achieve that highest economic benefit. I moved to Miami Shores to raise a family and a community, and today I look forward to enjoying my remaining years residing in the village-like setting of Miami Shores. So yes, fix the problems within the current comprehensive plan as you promised to do, but please do not destroy the village lifestyle. It is a fine balancing act I am sure we can achieve with patience and working together. Thank you for your consideration of my position. Next speaker is Kristen Richards. I oppose the proposed comprehensive plan. North Miami at rush hours and other times of the day is already congested, and our streets is oftentimes clogged with drivers attempting to escape the traffic and get to Northeast 2nd Avenue. Although our street dead ends, the proposed plan will add to that congestion and cause greater harm for our children, which our block is full of, and we want it to stay that way. Keep the streets safe for our future Miami Shores residents. Next speaker is Aubrey Kessler. I'm in opposition to the comprehensive plan update as proposed. I do not want to see density within Miami Shores increase as much as currently suggested, and additionally, I would like a height restriction of no more than 3 stories on new construction. The comprehensive plan should limit density intensification in order to preserve the current residential character of our village and offer future planning and growth within our community to the benefit of our residents. I would also like to see 105th Street lot designated residential to maintain a peaceful living experience within Miami Shores Estates and protecting the Biscayne Bay and Canal from further population. Thank you. Next speaker is William Serta. The village of Miami Shores enjoys a reputation of a very quiet, small, family-oriented, informal environment. To succumb to the idea of developing and enlarging our little touch of heaven is to destroy the very essence and value of our village and to sell out our village citizens by moving in the direction of destroying the very quality of life which we currently enjoy. I see no benefit to this plan for our citizens and a benefit only to the developers and outside interests. If tax revenue is a problem, taxes don't destroy us. Next speaker is Noel Franz. My name is Noel Franz. I've been a resident of Northeast 104th Street since 1988. One major concern I was drawn here was the small, tight-knit community that exists here. Home values are unusually high here because of the uniqueness of the village. One major reason why the village stands out is because it is basically a residential neighborhood with single-family homes. The village has flourished. Property values steadily increase along with the tax base since I have lived here, and I think it speaks a lot about how Shores has what families are looking for. Keep up with the neighborhoods relating to increasing density and developing multifamily home and opening businesses. How ridiculous this sounds to me. The village has been this successful so far because we haven't kept up to the other neighborhoods. In fact, I think the village has been the leader in showing other areas how it should be done. Other neighborhoods with successful multi-purpose buildings are only successful because the footprint for those areas were planned that way, with plenty of space for visitor parking, residential parking, and roads for easy access. The Shores is not designed for this, and I think it is very obvious the Shores residents do not want it. I believe what is being proposed will be devastating to the Shores, stripping of it its uniqueness, positive qualities, creating traffic, noise, pollution, crime, and just an unpleasant place to reside. Please hear us and vote no. Next speaker is Pablo Minces. I am a brand identity professional with more than 20 years of experience. Miami Shores identity must be preserved. If a neighborhood doesn't have a clear identity, there are no community agreements over its future. Prices drop and government focus on the wrong issues. Identity governs our actions, and if we want to live in a quiet village, we reduce speed limits. If you want to be in a family neighborhood, we don't build small apartments. If we want a thriving downtown, it must be built according to our values too, not cool restaurants, but rather mom and pop restaurants, not chains, not businesses that attract many people from other neighborhoods and creates traffic and parking issues. My suggestion is before committing to long-term changes, let's host a Miami Shores identity workshop. That will help us understand who we are, what we stand for, and what we should do to grow in the right direction. Our village is so beautiful, and it gets even better when other areas become impossible to drive through. And whatever we do, it must be done with proper consensus. Our identity is in jeopardy today, so I am compelled to write this comment. Thank you, Pablo Minces. Next speaker is Arnold Markowitz. The plan has been improved by excluding 91 through 97 Street range, but I object to the 4-story building heights with 359 residential units downtown. If that increases the population by 700 or more concentrated in that area, then the additional vehicles and traffic, reduced parking capacity, increased impact on municipal services may cost more than any offsetting tax revenue increases. I suspect the best advanced estimates of cost versus benefits, risk versus reward, were proven correct because that is how things go. Probably the added traffic and parking problems would spread sideways into the streets crossing Northeast 2nd Avenue to at least Northeast 1st and 3rd Avenues. That would create added public safety concerns and negatively affect residential property values on the streets. The people who live there should not have to endure that. Redevelopment on 2nd Avenue would mean displacement of businesses that the council and others worked so hard to bring to the village. The already begun promise and prospects of the enterprise would be suspended for indeterminate periods. Few of those displaced are likely to return. Again, that is how those things go, and we would have to start over again. Not to that. I take notice that buffers and parking are not included in the plan. Again, no to that. It would be foolish and irresponsible to approve it without addressing those issues. They must be included. As for development of affordable, whatever that means, housing between Barry University and I-95, I say hooray. I anticipate it will be populated by Barry University staff, students, etc., more so than by others who need affordable housing, but that's all right. I am for it on principle. Please be skeptical of any projections that revenues generated by such development will more than pay for whatever municipal services it requires. We should not have to debate somewhere down the line whether the understated numbers we relied upon in 2022-23 were honest mistakes or just lies. As for Biscayne Boulevard property previously occupied by a Fleabag Motel, and my idea of a perfect village that would become a tranquil public space with public access to the passing canal for canoes, kayaks, and other small boats such as mine, I petition you to consider this idea for a few hours before inevitably rejecting it. Next speaker is Deborah Goldwasser. Before moving forward on the proposed development projects and comprehensive plan, this village board must publicly declare their numerous and substantial conflicts of interest, namely financial relationships with development firms, brokerage firms, and political associations that stand to benefit from the proposed developments. The community this board claims to represent is in strong opposition to these projects and has been repeatedly misled and misinformed. Next speaker is Mauricio Vigil. I purchased a home in Miami Shores at the end of 2020 because I like the neighborhood for my children to live in, specifically my street, and I happen to live just a couple of blocks from Barry University and the downtown. I like how the neighborhood looks and how it doesn't attract a lot of people from outside of our neighborhood and pedestrians around my home. I understand there needs to be some development, but I would ask for more green areas instead of buildings that will bring thousands of people I personally wish not to have around my area. I'm already very concerned with some of the crimes that take place in the surrounding neighborhoods because of the high-density populations, and we need to keep Miami Shores special and attractive for people to come and live here. I moved out of Brickell precisely because of this, not a place for children, a lot of alcohol, nightlife, and too many strangers were constantly feel may pose a threat to our community. My wife and I are parents of 3 children and wish for this project not to happen. We are totally opposed to the idea, but we are happy to see more green areas. If that is the case, another nice park or field would be nice to have closer to where we live in our case. Next speaker is Iris Acosta Zobel. While we support development and growth for our MSV, I oppose the current amendments as written in a relationship to the development plan for the village. It needs to be redrafted to include parameters and limitations to this development, which will negatively impact the enjoyment of this community. We need to include parameters to avoid development of large buildings next to single-family homes, development of additional schools in this area for those new families and others. The council needs to be present to owners in MSV, studies validating current traffic volume and water sewage, which has not been done nor presented to us. Just like Coral Gables was developed and single-family homes protected, we need to include these protections in this amendment prior to change of council and election next year. Next speaker is Maria Cordoba to voice opposition to amendment of comprehensive plan Flume. Next speaker is Jeffrey Cooper. I am a Miami Shores resident who finds the proposed development short-sighted and hasty and overwhelmingly counterproductive to the interests of Miami Shores residents. Parking is not already ample in our village, but the proposed development would scrap the buffers between commercial and residential zones, which would immediately make parking very scarce. Traffic on Northeast 2nd Avenue is not yet a problem in Miami Shores, but a few blocks down between Citadel and the 79th Street, it is incredibly problematic. That is a clear example of what would happen if the irresponsible proposal was approved. The difference is that in Miami Shores, we have strong community of homes which can sustain further development of retail along Northeast 2nd Avenue under the existing zoning development rights. We as residents do not need this change to continue making Northeast 2nd Avenue more vibrant, and most importantly, we will not benefit from it. Thank you for your time. Anonymous speaker, so it won't be read into the record per the rules. Next speaker is Patrick Tomey. I am curious as to whether the Consultants Competitive Negotiations Act was utilized in selecting consultants for the preparation of this proposed plan. I have seen indications that it was not utilized. And if it wasn't utilized, why was it not utilized? My wife and I have lived in the Shores since 1987, and we raised our 2 children here. The Shores has an appealing residential character that would be upended by the adoption of the proposed plan. We still do not understand how or why this plan was prepared or why it should be adopted. Next speaker is Bonnie Bennett, commercial and residential owner. The proposed ordinance need additional research and revision. The necessary evaluations must include all aspects of potential impact on the village's ability to successfully provide, for example, police, emergency, sanitation services within our population, all requiring budget assessments, parking, traffic, noise levels, and how that impacts current residents. There are many logistical and measurable outcomes in a plan of the scope, and it has not been thoroughly evaluated and structured to put forth to residents. No new ordinances or modifications thereof should proceed without full resident participation for discussion, input, and voting prior to moving to the next stage. Notification to residents of proposed ordinances has thus far been lacking or inadequate. Bob Domleski already provided comments. Gloria Saxon. If any changes are to be made, all residents should be able to vote on it. A special election should be held. Anonymous speaker, Juan Ortega. If it's Juan Pablo Ortega, he already spoke, but I'm not certain. I'm strongly opposed to developers' proposal to build an apartment building complex in Miami Shores. This is going to decrease quality of life of the existing residents. It'll also increase population and ultimately destroy the village essence. The reason people live in Miami Shores is to stay away from high-rise buildings and high-density population areas. Next speaker is Sofia Garcia. I oppose the changes to the comprehensive plan. The purpose of moving to the village is to be able to live in a small community setting where children can grow up and be safe. We want to maintain the village as is. We don't need an increase of 65% to our existing population. This will impact our community in a very negative way. Residents should be able to vote on this. Our opinion should matter. Personal and political agendas need to be played in another community. Anonymous speaker, Miguel Arronte. I do not agree with any of the proposed amendments. This will not benefit those of us who live here. If anything, it will increase traffic congestion, and the city is not large enough to absorb the increase in population and traffic this may generate. This will change our community as we know it. The charm of Miami Shores will be gone. The type of decision should be put up as a vote by the people who live in the city and not by the city council alone. Anonymous speaker. Next speaker is Luis Perez. I'm opposed to the council's consensus of Thursday, 10/6/2022 regarding the changes to the draft comprehensive plan to be voted on October 18, 2022. Increasing the current density of our village is not what the majority of the residents want. We want to maintain the quiet, peaceful, single-family community we currently have. Next speaker is Daniel Zuniga. This is regarding item 6A. I need more information which I hope to receive tonight. Mauricio Vigil, we are opposed to this. And then the next comments are regarding item 7A. Do you want me to read that into the record now or wait until that time?
Let's go ahead and wait for item-specific comment at that time, just so we can do it with the rest of item-specific comments since they were submitted specifically to 7A. I do have a request for a short recess, so we will take recess for 10 minutes. If everybody can start to take their seats, please. So much for that. If everybody can start to take their seats, please, so we can reconvene. I know it's going to be a late night. We still have a lot to get through, so if we could please come back to order, I would very much appreciate it. Does anybody have eyes on Councilmember Wagger? If you can go ahead and take your seats, please, as quickly as possible. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll call the meeting back to order. I do know that there are some people that are on Zoom as well. We've got maybe about 80 people on Zoom as far as additional comments that may get heard. Again, when we get to item-specific comments, I will open up the floor for those comments as well to make sure we don't miss anybody. I believe we are on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
That's correct. All items within the section entitled Consent Agenda are considered to be self-explanatory and are not expected to require additional review or discussion, unless a member of the Village Council requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered along with the regular order of business. Item 6A, approval of the modification to lobbyist contract with the Southern Group. Item 6B, approval of the October 6, 2022 Village Council meeting minutes.
Vice Mayor, I'd like to move the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mayor. All in favor to approve consent agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember St. Fleur?
Aye.
That was an aye for the record. Okay. Do we need Councilmember Wagger to register her vote when she returns?
Yes, please.
Not on consent? Okay, thank you.
Next item is 7A, an ordinance of the Village Council of Miami Shores Village, Florida, amending the Village Comprehensive Plan by amending the future land use element and future land use map for properties located in Miami Shores Village, providing for transmittal, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This item is brought forth by the Planning and Zoning Director through the Village Manager. And Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing.
Thank you. Shall we open for public comment first, or is there a presentation that we are hearing from Calvin Giordano and Associates? Mr. Scott, Ms. Hasbin, do we have a presentation on item 7A to listen to, or shall we open for public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have a presentation.
Okay. Ms. Vargas, I think you're up.
Vice Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to introduce the team because, as we have heard this evening, there are some members of some residents who are here who have not seen this before. There are residents on the other side of technology who are watching who haven't seen it. I thought it was only prudent that I give an introduction before, so you know who, just exactly who is who. And I'd like to introduce Sylvia Vargas, who is with CGA, Calvin Giordano and Associates, and she'll be joined by Alex David, who is also with CGA. Together they bring experience of together 66 years. Sylvia likes to remind you that he's the 37, you're the 29. And this team is gonna lead us through it. I also wanted to just introduce the in-house team that we have on this. And we've got, well, I think we all have our names here, so that's going a little bit overboard. I'd just like to turn it over now to Sylvia. We usually just go ahead and start the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Put it up.
First of all, thank you very much for giving me time. I'm going to go through this presentation relatively quickly, but I would like to say, first of all, that I am actually pretty excited to see so many people here, because it's very rare that a comprehensive plan ever attracts this kind of attention. So as a planner, I cannot, and as a person who is very interested in public engagement, I am extremely excited to see all of you here passionate about this. And as someone said before, I hope that you all continue to have interest in what happens in the village with respect to development. So your planning and zoning board, your council meetings, your other advisory boards, they all work very hard, and they rarely have an audience, I would say. So even though the reason might seem controversial in this case, I find it good interest. So let me see if I can do this. Where am I pointing? Am I supposed to turn this on? Okay. Somebody can advance it for me too. It's okay. All right. Go to the next, please. I'm not going to repeat the presentations. Alex, my colleague Alex, and I have been working here not just by ourselves, but also with the added expertise of two planners that you have in-house, your assistant village manager and your planning and zoning and resilience director, both of which add about another 40 years to our 66 years of experience. Next, please. Okay. We had somewhat of an agenda tonight, which I'm going to go actually fairly quickly. This presentation is going to be a repeat for many people, and I apologize if I bore you with some of the content, but for others it may be new, and I hope that there is some material here that helps to inform a little bit some of the things that I've heard so far that we're doing, which are not really happening. But in any case, let us go to the next slide, please, for the summary. I'm going to start not with the beginning of the process, but just with the recent actions that have to do with our public review. Our public review meaning the required public hearings that are both in your code, in your charter, and your statutes to follow. Your Florida statutes, rather. So that includes the Planning and Zoning Board meeting of July 13th. They reviewed, obviously, a previous version of this ordinance, voted to recommend adoption to the council. They made some changes that they wanted to include. Those were added. Part of our review, which is not necessarily required at the stage that we took it, but we actually took this to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, asked them to perform a courtesy review of our proposed amendments at that time. They offered a series of suggestions for narrow changes, which were incorporated as well. Then in July 19th, the council considered the proposed ordinance in that previous version on first reading, and the vote was tied 2-2, so the motion failed. As I'm sure, and I hope many of you were at the town hall meeting, the council directed that there be additional public outreach. So on September 25th, there was a town hall meeting held with members of the public. I believe there were over 100 people there, not sure.
120.
Claudia can verify the numbers, but after that, the council on October 6th brought back the item in terms of discussion, and they voted to bring back the ordinance and also voted individually on a series of directions that they provided to staff for revisions. So what we're doing here tonight is considering a revision based on direction received from the council on October 6th. Next, please. So I'm going to try and summarize the changes that were made to the ordinance based on the direction received on October 6th. The first one was to delete the mixed-use Biscayne Corridor future land use designation from the text of the future land use element. That designation is no longer in the ordinance. With that, there was then an action that we needed to take because that land needed to be designated something. In the previous version of the plan, it was designated general commercial. That language had been deleted. And in this version, we have restored it with some changes, which include not having any reference to residential density. There's some minor refinement of the language there to make sure that there's provisions for the zoning code to include transitions and those kinds of things, which we actually have now in pretty much all of the land use designations. The other change pertains to the mixed-use neighborhood district. There was a direction to add a maximum building height. In that case, is of 5 stories to that future land use designation. In addition, there was a direction to add a maximum building height to the mixed-use downtown land use designation. In that case, it was of 4 stories. There was also direction to broaden the designation of the site at 10,500 Biscayne Boulevard to include commercial uses. And to that effect, we looked, and rather than creating a new land use designation that would apply only to that, we looked at the mixed-use neighborhood designation as an appropriate designation. So that's what that site is designated in this version. And finally, as a refinement, as a further refinement to the mixed-use neighborhood to ensure that it continued to meet the goal for that site, we added language explicitly prohibiting auto-related uses in the mixed-use neighborhood. So no fueling stations, no auto shops, nothing like that. Next, please. Okay, this is kind of going back to the origin of this, but essentially when a private developer or private applicant property owner asked for a land use amendment at the end of 2021, it was discovered that there were a series of unexplained inconsistencies in the comprehensive plan between the text and the map, between the map and the text, between the map and the legend of the map, and a few other things like that. And that's how this originated. We were brought in to help identify the extent of the problems and to help offer solutions. Now, the more that we dug, the more we found. We expected this to be a relatively simple exercise, and there was a lot more to it because not only were these inconsistencies, there were unexplained deletions of land use designations, changes to the map that had no explanation, and also the densities of the residential districts had been changed for no apparent reason. They had been dropped, not to match the built environment, but actually the opposite. In other words, if the single-family neighborhoods had a density, and we did this analysis throughout the city, of between 2.5 and 9 units per acre, essentially, the range for the single-family neighborhoods had been dropped from that to to a maximum of 2.5. So that did not match any of the neighborhoods that, in general, exist today in Miami Shores. Likewise, for the multifamily neighborhoods, the density had been dropped from a maximum of 31. In fact, it's not even 31. We have what I believe is a very beloved landmark in Miami Shores, the Grand Concourse condominium, that has a much higher density. You know, when we did the analysis, 31, aside from that one, 31 was the maximum. Well, that density was dropped to a maximum of 6 in the complex. So that inconsistency is significant because it actually makes it hard for people to rebuild in the case of a disaster, fire, flood, wind event, etc. And it can prevent banks from lending you money. I mean, there's all kinds of potential consequences. So we knew that that was an issue that we had to fix. And likewise, you know, as we started looking through the rest of the policies in that element, only in this element, we realized that there were, for example, there were mixed use overlays for the same areas that we're looking at, essentially, but there were no limits established to the density or the intensity. There was no parameters, nothing at all to guide how those areas could actually be developed as mixed use. So this is the origin for us actually defining the scope as it was. In addition to that, and if we may go to the next, because I'm already here. We knew that there was an upcoming evaluation and appraisal review process that the village would have to go through with the overall comprehensive plan. Because this element was not in compliance and DEO knew it, they were not really going to allow us to proceed smoothly unless we had a sort of a clean future land use element. Not only that, we also knew of a series of efforts that the village had undertaken over the last few years, which included a plan for downtown and initiatives that were ongoing, such as the age-friendly plan, vulnerability assessment, and other things that inform the future land use element. And therefore, it was a good opportunity to look at those, to inform the future land use element in terms of what those initiatives portrayed in terms of a vision and the need for implementing tools. Next, please. So let me just tell you how we structured our process. We have been running on 2 parallel tracks. One is the one that helps us create the technical foundation for the plan, and that is based on data, on facts, our professional experience of over 66 years. Not just here, Alex, you know, he's got like all Miami-Dade covered. If anyone knows anything about planning in Miami-Dade County, it's Alex. My experience is both here but also elsewhere, so I have had the ability to have access to best practices in comprehensive planning in other parts of the country. And so this is what we try to bring to our approach. The other track was the public outreach component. And for that, from the very beginning, at least, you know, when we set it up, it was supposed to be a relatively short process, and we knew that we only had a few months to try to maximize the amount of outreach that we could do. So we provided both in person and online opportunities to try to cover everything. We had some one-on-one and group conversations with different groups that represent, for example, business owners, institutions, property owners, nonprofits, et cetera, just to frame issues and understand the dynamics. But then, you know, we held an open house, which was over 4 hours with the same presentation cyclically. Some people came and stayed the whole time, some people came and went. And then an online portal where I believe the people continue to submit comments, and information has continued to be posted. And I know that the village has been very diligent in keeping that site up with the latest information. Next, please. So here is, and I know it's a little small, the font, and I apologize for that, but we were trying to fit actually all of these meetings on the same slide. This is a list of all the public engagement opportunities that have been provided. Since the beginning, all of these meetings were public. All of these meetings were noticed according to the requirements. The village has posted agendas in a timely manner. And as you can see, there's basically no break in the outreach, in the engagement. We had meetings every single month, whether it was with advisory boards, with the council, with joint meetings, with the public separately. And the only times when we may not have been out in public has been when we have been doing the work in our offices. So at this point, we only have an estimate because in some of the meetings, not everybody signed the sign-in sheets, not everybody, provided their information, et cetera. But we believe that more than 700 people have participated so far. Obviously, tonight that raises the number tremendously. And from information that we have from the web page analytics, over 1,400 total page views and over 1,000 unique page views, meaning people that have been there only like for the first time, not repeats, and over 100 comments. Next, please. So this is a little repetitive. I've explained this before, but we have done what we call the data and analysis with the collection of data from different sources that looks at population, at demographics, parcel data and zoning data provided by the village, infrastructure data regarding, for example, water and sewer, and actually the presence of septic systems in the village from Miami-Dade County. And there was I'm going to call it a preliminary concurrency analysis that has been run on the level of service standards that are in the comprehensive plan currently. And I'm going to emphasize that currently because one of the things that we found as we looked at those levels of service is that in some cases there are also outdated or there are conflictive with other parts of the comprehensive plan. So these are somewhat preliminary. The statutes only require 4 levels of service for sanitary sewer. Alex, please correct me if I'm wrong. Sanitary sewer, potable water, solid waste, and stormwater. A community has the option of having additional areas to look at level of service, but they're not required by state statutes. So transportation is one of those optionals, parks is one of those optionals, schools is one of those optionals, but the village has them. And last but not least, I mentioned that we looked at all of these recent and ongoing village initiatives, and so that's what we have been keeping very much in mind. Next. All right, so the plan is here on a board. It's outside of the room as well if you want to look at it. I heard somebody say, well, this is not a comprehensive plan. No, this is not a comprehensive plan. This is one piece of a comprehensive plan. And this is all we're looking at right now. But this is going to be part of the larger effort of the evaluation and appraisal review that has just started, as a matter of fact. So I think we actually have, sort of put our toe into some of those other elements because we had to. It's impossible to unlink them. they're deeply related, but we have not made any amendments to the other elements at this point. We're only concentrating on this one, which is the one that we need to fix for DEO before we can move forward with the other parts. So, as I mentioned, there were just a few areas where the ordinance or the map was revised based on the comments from the council. You may recall, and we'll be glad to put it up if we need to, but the South Biscayne Boulevard area used to have a hatch that indicated this quarter mixed use, and now is this solid pink which designates the general commercial. So that is a change that happened to the map. The other change that happened to the map is at the 10,500 Biscayne Boulevard site, which is now in the same sort of purplish hatch as the mixed-use neighborhood, which you can see on the land that Barry owns west of the campus. So now I'm going to go just quickly through each of those areas. If you can go to the next slide, please. The downtown mixed-use district, it's approximately, it hasn't changed, so it's approximately 9.4 acres today, and the average floor area ratio is 0.66. And out of that area, 5.8 acres are parking. So in reality, you only have about 4.4 acres of land today that is actually developed with commercial in your downtown area. So I mentioned that there were no other changes made to this district except for the addition of a maximum building height and language that states that the zoning code, which is the next step. I heard some people say, well, you know, the comp plan doesn't talk about, you know, transitions, doesn't talk about landscape, these are things that you can have some policies, general policies on in the comprehensive plan, but the zoning code is what the rubber meets the road. And that's where really detailed standards are going to be created. But there's some idea of how it needs to happen. We know that there need to be buffers to the development behind these blocks. We know that there needs to be vegetated buffers. We know that there need to be transitions of height between those areas so that it's not necessarily 4 stories in the back, but that it transitions down. So those are things that are going to be worked out in detail and set in the zoning code as the rules that apply to specific developments. Next, please. I'm going to have my colleague Alex here on standby because he's the expert on concurrency. But as I mentioned, we did do a preliminary analysis of just these areas because there is no change that is being proposed to the single-family neighborhoods in terms of the land use, in terms of the density and intensity. What we have proposed in terms of the land use designation with the densities that are being proposed is to restore the built environment densities, not to increase densities in the future, not to create more housing in those neighborhoods. And in fact, we added some policies in this ordinance from the very beginning that seek to protect the single-family neighborhoods even more, okay? So the preliminary concurrency for the mixed-use Miami Shores Downtown District, based on these approximately 12.64 acres that are being designated as such, with the proposed densities, it would be at its maximum build-out about 359 dwelling units. This is over, if it worked that way, over a 20-year period, probably longer, lacking any other incentives, because this, again, as being part of the comprehensive plan, would undoubtedly have to include economic development strategies. There are policies in the plan that speak to that, and so that would have to be part of the EAR, but it's not now. According to the analysis based on this, and mind you, the 474,000 square feet, this is total maximum, including the residential component. This is not just like commercial use or anything like that. So what we have in terms of transportation, which I believe is what I've heard the most interest to people, is from a base of about, like today, of about 7,000 plus today. It would add about 1,800 additional trips, which is about a 26% increase, which is equivalent to approximately 1 additional trip for every 4 current trips. Okay? For sanitary sewer, they are there's a countywide standard that is met, and the sewers are provided and maintained by Miami-Dade County. So that's something that if developed, and a lot of these in fact, if and when development happens, then the developer will have to prove to the village that they can meet these requirements, that they can meet these standards. If they cannot be approved. Or, as an alternative, they could propose their own improvements at their own expense, and the village could put additional, this applies to all of these, okay? Any development in any part of the village, the village can put additional conditions for things that they want, because there are things like for large-scale developments, development agreements, for example, where the village can negotiate for additional parkland. I work in North Bay Village as the planning and zoning director, if you will. I have to deal with developers there every day, and that village is very, very different from this one. We're not suggesting that you ever become North Bay Village. They want something very different from you. But they are using the development process to negotiate things that they want. More parkland, fire station, community center, access to the water, affordable housing. So they're using the development agreement process to do those kinds of things. And we envision that if and when development came to the village would be in a position to do those same kinds of things, to get things that you want. And this is the reason why the way that we proposed the densities for this area and the other mixed-use districts is on the basis of a bonus that you would have to do something for, right? Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide, which is just, I'm not going to do this, but let's go to the next one. All right, the neighborhood mixed use is about 30 acres today, and it's basically mostly surface parking, vacant land. We know there's two facilities there. One of them is going to remain, which is the blue square on the bottom left of the hatched area on 112th Terrace. In the proposed mixed-use neighborhood is not then that entire area, but not 30 acres, but 24 acres. And we have not changed anything here except, again, at the direction of the council, to introduce a maximum building height of 5 stories, excuse me. And also this with the understanding that in the zoning code, transitions would have to be integrated in order to make sure that those areas of this site that are adjacent or that abut the single-family residential areas to the south, that they are consistent with the character of those areas. In other words, if there is any kind of more intense development, and we don't know at this point because there's no development, there's no plan. We don't know. It would have to, I think the village envisions it would have to go on the north side facing out of the village, whereas the lower intensity development will have to be on the inner part of that site. Okay, next please. So the preliminary concurrency for this area is different because obviously there's no development whatsoever here. So the base data is the minimum numbers for all of it, but this with an estimated maximum potential development of 850 dwelling units would add approximately 3,000 trips. All of the other standards, basically have remained the same. Again, if a developer comes in with an actual project, then at that time, the village would require a traffic study that would show how they intend to make internal circulation flow, external circulation flow, and the village at that point can put conditions on how it would mitigate any impacts. And that's part of the development process. All right, next. I'm going to skip over the photos. I think that, if you don't know what it looks like, it's pretty easy to get there. But the next one I'm going to go to is the 10,500 Biscayne Boulevard site then. So the original proposal was for this to be multifamily based on the history of it. We had at some point kind of assumed that if a developer came in and did not want to have multifamily, that in fact there was one viable land use designation that they might be able to apply for as an amendment, and that would have been the mixed-use neighborhood designation. So this is somewhat consistent with that, with the one exception that we have added the maximum building height, and also the language about transitions and buffers, and the prohibition, explicit prohibition on auto-related uses. So that's the change for this area. And next, we actually conducted a preliminary, next please, a preliminary concurrency analysis. And again, this is a vacant site, so the trips are new, but it adds to Biscayne Boulevard baseline traffic. It would add 99 additional trips. And again, if and when a development were to come into the village, a proposal, they would have to submit a detailed traffic study indicating how they're going to address all the traffic concerns and how they're going to mitigate them. Next, please. So I mentioned the other change that we made is the elimination of the mixed-use corridor. So all the data, we replaced that with general commercial. It's approximately 9.4 acres, and the general commercial designation has an FAR already established, and we are explicitly leaving out any reference to residential density from this area, and added language again to make sure that there are appropriate transitions between this land use and adjacent land uses. And that's pretty much it. That's, you go to the next. I think this shows the future land use map again. And just to reiterate, as a summary, the changes are deleting the mixed-use corridor designation from the text of the future land use element, recovering the general commercial language with some modifications, in order to redesignate that land on Biscayne Boulevard to that future land use designation, adding maximum building heights to both the mixed-use neighborhood and the mixed-use downtown future land use designations, redesignating the 10,500 Biscayne Boulevard site to mixed-use neighborhood, and explicitly prohibiting the auto-related uses in the mixed-use neighborhood. And the only other thing that we have is a slide on next steps, which is basically if the ordinance is approved today, then it gets transmitted to the Department of Economic Opportunity and the other agencies for review. We're not entirely sure at this point what their decision is going to be. They had told us that they would take a state coordinator review approach, which would be a 60-day review in that case. Claudia and I are not in agreement as to when the second reading would be. I'm saying that it would not be until next year. She's saying that it could be in December, but it's not going to be for a little while in any case. And as I mentioned, the evaluation and appraisal review has just begun, and the deadline for submittal of that is in July of next year. And with that, I'm going to close. I'm going to be here to answer your questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. I'm going to ask for a quick procedural consensus from council. I know that in the past there have been some residents that wanted to speak after council had some discussions. I know Maria McInnes was one of those. But you know, if it's within the council's pleasure, we could just finish off all the public comments right now. I'll open it to public comment first, as well as the online comments that there might be from Zoom before we have our discussion, if that's okay with council at this point. Yes. Okay, so I'd like to open it up for, let's start with public comment that is in the room live. Again, if you have submitted an e-comment and it's been read, please do not appear again. And I'd like to, as a courtesy, first please ask for, I know that President of Barry University, Mike Allen, has been waiting in line for a while, and it's getting late, so just as a courtesy, I'd like to let him go first here. Thank you. It's 2 minutes still.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm Mike Allen, 1066 Northeast 94th Street, and President of Barry University. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Prior to 2018, Barry's western parcel of land was designated as special mixed use with no restrictions on density, height, or other criteria. Recently, it was discovered that this comp plan was changed in 2018 without following proper procedures, and this parcel of land was redesignated to institutional use. We are respectfully requesting that our rights be restored and that this designation be changed back. Also, we've heard from a few residents who have suggested that Barry has not been forthright about our plans to develop our vacant land. I would simply remind everyone that there has been a moratorium on filing applications with zoning and planning for some time now, and therefore no official mechanism has been made available yet to engage in these conversations. We are very much looking forward to engaging in these conversations with the village leadership, residents, neighbors, Doctors Charter, anyone who may be impacted once the comp plan matter is resolved and we are able to pursue planning, zoning, and site plan processes. I'll conclude by saying that we need this at Barry to support our faculty, staff, and students who simply cannot afford to live in the village. My family and I have lived in the village since 2019, and we proudly and enthusiastically call it home. And Barry University has called it home since our founding in 1940. I wouldn't be standing here tonight, trust me, I would not be standing here tonight if this was not extremely important to Barry, if this was not absolutely critical for our short-term and long-term stability as an institution, and necessary. It is necessary to allow us to thrive well into the future. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Max Wolf Architect, 107 Northeast 96th Street. I apologized earlier to the Vice Mayor because I was interrupting. What I was trying to do was just ask the Vice Mayor to have the person who lived out of our village to speak to the council rather than to the audience. That's all that was. So again, I apologize for that. My family has lived here for 42 years. I've coached baseball at the rec center. I've been a scoutmaster in the neighborhood. I've served on the planning and zoning board. The previous member is sitting right here in the front row. Miami Shores has always represented quality village and family living environment. And the reason I'm hesitating a little is because I'm changing some of the things I was going to say, because Mrs. Vargas's presentation actually modified a little bit of what I was thinking. It softened me up a little bit. Neighborhood growth is inevitable everywhere in South Florida, but it requires transparent, measured, and disciplined long-range planning efforts with full community involvement. Privately, as I mentioned last time, I've been an architect for many projects with developers around the country who have successfully created neighborhood aspirational goals for their communities, not just development goals. Many of the people in the room know me. They know how I am. I'm passionate about how I design. We think outside of the box, but people like Ms. Wilson, who I worked with for many years in North Miami, knows how I think, and it's about community first. So everything I'm talking about is about Miami Shores, the village. The council was elected to represent the villagers, our lifestyles, our dreams, and our families, period. There may be or may have been some misconceptions, misperceptions. I was going to say earlier that I was disappointed the process has been nudged forward by village professionals and staff members who don't live here. But I see that some of them, they are performing as if they belong in the village, and they understand that. I'm not saying vote against it. I'm asking to table this proposal until we get to finish our environmental studies, which we have not talked about, and
Thank
our
you, sir.
land use and our zoning information, which needs to be part of the plan, not after it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Maria McGinnis, 1250 Northeast 101st Street. I oppose the revised proposed amendments to the comp plan in Flume. 3 months ago, on July 19th, I asked this council to table the first reading. Tonight, I repeat my request. Either table it or vote no. The village has failed to conduct the survey studies and data needed to determine the impact on public services and to justify the substantial increase in density as Florida law requires at the time of the amendments, not when the project people come along and the developers say, I want this. Now, while you're submitting amendments, the proposed increased density well exceeds our annual population growth rate of 1%. 1%, not 77%, not 70%, not 31%. 1% per year between 2010 and 2020. This is a 3-square-mile, almost built-out village. That's the reality. And its single-family density range is also flawed. That 2.5 to 10 it's crazy because lot sizes, even the plats that were used, don't accurately reflect, even on my block alone, east of 12th Ave to the bay, 4 errors, 3 big lots not even indicated, and they're obviously not indicated, and 1 tiny lot that's actually the parcel of a property that has a pool. The vast majority of the residents only recently learned about the proposed amendments and have not been able to participate, despite what the consultant has just represented, to the fullest possible extent under Florida law. We haven't been given the opportunity to participate. This new upzone of 10500 Biscayne Boulevard was raised on an October 6th meeting when there wasn't even an agenda item, but it was added and it was considered and it was put on there as the neighborhood mixed use. 5-story building adjacent to homes and adjacent across the canals. Unbelievable. And it puts every other orange thing on the map subject to an upzone. Every single orange thing on the map can be upzone mixed use neighborhood. It completely rewrites our future land use goal. The same consultants, I asked the consultant one-on-one, why is it that Surfside knows how to protect its stable residential thing? Calvin Giordano did their report in 2018. I don't understand why we're rewriting ours to completely upset it and overhaul it. Vote
Thank
no.
you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Kim Flower, and I live at 301 Northeast 98th Street. I am also the owner of Flight Wine Lounge at Northeast 2nd Avenue. I have been watching, listening since the conversation about the comprehensive plan started. A lot of residents have voiced their opinion very loudly on this topic, but I'm here tonight because I don't think anyone has publicly heard from the merchants. I want to be clear that when I say merchants, I specifically mean our independently owned restaurants, shops, and art galleries. The village spent millions of dollars on new sewers just so we could have choices in our downtown. A variety of independently owned restaurants, shops, and art galleries is the making of a vibrant downtown. But we need one of two things to happen. Either all those residents who are against density, claiming it will change the character of their downtown, need to come out and support us in a consistent and significant way, or we need to increase density. Brick and mortar businesses, the kind that create life in a downtown, cannot survive without foot traffic. Think about Atlantic Avenue and Delray Beach or Old Naples. These are quaint main streets that survive because of the uniqueness of their businesses, and foot traffic. If the comp plan is not approved, our businesses will start closing and potential new merchants will take notice and go elsewhere. Eventually, Northeast 2nd Avenue will become a ghost town. We have had a huge influx of new homeowners moving into the shores since the pandemic began. The property tax these homeowners are paying does not reflect the downtown they should have. If you are paying tens of thousands of dollars in taxes, wouldn't you want a downtown that reflects that? We urge the council to please vote to accept the comp plan that allows density on Northeast 2nd Avenue. We also ask our current residents to please consider spending your dollars in your downtown. You are not only supporting a locally owned business, but also the many employees who live nearby. Every merchant I have spoken with agrees we need more foot traffic. Please consider the years of hard work and considerable investment your merchants have spent to bring you their unique concepts to you. To those of you who already support our businesses on a regular basis, we know who you are and we thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else up for public comment? Don't be shy. It's a fun group here.
I'm not shy. My name's Jay Weaver. I live with my family at 344 Northeast 102nd Street. Lived there for 30 years, and our family loves this community. I have no comment about the plan. I have a question for Ms. Vargas, is it? I was wondering if she could simplify for us the comparison between the number of proposed dwellings that were originally proposed versus the number of proposed dwellings that the village council directed staff to propose to us tonight. There was one number that I heard at Barry at the town hall, and then there was one number I heard tonight. And I was wondering if she could give us the total number of the before and after that's allowed under this plan, as well as the projected population growth under the previous number of dwelling units planned versus the ones that we're looking at tonight that are on the plan. And lastly, I was wondering if she could give us a square footage number on commercial development before and after. There seems to be a before and after scenario here, and I was wondering, she gave a great presentation, but I was wondering if she could break it down in terms of housing units, projected population, and commercial square footage before and after in terms of the plan before you tonight. So the floor is yours.
Sorry, Mr. Weaver, but we don't respond to comments, but after public comment, maybe she'll be able to respond to that, but we don't engage in a direct interaction for the sake of time in people's comments. Please.
I'm Becky Leonard. Is that too close? Okay. I probably don't even need this because I've taught school so many years. Anyway, 9300 Northeast 4th Avenue. I've lived in this village 52 years, 44 in the same house in central Miami Shores. I've raised 4 kids here. I've been involved in PTA and my church and all kinds of things. I love this village. Anybody that knows me knows I wasn't going to cry, but that's how I feel. I even have my little button. I love Miami Shores, and I do. And it really bothers me a lot that you would consider changing it as much as you want to. And by that I mean, it takes me 3 stoplights on the boulevard to get to Biscayne Boulevard. And that's not during regular time. That's like at 3 in the afternoon when people are out picking their kids up. And I checked it today, 3 stoplights. You don't think it's going to be worse. It's going to be a lot worse. And people that know me know I really care about education. I worked hard with the charter school, just like Mrs. Birch did. And the children that are at the charter school, they would probably like to have a park and a place to do some PE things. Some of that land that could also be not only for them, but for the people on the west side of the shores that always complain they don't have any parks. Put some green space there. And I don't mean a little bit. I mean enough that they can play. The school gets it during the week. The residents get it on the weekend, or even after school's over. I think that would be a great thing. I agree with the downtown that we need to have more. We've been trying for years to have more things. I think 4 stories is too big. I don't think it's right that people are having barbecues and people are watching what they're doing on the 4th floor, or even on the 3rd from where the parking's on the 4th. I just don't like it.
Thank you. That was time. I know it was hard to hear.
I didn't hear the time.
The time did go off, correct? Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. But I'm going to say townhouses would be good over there.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. My name is Veronica Sutherland, and I live on 555 Northeast 93rd Street. We moved here over 10 years ago, and this is a great place to live, a place to grow. It's a place where we are able to meet our great neighbors, and we create a community that we are proud of. A comprehensive planning is an order process that determines community goals and aspirations in terms of community development. I don't think these goals and aspirations have been taken in consideration. I heard the presentation from CGA, from Ms. Vargas, and I do want to point some things. Like she mentioned that 359 dwellings will be built for 474,489 square feet. Then in the other project, 850 dwellings, 496,433 square feet. These double what was planned in the previous comprehensive plan of the city. So yes, we are concerned. And if not, we will not be here present tonight. We are concerned about the transportation. We are concerned about the safety. We are concerned about the future of our community. And we do ask that you take the time and take all the comments from all the people that has been here tonight in consideration before you make a decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Moore, 450 Northeast 94th Street. My wife Kelly and I have lived here for 24 years, raised 2 kids, and proudly proclaim ourselves to be the Moors of the Shores. I first want to thank the council and the committee for your hard work in putting this together and the plan and for allowing the comments. I want to thank the residents, both that showed up here and have made comments and those that made online. My takeaway has been different than a lot of my friends who have spoken here tonight. I think the plan is a good idea, and as I said, we proudly call ourselves the Moors of the Shores. The last thing we want is to see the shores changed in a bad way, but the downtown needs help. Barry University needs help. That area that's been referred to as parking lots, it's blighted land over there. My son attended Doctor's Charter. It's an eyesore over there. It needs green space, I agree. And I think that with townhouses over there makes great sense. There's no way Barry, who's been such a good steward, would build something over there that would abut their campus. That would be a problem. The other thing, you're talking about space. Barry University donated the land for Doctor's Charter, flat out gave it to the village. I trust them as a good steward. With respect to the other potential developments on Northeast 2nd Avenue and Biscayne Boulevard, I think they do need improvement. I trust the zoning process to allow those comments to be addressed at that time. Right now, we're kind of operating under a scare tactic of fight, fight, fight. We don't even know what's going to be proposed. The fact that a 4-story building is the maximum tells you that it won't be more than that. Doesn't mean they'll get that. I've lived in small college towns growing up. Having a university like Barry University, it's a wonderful thing for a town. It brings a lot to us. And I think and I hope that the council has the fortitude to go ahead and vote in favor of the comp plan. It provides the necessary structure for future development, at which time any concerns with specific projects can and should be addressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Brandon Spurk, 1200 Northeast 97th Street. Would like to thank the council and also Calvin Giordano and Associates for all the work that you've done. I have to say, though, that as it's currently written, I have a hard time finding a way to support the comp plan. I feel like there's still a number of unanswered questions, particularly surrounding the single-family homes division, and I would have a question rather I would direct to CGA. I know that they can't answer tonight, but the question really has to do with the specific policies that have been put in place to prevent subdivisions of lots. I know that there were two different solutions we spoke about a long time ago, almost a year ago, where one of them was to reduce the minimum lot size, and I know we didn't go that direction, but the other one was to increase the number of dwelling units per acre. And I know that there were some policies that were supposed to have been written into the amended text. I've read that text, but I don't find anything that would protect us from subdivisions of our properties. So I think that that's one item. The other item is along downtown, in the Northeast 2nd Corridor, the downtown corridor. I find that 4 stories is perhaps just a little bit too dense there. It feels more like Coconut Grove, which isn't flanked by single-family residences. I think maybe 3 stories might be a good limit for that area, and I think that to address the owner of Flight Wine, perhaps there's other things that the council can do to encourage more foot traffic, some beautification of the streets, some perhaps closing of 2nd Avenue on the weekends to pedestrian and bike traffic, something of that nature. But I do think that as residents, we definitely should be supporting our local businesses. That's fundamental and paramount. I think none of us here want to see the downtown corridor close. I think we just want to find a more balanced way of approaching it. And with that, I thank you.
Hi, I'm Liz Cowan, 321 Northeast 93rd Street. 2 points. One is I look at what El Portal has done in a very short period of time to revitalize that entire downtown district, and they didn't build any higher. Everybody goes to 79th Street and 81st Street. There are high-end retail stores. There are great restaurants. Everything's there. We don't have to go higher to be better. I grew up in Miami Shores. I don't remember the first 5 years, but after 5, I was riding my bicycle all over the place. There were stores everywhere. It was a vibrant, great place to grow up. There were things for children, there were things for adults, there were great restaurants, there was cafeteria. We can have that again, and I do believe that better management of what we have would be preferable to trying to increase density in a place where it's really not applicable. It's just not, it's not for our downtown. Let's do better with our management. And I think we'll get back what we used to have because it was fabulous.
Good evening. Manny Haddad, 9820 Northeast 5th Avenue Road. I wanted to read from an email that all council members have received, but I think it's important to bring up with all our residents here. My concern deals with density versus intensity, and the bonuses included in the plan. I am concerned that the comprehensive plan includes language that would allow potential bonuses of density and intensity. It is the practice of nearby jurisdictions, notably Miami Beach, to include density bonuses for certain types of developments or public benefits, but that increased density must be used within the framework of the FAR. What this means is that the size of the building envelope remains the same, but the contents can be increased. By providing a bonus of both density and FAR, the building envelope is dramatically enlarged, while the contents are also increased. This is concerning, especially when we're getting numbers, unit numbers and FAR counts. But this is, the building envelopes, let me go back. This is concerning as the total massing would be truly out of scale and out of character of Miami Shores. I suggest that all references to FAR bonuses be removed from the comprehensive plan while keeping the potential density bonuses. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, for the record, I think that was one of the e-comments submitted to this specific item, so we can avoid reading that one in. I believe that came from Michael O'Hara.
Okay.
My name is Patricia Cochi. I live at 1089 Northeast 104th Street. I did not plan to say a word tonight, but thinking of 5 stories high in that area, I'm not against what you put in there. It wasn't just a gas station. It's what's there that does not destroy the chances to get off of 104th Street. It takes me 10 minutes to get to the country club. I live at the street next to the country club. When I go left, and I'm glad they brought up those 3 lights, you go nowhere. We have to go to 125th Street. We come out, take a right. 10 minutes to take a right. Go to 96th Street. Go to the community center. Come around the whole village up to 10th Avenue to go to 125th Street. Because of the traffic, it's gotten worse. They put that lovely condominium up on Biscayne. It's lovely. The traffic, the lights. I know you can't do anything about the lights. We've tried for years. It's a state road. But 5 stories and the amount of people that would be there with cars, it's just wrong. Certainly you can put something there that's lovely and good for this village. Thank you for your time.
Lynn Franzosa, 520 Northeast 102nd Street. I have a couple of comments. You know, everyone here, we're not real estate people, we're not attorneys, and you're talking about residential units and FARs and all of this business. Just take downtown. You're talking about potentially adding 359 residential units. That's approximately 700 parking spaces. We don't even have 700 parking spaces in all of Miami Shores. There's not sufficient space for that. And to put that into the comprehensive plan to allow for some potential growth to that is almost ignorant. I mean, it's so extreme for Miami Shores. We don't have the ability. You can't get onto 2nd Avenue. I live on 102nd. To get across the street at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's 10 minutes. To get anywhere on 6th Avenue at rush hour, you can't get across the street. It's impossible for Miami Shores to support this with the infrastructure that we have. Additionally, I mean, I have personally seen fatal accidents on many of our thoroughfares over the years that I've lived here. We can't support this. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna make 4-lane roads up where Barry is? There are 2-lane roads there. We can't do that. You're gonna take over the swales so that the traffic is closer to people's houses? It doesn't make sense. We don't have that ability in Miami Shores. We don't have the flexibility. We don't have the space. So in closing, I just want to say 2 things. Thank you for the mayor for not being there to vote, because this has happened. Secondly, this gross plan that you want to propose has rattled the cage. The Miami Shores Village is now want to stand up and be heard. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Connie Napier, and I live at 9301 Northeast 4th Ave. I'm a long-term resident of here. I've lived here pretty much all of my life for the past 23 years of my 24 years of life. I remember playing at the basketball courts right here at the rec center. I remember watching plays here for some of my friends, and I moved to New York to go to school, and I came right back down here because I love the city of Miami, and I love my village of Miami Shores. And I think there's just been a lot of misinformation that I've heard. A lot of the original comments I heard at the beginning of this talk have been seemingly misinformed after hearing Ms. Bargar speak. And it seems that we are saying no to something that we don't even know what we're saying no to. I don't believe the council members are asking us to agree to a plan as of yet, other than the idea of knowing that something needs to be done. And knowing that that's clear that something needs to be done, to have a blank statement no doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense to me. Small-scale development is necessary. Its progress is necessary. It's going to have to happen. It's happening all around us. And if we stay stagnant, things just aren't going to get better. I look at this community center, as much as I love it here, it hasn't changed since I was here at 2 or 3 or 4. It's the exact same thing. We need revenue. We need something to be done. And the council members simply seem to be asking you to play ball. So please, just listen. Listen and debate and talk and give your advice and give your discussion, but don't give this blanket statement no. Thank you.
I'm Linda Schwartz. I live at 1304 Northeast 104th Street. I just need some clarifications from Ms. Vargas, if she would explain. I think she's using the word trips. Trips meaning going back and forth. Is that what you're talking about? I need that clarification. And also at 10,500 Biscayne Boulevard, are you referring that we can now do 5 stories? Because if that's what you're trying to say by having mixed development, I think that's terribly wrong. I mean, I live on 104th Street. I have the ability to go out a gate and walk on Biscayne Boulevard, and I could take advantage of what's there. I can go to my bank. I can go to my State Farm. I can go to doctors at Mount Sinai there. But you're taking your life in your hands when you walk across the street. And coming back, and I cross over by 105th Street, it's extremely dangerous. And so I think having mixed development there would be terrible. I could see a few townhouses maybe, but more than that, with the busy bee, the people are making U-turns. I mean, it's extremely dangerous. And again, the traffic, and until we fix our infrastructure, I'm questioning downtown Miami Shores. I agree with Barry, and Barry wants mixed development, and if they need it, I think we should give it to them. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Bellinson, 9205 Northeast 4th Avenue. Every time I come to one of these meetings, I say to myself, do not speak. And and maybe about a third of the time I do. And it just feels like I'm speaking to you all, to the commissioners, the people who chose to take on this duty to represent us, to keep Miami Shores, not the Gables, not Miami Beach, not Wynwood, but Miami Shores. So I speak to you, 5 of 4 who are here, and say, maybe this is a good plan, but it's not clear to us. We're talking about a 20-to-1 ratio. This is Miami. It's really hard to get people out to do anything. And you've got a lot of people out here doing something, giving up their Tuesday night to be here. There's a reason. If this is a good plan, show it to us. Show it to us. Let us really see it. I understand development. I own retail businesses in the past. I get it, but I don't see it here. I don't see it as a good plan, and I'm asking you four, and Mayor, you too, to vote against this now. You paid a consultant. They'll come back. You'll pay them again. They'll come back and present this plan when it's more clear. Take the collective wisdom. Take the collective wisdom of these people. You guys are smart people, but I think there's some fairly smart people here too. And 20-to-1 of them, 20-to-1, have said, please give us another opportunity to review this. Today is not the day. Thank you.
So for the record, obviously we are past 9 o'clock, and I forgot to ask the council for the consensus to continue to allow for the 2 minutes, but I hope everybody will agree that we should just allow for the 2 minutes to fully. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow. Ditto Andy Bellinson. Mike Carney, 235 Grand Concourse. We, the people, are supposed to tell the government what to do, not the other way around. That seems to be lost to me in this process. So I'll say it again. We the people are reflected here with these little green stickers that we were given on the way in. That's we the people tonight. I agree with Andy. It may be that a plan similar to this is in order, maybe this one in particular. But there are too many people who are asking two vital questions for this to be a yes now. And I know some of you are aligned with the green stickers, and some of you aren't. And the first one is, why don't we know? And the second one is, and I've heard a lot of questions, these are not rhetorical questions. And Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm going to pose it to you. This is not a rhetorical question. I say this lawyer to lawyer. A conflict of interest is expressed when there is a complete absence of understanding of your role in this entire thing. There's an appearance of impropriety. It's been expressed. I'm not alone. I'm reiterating it. I'm bringing it back up now. These are not rhetorical questions. We, the people, tell the government what to do, and the government is our steward. And when we have questions about whether the folks that we elected, and you guys are all smart, good, professional people, we know that. We voted for you. And things change, and people have priorities and things and motives, and we want to know. And we haven't heard it yet. Why? Maria asked it right out of the box. Ms. McGinnis, she's been addressed by name by the council, so I will too. With this appearance of impropriety that has been expressed over and over tonight, how is it that you can satisfy the folks with these green
Finish the sentence,
stickers
please.
that
Time's
you
up.
should appropriately vote on this issue?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Paul Majoros, 398 Northeast 100th Street. I have the Miami Shores Village newsletter. That is an official, comes out of the Village Hall. Village officers lend support to Hurricane Ian relief efforts because we didn't think you were awesome enough. Village manager elected president of MDCCMA. Congratulations, sir. Swearing in and promotions of new officers. The awesomeness grows. Miami Shores receives Catalyst Grant check. Well, that's pretty cool, whatever that is. Miami Shores celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. That sounds like fun. My beautiful wife's Puerto Rican. That happens every day for me. Oh, here, this must be it. Mayor Harris speaks, nope, Mayor Harris speaks on flood mitigation. Okay, that's important, as we just found out. Know your flood zone, also important. Glowing back to school at Miami Shores Elementary. That's sweet. Miami Shores resident author reads at Brockway Memorial Library. We can all agree children reading is important. Miami Shores 90th anniversary bash. Save the date. It's a 90th, it's kind of ironic given the conversation tonight, but it's the 90th anniversary of Miami Shores with a spectacular celebration. This one I'm going to read because I think it's important. Library, October events, toddler time, October 18th, today. The topic, it's okay to be different. Come enjoy this special fun and interactive toddler time, a story time, at the library presented by Miami Theater Center. This program is for toddlers 0 to 4 years old and their families, friends, and caregivers. Please contact XYZ if you'd like to register. Then we have the Village Council actions of last month. That's good. Oh, the calendar. And right here, council meeting, comp plan, first reading. This must be it. No, I'm sorry, that's the word search for the kids. And then on the last page,
Thank you.
The
Thank you.
Sunday
Your time
market
is
back,
up.
which is fantastic. So I think you get my point.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments in the room before we go to the Zoom comments, if there are any? Any other public comments in the room?
Dennis Leba, 69 Northeast 102nd Street. I don't have any social media except Nextdoor, and there was a post made referencing Councilwoman Birch, and when she ran for office and lost for mayor, she had a tagline that said, "Go ask Alice. Social media is full of lies." So I sent her an email, "Go ask Alice," and she responded. We are just correcting the older plan, 2018. We need more time for property owners' input before making these density decisions. We need to end the moratorium, turn in the corrections with the fewest changes, and move on, allowing the small-scale amendment option to work. That means your planning and zoning board will carefully review new developments and changes. They can ask for modifications with your input. The next full plan is due to the state on July 2023. This will give us more data about what we can tolerate as a village. We don't need to make extra changes now. Thank you, Councilwoman Birch.
And a last call for any public comments in the room. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment in the room and see if there's any items, any persons wishing to speak on Zoom.
For those of you attending the meeting via Zoom, there are 89 attendees, just for the record. If you're interested in providing public comments, this is your opportunity to do so. You have 2 minutes. Please express your interest by using the raise your hand feature. First speaker is Colin Worth. Colin, you're live.
Good evening. I'm Colin Worth, 79 Northwest 92nd Street. Through the Vice Chair, on item 7A, I respectfully request the further analysis be performed prior to issuing any land use modifications. The increase in density and intensity is out of scale with the context of the community. The village should undertake an urban planning study to show how the changes will impact the character of the areas to be changed. This should include review of current zoning code as it applies to the overhaul of land use and intensity and uses in downtown, and should review parking standards that don't seem to account for the mixed-use nature and may lead to overflow parking of residential streets. This should include public input and identify an aesthetics guide to have some sort of unifying theme throughout the downtown. The traffic impacts don't seem to be adequately consider the impacts of quality of life resulting from the new cut-through traffic on local residential streets as drivers seek alternate from the failing level of service F Biscayne Boulevard and the low D level of service of all other arterials and collectors. Development in downtown should be limited in scale and height. The downtown should be capped at 3 stories or 36 units an acre. Should the commission choose to move forward with the changes as is, I hope there are concessions made up front to account for the implementation of traffic calming on local streets following the Miami Shores traffic calming study. Additionally, recreational open space should be provided to adequately account for the new residents, including playgrounds in downtown and a dog park for the new furry residents. And lastly, I'm concerned that changes in the land use amendment will lead to immediate eviction of a lot of businesses that we love and support in downtown. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy Shore.
Yes, hello. Kathy Shore, 250 Northwest 112th Terrace. Speaking for all the neighbors on my street who I spoke with last Sunday, and for Northwest 2nd Avenue from 103rd Street to 112th Terrace. None of us knew anything about these plans. We are in the immediate area, and it does seem that a lot of residents of the Shores will use us for the scapegoats for this plan. It's okay to do it at Barry. It's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay for us. We live there. We don't want it. And the elephant in the room, no one has spoken about Lennar and Barry's pre-agreement about what they're going to do with that parking field. So I would love for someone to address that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Samantha T. Samantha, you're live. Next speaker is Nick Berry. Mr. Berry, you're live. This concludes Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Last call on the Zoom comments, if you're listening. Seeing none, the Zoom public comments are closed. Madam Clerk, I think we have a couple e-comments, one of which has already been read into the record by another resident.
Right, so you have additional e-comments that have not been read, item specific. First one is, excuse me. This is Daniel Zuniga. There's no positive net benefit to the current residents of Miami Shores. Linda Zavertink. My husband and I moved to Miami Shores Village in 1976. Although we had looked in many different areas, the uniqueness of the Shores drew us in. We were not looking for a city, but rather a neighborhood. We raised our 4 children here and have always been grateful for our village. Things change, but not as drastically as this plan suggests. Next speaker is Kathleen Charles. I have lived in Miami Shores for over 40 years. I support improvements, change, and development in a responsible and logical manner. When looking at the proposed plan, it is evident using common sense the impacts that may result from maximum build-out have not been thought through very well, or have they? Who benefits from this? The amended proposal is going to forever change this village. As mentioned by other residents, it not only proposes to add density in some areas, it is setting precedent for future density in other places. It is weakening the language that protects the residents, our quality of life, and lifetimes of financial investments in our property. Don't be reckless. Pause and listen to the community plan for the future in a responsible, collaborative way. I'm opposed to item 7, amending the village comprehensive plan by amending the future land use element and future land use map. Thank you. Next speaker is David Gerhardt. I have lived in Miami Shores since 1969. My 2 children were born and raised in our village beautiful. I strongly oppose the amendments to the village's comprehensive plan because it will vastly increase the population by nearly 80% and significantly increase the density. If I wanted to live in an overpopulated area with high rises all over the place, I would have moved to Brickell. Without exception, everyone I talked to is opposed to these amendments, and quite a few are very upset with them. The proposed changes will drastically alter the charm and character of Miami Shores. I urge the council members to vote no. Next speaker is Carly Gonzalez. I oppose this plan. Next speaker is Beth Dunlop. This plan is hastily wrought, not well thought out, and opens the floodgates to bad development in Miami Shores. As a longtime architecture critic, author, and editor, I have closely observed the consequences when municipalities make grave mistakes. Miami Shores is making a mistake here. This plan should not be rushed. It should be carefully crafted with an eye to a resilient and flourishing future, and it should be done hand in hand with careful planning and zoning and imaginative visioning and urban design. They're all of a piece. The plan should reflect what the community wants for itself, a future that embraces our community's philosophy and aspirations and not what developers desire. I fear that the projects and profits of developers are taking precedence over the needs and hopes and dreams of residents and the realities of infrastructure and public services. Miami Shores should not be engaging in developer-driven zoning. The village should determine on its own what its aspirations are. The plan does not do that. It's an outdated one-size-fits-all planning, which we know doesn't work. Our towns and cities are complex organisms and not to be planned with a blob or color on a map. There's a large body of knowledge about works in neighborhood planning and what doesn't. The digital tools available to envision the physical impact of development are excellent. Some of the best town planning firms in the country call Miami home and would be ideal for the shores. The Berry site can become a model walkable and bikeable neighborhood with green space and, importantly, tree cover. The units per acre and height limits are too high, and the problems will not be resolved with the after tree cover. The units per acre and height limits are too high, and the problems will not be resolved with the after the fact zoning. As Lady Macbeth said, what's done cannot be undone. I'm all in favor of re-envisioning the downtown, but not like this, which is recipe for disaster. Again, the density height limits are too high. We need a plan, a vision, design guidelines, and some sophisticated thinking. Please hold off on approving the plan until the real thinking, the visioning, the planning, the urban design is at least underway. The next plan is due next May, mere months away, and that's enough time to develop a conscientious and creative approach to the future of Miami Shores. Let's do it right for all of us. Next speaker is Eloy Paredes. I oppose this plan that has not been consulted entirely with the residents, that will disrupt our lives in MSV. Adding density to it will only increment traffic and chaos. Miami Shores is a jewel that should remain as it is. Next speaker is Gerald Nicholson, and I've lived in Miami Shores since the 40s. The plan for these apartment buildings will have such a negative impact on our wonderful, diverse community that will never be able to be reversed. Next speaker is Leslie Klein. I oppose the comprehensive plan. Next speaker is Bob de la Fuente. Please note my support for the amendment to the comprehensive plan. This is an essential item for the village, and I commend the council and staff for cleaning up the issue. Next speaker is Jessica Pluhar. Speeding on the west side of Miami Shores is still a concern, particularly on North Miami Avenue. If you are thinking about developing on the west side, we want to see more of a concerted effort by the Miami Shores Village Manager, the mayor, and council members to work together with the county to deal with the ongoing problem before having our support for development. For example, adding more traffic circles along North Miami Avenue to slow traffic. Thank you for your time. Next speaker is Beverly Markowitz. I'm all in for change when it's for the greater good. I favor a referendum rather than a vote by 5 individuals whose motives may or may not be more self-serving than for the greater good. The 105th Street lot should remain with the current zoning because, among other things, B2 is too great an environmental unknown risk. I support 2nd Avenue building height limits and no zero high-density development. The proposed downtown changes will irrevocably affect our quality of life for the worse, and the quiet, healthy, positive bedroom community life we currently enjoy will no longer exist. The most benefit will be gained by developers who love lucrative high-density projects. Council members who are for these changes are more interested in converting MSV to a bustling, modern, hip, noisy, environmentally compromised, big city vibe community, which Miami Shores was never meant to be. It is not who we are. Next speaker is Melissa Mazzatelli. It is clear that the future land use map must be corrected, but the amendments proposed at the last council meeting include changes that could increase the density of our village to a point that would necessarily change the character of our town. Miami Shores has the feel of a small town, but its proximity to Miami provides us with the benefits of living in a major metropolitan area. The bonus density downtown would be transformative in a way that would both detract from that charm and require upgrades to infrastructure to handle the additional residents. traffic, municipal department staffing, rec center. Our village has only just begun to convert from septic to sewer, with the overwhelming majority of homes remaining on septic. With the speed at which developers move, has any consideration been given to the impact of higher density development on existing homeowners' transition to sewer? I've heard that a developer is already under contract for the Berry site, so that change could happen fairly soon. I'm also opposed to changing the designation for the 105th and Biscayne site. There wasn't much discussion before the change was made, which I find disappointing. The site serves as a buffer zone for the Shores Estates area, as well as for the canal, the dog park, aquatic center, and golf course. There is a gate that directly accesses the Shores Estates from the site, so changing the designation would directly affect the neighborhood and the areas around it. The residents in that area have expressed concerns about crime, pollution, and other nuisances, so steps should be taken to protect the quality of life as well. Please consider what you're proposing and the reasons for doing so. A vibrant downtown should not come ahead of the characteristics that brought many of us to this village to begin with. Next speaker is Matthew Jevsevar. I first heard of the council's project to fix scrivener errors in early 2022. As the months went by and I heard nothing more, I assumed the council had corrected the errors and moved on. I thought fixing errors in the comprehensive plan makes sense and will protect the community in which my wife and I choose to purchase our first home. Fast forward to October 22, after months of hearing nothing from the council, by mail, email, or other means, I opened my door to our neighborhood. The neighborhood proceeds to explain that council's efforts to fix scrivener's errors has evidently transformed into an effort to rezone large portions of Miami Shores. To put it bluntly, this exercise has come from one of correcting inconsistencies to one of changing features. My family explicitly chose to live in Miami Shores because of its low density, low levels of traffic, and general quiet and safe feel. The proposed amendments would serve to change these features. Miami Shores does not have a revenue issue. Property prices are up to 30 to 40% over the past year alone. If the council believes its current revenue is insufficient, I invite you to describe exactly what we as a community have been unable to fund. I thank my neighbors and fellow Miami Shores residents for their dedication to our community and would ask this council to act with the same dedication. Regardless of the intent, this process has been rushed, opaque, and dubious at best. The residents of Miami Shores deserve a vote on all major proposed zoning changes, but these changes to a referendum. Start working for and with us, not around us. Next speaker is Garrett Schaefer. I strongly oppose the proposed changes to MSV's future use plans in Flume. There are extremely broad changes in the wording that would ultimately allow for drastically changing both the look and feel of MSV. This is especially ill-timed as property values in MSV are on the rise, and the allowed proliferation of multi-family homes with a higher density allowance, the ability to open up streets that have been previously closed, and the lack of protection in certain aspects for preventing taller structures are just some of the items proposed that will not bode well for the future of our beautiful and valuable village. Next speaker is James Hurley. The proposed amendments do not benefit the vast majority of Miami Shores residents. The shores remain an extremely desirable place to live. This is reflected in the number of new homeowners, increased property values, and investment into current residences. The proposed amendments will only increase strain on infrastructure, police, and public works, and add traffic to our overcrowded streets. 2nd Avenue to a two-lane road is already busy with traffic backing up and left turns difficult. It cannot accommodate increased volume, which would necessarily result from the higher density occupancy necessary to make a mixed-use development financially successful. Structures as tall as 4 stories in that area are not compatible with the available streets and traffic patterns. The result would be that instead of attracting potential customers to the area, many will avoid the area because of the increased traffic. Likewise, Biscayne Boulevard is already stop and go from 103rd to 125th, even on weekends. Higher density would also require added police station attention. It is a simple mathematical statement. The result would be either a redirection of police assets from the residential areas or a significant increase in officers at a substantial cost. To the contrary, the only persons who stand to truly benefit from the proposed changes are a few landowners and those professionals working in the land development business. Of course, any council member who falls within this category should recuse themselves from the vote, as it creates at least an apparent conflict of interest. The Shores has been a thriving community. While additional businesses along the downtown area could provide a benefit, it should not be at the cost of what has made Miami Shores a desirable home for so many new residents who have recently moved here, as well as residents for whom the Shores has been a lifetime home. The proposed amendments permitting increased density do not provide either an immediate or future benefit to residents and should not be included in the final comprehensive plan. Next speaker is Dana Sherman. I oppose this ordinance. There's no way we can support this increase in residents. Next speaker is Tuyen Tu. I'm opposed to the changes in the comp plan because I believe that these changes are not meant for the community rather than they're meant to accommodate the deal between Barrie and Lennar. I don't think that's a great way to make decisions for the village. This isn't the first time within the year that a big corporation was favored over the residents by this council. The same thing happened last year, which brought us here today, the 105th Street lot gas station proposal, and we should have learned from that because against the will of the community, 3 out of 5 of you went ahead and made a conscious vote to change the zoning and accommodate the sale of the land. And none of you who voted yes took accountability when you realized that you made a vote knowing you didn't have all the correct facts. So now you're telling us that you're creating the parameters for the village and that we need to trust that you'll make the best decision for the community because you're going to listen to us, right? But you didn't seem to care what the community thought with the gas station. We had valid concerns like safety for our children, killing manatees, flooding issues, which would lead to toxic chemicals in our yards, yet you still went ahead and voted yes against us. Are we opposed to now trust you'll take the community into, are we supposed to now trust you'll take the community into consideration on bigger plans? Alan Sherman. I adamantly oppose this ordinance. Next speaker, Juan Hoyos. I oppose the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan Flume. Thank you. She already spoke. Melissa Latus. I reside at 120 Northeast 91st Street, Miami Shores. I have been a Shores resident for 29 years. I oppose the proposed change to the village comprehensive plan. Specifically, I oppose the proposed changes of land use designation to include duplexes and an increase in other multifamily units. Policy 1.1 of the Exhibit A. Miami Shores Village, Florida 2025 comprehensive plan states that the village is an established community that is nearing build-out. There's no reason to increase the density of Miami Shores merely because the community is nearing build-out. The community was created as a neighborhood with detached single-family dwellings. My family and I have chosen to live in this community with beautiful green spaces, an expansive tree canopy, and quiet streets. Increased density would lead to increased traffic and congestion and will tax the natural resources of the village with requirements for additional parking and additional car exhaust. I also oppose the building height of up to 4 stories in downtown Miami Shores and up to 5 stories in the mixed-use neighborhood sub-designation. The proposed plan would not benefit current residents of Miami Shores. Bonnie Bennett. I could have sworn I read that already, Bonnie. Okay.
She submitted 3 comments total.
Okay. Dorothy Campbell. I have been a resident for 29 years. I believe they need to take another look at the comprehensive plan and modify it to a smaller scale when it comes to the residential building. I'm a believer of progress for our neighborhood. However, I feel that we should do it at a smaller scale, a scale that will not put a huge impact on our current residents with traffic and parking. My other concern is the environmental impact that this plan will have on our neighborhood. We need the village to be connected to the sewer system and not on septic tanks. The leaching of the tanks is slowly killing our Biscayne Bay. Also, a gas station close to Biscayne Canal is detrimental to the bay. Next speaker is Daniel Fickett. It's time to move Miami Shores into the 21st century. As a 24-year homeowner and full-time resident of MSV, I support the ethos of the lifestyle here, but think it's time to broaden the tax base, diversity, and worldview of the small town in the middle of a huge metropolis. Respectfully submitted. He already spoke. Maria Celestino. I oppose this because it will change the quiet nature of our neighborhood, increase traffic, and will bring no real benefit to residents. Next speaker is Jacqueline Cartier. We don't need additional traffic problems. Next speaker, Mariana Ureta. I strongly oppose this proposed measure and the way it is intended to be passed. A change this dramatic should be, at the very least, put to a vote in an open election and not decided by 5 individuals who might or might not have a personal agenda. Miami Shores is a green, peaceful gem within Miami, close to the city, the beach, easy access to the highway. All you need is just a short drive or a walk away. The proposal will dramatically change that by increasing the density of residents, increasing the ratio of renters versus owners, increasing traffic from neighboring cities to the shores. Forget about getting on I-95 in less than 10 minutes. It will be more like 30 to 40 minutes like Aventura, where I used to live. More condos bring the opportunity for more illegal Airbnbs, more renters who are not committed to our city, lack of privacy for surrounding homes. More commercial units will bring more parking issues, lack of cleanliness and traffic. As it is, the city is not helping current residents that have issues with commercial businesses, like my neighbor who has people parking on his lawn every day while visiting the doctor's office just across his home. Many of our current stores and restaurants are empty or look like an eyesore, like the dollar stores across from Publix. Instead of fixing what we have, we are trying to bring more stores that potentially might be empty for years. I can't be present tonight, but I hope this comment is taken into consideration along with the opinion of the hundreds of people that will most likely attend this meeting. A few months ago, people were worried about a kayak launch. This is nothing in comparison to the issues that a plan like the one proposed can have. The character of the city and our way of living will change if this proposal is approved. Unfortunately, with the high real estate prices and mortgage rates, many people will be stuck living with the consequences of this decision. I urge the board to vote against the plan. Next speaker is Carlina Ronte. What makes Miami Shores one of the most desirable upscale community in Dade County is how tranquil and hidden it is in the middle of Miami's main attraction, quiet streets for kids to play safely, where families feel cozy and can call it home for many generations. We, the residents, should have the right to vote regarding this. We love tranquil Miami Shores. Next speaker is Gwen Davies. The proposed expansion of the village's population may be good for the tax base, but it does not enhance quality of life for the current residents. The whole point of MSV is that it is an oasis of relative tranquility in a very busy environment, and the huge expansion in population that these proposals would envision and will have significant and detrimental impacts, not least in the dramatic upsurge in traffic on streets that are already struggling to cope at peak times. People moved to MSV, in my case, 18 years ago because of its current character. Council members were not elected to pursue their own agendas, but to represent the residents and to preserve the present advantages of our neighborhood. Next speaker is Fabiano Silveira Aguilar. My wife and I have been inundated with calls and messages from neighbors all across Miami Shores opposing the rezoning proposal currently in discussion and going for a vote later today. The concern is lack of information on the project and impact to the village, plans, amount of new residents, traffic safety services, capacity, among many other concerns raised. While we are taking a serious opposing stance against the project, we also expect this council to follow procedure and share with us what are the plans, why we have the impression it was dealt with in a non-transparent way, in a previous meeting communications, how many people will be expected to move into town, and what is the impact study, pros and cons on what could happen to life in the village as we know it. We will be participating in the hearing, but it will be more productive if we had most of the information beforehand for discussion prior to vote. It is my opinion that there's very high probability that this vote will be legally contested if it passes. Therefore, I urge the council to be as open and transparent as possible to who is benefiting from the changes and what are the conflicts, interests inside the village administration. Next speaker is Ann Menes. I am opposed to the plan the way it is written now. Too much is being pushed through without a full explanation of what it will cost the residents, not just a financial cost, but also a cost of the quality of living. I live right next to Northeast 2nd Avenue. I am concerned about traffic and parking with the increase of residential properties, retail, and restaurants. I support the restaurants and retail, but I am not in favor of building over the 3-story. I am also concerned about the cost of the increase in services that will take to maintain the growth. It will call for a major increase in police, public works, and other services. I have not heard this addressed for any of the changes and increases that are being proposed in the plan in the different parts of the shores. I do not understand why so much is being pushed through so fast. For these reasons and more, I am opposed to the comprehensive plan that is presently being voted on. Next speaker is Hermans Norgelis. Address is 78 Northwest 110th Street. Changes would directly affect me in traffic at North Miami Avenue and Northwest 2nd are terrible during morning and afternoon rush hours. Linda Menes. I live in Miami Shores and raise my children here because I value the family-oriented village that we have. The updated comprehensive plan would change that. With the proposed multifamily sites, along with up to 4 to 5 stories, height allowances, the population could potentially be increased by thousands. Miami Shores would no longer be the hidden gem that we are often called. It would become just another overcrowded, traffic-congested city. Also, even though the proposed plan only adds density to the designated areas now, it sets a precedent for density in other areas in the future. This is why I strongly oppose the proposed comprehensive plan. The next speaker is Nora Olaso. I don't trust this plan as is would be good for Miami Shores or its people. Large changes to our character should be a vote by the community, not just the board. Also, I feel the plan has been handled communications-wise as if this was a much smaller issue. Bye. I'm very upset about that. I plan to be there tomorrow. Next speaker is Nicholas Farrell. A constructive proposal to benefit the community. This will continue the sustainable, developed, and inclusive environment which we all enjoy. Next speaker is Stuart Cameron. It is time to bring a proper village feel to downtown Miami Shores. The place lacks life and vibrancy. This can be changed by reestablishing our main street as a hive of community and economic activity. Kathy Shore already spoke. Charles Martin Menace. I'm not in favor of the plan as written. I am in favor of waiting until after the elections. This would allow candidates to give their opinion on the plan and the residents the chance to vote for candidates who support their views. Next speaker is Bonnie O'Meara. Thank you so much to staff and village officials for the thoughtful approach to addressing the strategic plan issues. I love the restriction of auto-related businesses and the maximum height for the downtown shores. I recognize I am not within the immediate affected residential area and appreciate the concerns raised by residents within a few blocks of downtown related to traffic, noise, etc. Their voices should be heard and weighted in much the same way that the Eastern Shores residents were heard during the Seawall Kayak Lounge proposal. Those closest feel the effects most. That said, with reasonable guardrails, we must adapt and evolve as a village to maintain and improve our quality of life. While I would have liked to see some restrictions on offices like medical, law, etc., being second floor, only to allow for more retail and hospitality restaurant establishments, this looks to be a decent compromise for density, traffic, etc. I'm also looking forward to walking to more shops and eating establishments and happy to walk upstairs to my local downtown dentist. With the best of intentions to all, thanks so much for taking this on, and here's hoping we all remember we are neighbors and all care deeply about our little village and each other. Marilyn Charles already spoke. I read a Marilyn Charles comment into the record.
If you just go ahead and read it, just
Okay.
in case there's any controversy, make sure it gets read.
So noted. My understanding was they were supposed to be fixing the comprehensive plan. Can you focus on fixing the plan and listen to the residents to slow down, look at the impacts that could result from maximum build-out? We deserve answers. This will forever change the charm and landscape of Miami Shores. Thank you. Fabiano Silveira Aguilar already commented. Matt commented. Bonnie, these are duplicates. Carlina Ronte, duplicate. And then there's one here from Charles Humphreys and Dick Dorenzo. Hi, I need to I think this is the one that Councilmember Birchue sent me to be included as part of the e-comments. Okay, there are some personal comments in the beginning of it. I do have some thoughts you might want to bring up yourselves. Traffic in the village is out of control with little or no police presence to slow speeders. North Miami Avenue from 104th North is parking lot at times. What plans are being made to deal with additional cars if the proposed housing goes through? There is no western access or egress from the proposed housing behind Barry University without coming out onto North Miami Avenue. How many children are expected to be among the proposed homes? Are we prepared for schooling for them? Do we need to expand the schools? If we are to allow increased building height downtown, where will the needed parking come from? For the envisioned tenants, how many additional police and sanitary workers will be needed to cover the added number of new households projected? Much open space will be a part of the plan, or we will have a mini midtown there. I will try to get there, but unsure of timing. This concludes e-comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Water.
I missed a couple in the middle. Can you read them again, please? So that concludes e-comments. I had a request from council to take a 5-minute recess after that before we begin discussion. It's a 5-minute recess.
Hi, thank you so much. Did you include your name? I'll, I'll go back to see. I went through the ones that didn't have the names just to make sure, but I'll go, now that we're on recess, I can, sorry.
but we're just getting started. Do we seek out our village manager? He's good. Somebody can let him know we've reconvened. Okay, so we've just concluded all of the public comments, both in person, online, and e-comments relating to item 7A, ordinance on first reading relating to the amendment to the comprehensive plan. I will open it up to council member discussion. Councilmember Birch, please.
Okay, I'd be glad to go first. I really have to make this opening statement that I am amazed and thrilled that all of you made the incredible effort to come here tonight. But more than that, I want to thank the people who are sort of behind the scenes. And I've done this myself a few times, so I know it's very difficult. The petition circulators and the people behind that effort. I really, really appreciate you. And, you know, there's a silver lining to this. Because as you go door to door in your neighborhood, you make this village stronger. And you made this gathering happen tonight. And I'm convinced, because I have experience here, I'm coming up to my 49th anniversary of living in Miami Shores. And that experience tells me that you have improved your village just by being incredibly interested. So I want to thank you so much for that. I have some points, Vice Mayor, Chair, that I would like to say that we've come so far and heard so much that here are the thoughts that I put together. I would prefer for us to be able to come to compromise rather than table, but I'm willing to table if we cannot. So my proposal is this. I would like to end the moratorium and move on to the next comprehensive plan, which is due in July 2023, which it seems to me is just around the corner and a lot of work to do. So if number one, we take the amendment and remove the densities from downtown, keeping the floor area ratios. We remove the floor heights from downtown. Currently, 3 stories are allowed. Also, attempt to add for downtown the vested rights for 9705 Northeast 2nd Avenue, which staff has told me is possible. That is the building that has 10 residential units on top, so it is non-conforming. Number 3, remove densities and floor height for the mixed-use neighborhood near Barry. Currently, 3 stories are allowed. Staff has advised me in my pre-agenda meeting that it is possible to add a cap of units to the acreage. If that is a possibility and would pass on, after we would pass this on first reading, we could come up with a cap that would be admittedly minor for the amount of acres there are, somewhere between 22 and 24. And if we could put a number of dwelling units per acre there that exists now in Miami Shores, which according to line 281 is the maximum is 10 dwelling units per acre. So if we put 10 dwelling units per acre in there as a cap, then you come up with a really, for the amount of acreage it is, you come up with a very small amount. It would be a way for Barry University to move ahead with the process, which is also very long. And if we continue the moratorium, it would be even longer. It would give them a way to open the door, say, no, this is not a secret. It really never has been, but it just hasn't been out there. To open the door and show what they would be willing to do. If we do that step, we are not locking Barry out while we and we are ending the onus on us to correct the inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan as we know it. The current comprehensive plan, we cannot go forward and do meaningful work on the next one until we solve this. So my feeling is that part about Barry, remove the densities in the floor plan for the mixed-use neighborhood near Barry, add a cap of units to their acreage. And then number 4, return the multifamily residential zoning to 10500 Biscayne Boulevard. Work feverishly as part of that on the zoning code so that it is developed with resident input in time for the comprehensive plan due in July 2023. This will help develop trust that the Constitution-like comprehensive plan will be backed up by the updated zoning code. The zoning code needs to be updated to make the comprehensive plan match. But the Constitution-like area under Florida statute for the comprehensive plan really means that we need to correct some things in our zoning code. And for me, it's always been an issue of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. When you put things in the comprehensive plan, you are held by it as a city. You can be sued for not complying with a developer that comes along. Rather, we should be able to go forward with these corrections, and people will be aware through our planning and zoning board, who will take up these zoning issues concomitantly with us forming the new comprehensive plan. One of my last, I want to talk about two other things. Parking lots as buffers, which our consultant did not recommend. But parking lots as buffers are important to people. The people near 2nd Avenue have pointed it out time and again, that what if those which are form government and institutional, what if we decide to do something else with their buffer of their parking lot from the 2nd Avenue business district? So my last thing is on the concurrency that we've worked on so far, which is not, as the consultant said, not complete. But one of the things that's in there is we as a village intend, your leadership here intends to do a Parks Master Plan. Heaven help us if that Parks Master Plan is saying that you have enough park space because you have a golf course. Okay, and then that is what is now being reflected. So I think we need to get that Parks Master Plan completed as well, so that we have for the next plan that's coming, completed in 2023, is informed by this information. So that is what I would like to see in lieu of a tabling, but I'm of course wide open to my colleagues.
Through the chair.
Councilman Wagner.
Councilman Birch, I was wondering if you could, for my benefit, I wasn't writing fast enough, can you give me what you would like to see one by one, just so that I can make sure I'm clear on what you're asking?
Number 1, remove densities for downtown, keeping the floor area ratios. Number 2, remove floor heights from downtown. Currently 3 stories are allowed. Attempt to add vested rights for 9705 Northeast 2nd Avenue. Number 3, remove densities and floor height for the mixed-use neighborhood near Barry. Currently 3 stories are allowed. Add a cap of, I put 352 units to the acreage. That comes out to 16 dwelling units per acre. Invite Barry's representatives to go through the planning and zoning application by removing the moratorium once this comprehensive plan amendment is submitted. Then neighbors and all of us will know more about their plan. Number 4, return the multifamily residential zoning to 10500 Biscayne Boulevard as recommended by our consultants. And in companionship with that and all of it, work feverishly on the zoning code so that it is developed with resident input in time for the next comprehensive plan. Add parking lots as buffers that are, because we don't have any parking zoning at this time, so, and it was not recommended, but I think we need it. And expect a parks master plan that will not see a golf course as part of the allocation of green space.
Just for my clarification, is it okay? Councilman Birch, I had on here the first time you said 10 dwelling units per acre. Or
I did, and that was in my notes, but I'm thinking 10 is if we're just doing a basic density, 10 is the maximum for single-family home now, as we're going to submit, because I had talked about in the section where it says single-family home densities, we had between 2.5 and 10 dwelling units per acre. So if we take this big wide space that has nothing on it and at least allow it 10 units per acre, then we're giving them a start.
no, I actually just wanted clarification because the second time you read, you
I
said
know,
16.
the second time when I was writing my notes, I was thinking about something else. And I'll tell you what the something else is, because I've longed to tell you about this. In 2006, there was a trailer park that contained 6 acres that was demolished. And it is on 90th Street, just east of Biscayne Boulevard and south of the TD Bank, okay? And it is called the Preserve. So at the time, I was part of a homeowners association, and they asked us, can you help us with some of your dues money? We want to hire an attorney because we're concerned that the developer wanted to put 500 units on that 6 acres. So these attorneys talked to each other, the developer attorney and the one hired by the homeowners and the community council, you know, those are from Miami-Dade County, and they settled on this option. They said, we will lower the density. Today, it's 98 units, and that's 6 acres. We will lower the density if we can pre-sell all the units. And they did. And today, those units have all gone up in value. There's one way in and one way out, or I think 2 ways in and out of that section at the Preserve. These are nice townhomes that are a benefit to that area, which is outside Miami Shores. But it taught me something. That experience taught me something, and that is that you might go into this thinking you must have this much density, but everything is negotiable. Only if you build it into your comprehensive plan. Then downzoning becomes very difficult. And I think that's what we were hearing from people today. They don't want to go that high if they don't have to. And we don't have to.
Through the chair. I apologize in advance. I cannot hear myself talk because my ears are clogged. So if you can't hear me, just let me know. But I'm going to start with some process questions that I'd like to address to the city attorney. Tons of notes. So before I can opine on what you're proposing, I just have a few questions first. Madam Attorney, with regard to process, I've been listening and hearing about the flaw in our process. So my question to you is going to be threefold. In terms of our process with regard to notice, are we compliant, in your professional opinion? Okay. In terms of our process with regard to procedure, as it relates to the Florida statutes and the rules, are we compliant? And I realize that the state legislature has several different bodies for us to look at of language. Mm-hmm. some apply and some don't. So I'm just looking for clarification from you with regard to process. And if you could answer those questions for me, that'd be great.
Sure, and just to clarify a little bit, because there's two attorneys, and you've seen both of us at, the council meetings, and Shanae has always been at the planning and zoning meetings. But on this particular project, we've both worked hand in hand. She's been the primary in terms of the drafting of the legislation, but in terms of the process, in terms of this moving forward, reviewing the comments, we've worked together. We've also reviewed these items with senior members in our firm that are experts in land use. I think between the two of us, we've probably advised on 20 to 30 comprehensive plan amendments in the last 5 years in Miami-Dade County. So we're very familiar with the process. We're very familiar with legislative intent. We're also very familiar with the Florida statutes in terms of the requirements for notice and public hearing. So there's 2 public hearing requirements, and there's also a public hearing requirement for the LPA, the local planning agency, which is the Planning and Zoning Board, Miami Shores Village. So yes, we have complied with all of the and then some with all the public hearing requirements. And we have also complied with the notices. We've worked closely with staff to review the notices for compliance with the statute.
There was another.
Excuse me, Councilmember Wagner. You may not hear, but there's some people that are yelling out. We have sat for 5 hours. We have sat for 5 hours listening to you talk. Many of you have personally attacked me, and I sat there and I looked you in the eye and did not say a word. You can have the respect to let our council members and our village attorneys respond to the questions, because we're not going to take 5 hours, and you had 5 hours collectively. Be respectful, please. Thank you.
So
And I'll ask the officers at this point, because we are in council discussion, to start removing people that cannot keep themselves quiet. I don't know what else to do at this point. Thank you. Please proceed, Councilmember Wagner. I apologize.
There was another gentleman that spoke during public comment that talked about 10-day notice, a 10-day notice period. And I just want to, because he brought that up, I'd like to address that. What did we fall within this 10-day notice period that he was speaking of? And is it applicable to our process?
Yeah, so the noticing requirement, it's a window that you need to have the notice advertised. And we have met those requirements for every hearing. There is not a requirement that the full text of every document be available, and I think that's what was implied. But the full text of the documents have been available for several weeks now. So there's always changes that happen, and this is, of course, first reading still. So once we get the comments back, there may be additional changes, so there may be some additional text changes, and that'll happen before the second hearing. So even though we've had several hearings, there will be, if this moves forward on first reading, another hearing that's going to be noticed well in advance with any text changes that come as a result of any comments from any state reviewing agencies. And those text amendments will also be posted online.
Okay, I do have some language proposal here with regard to buffering, but I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues. I have one other question, though. I'll hold my question off until I hear from the rest of my let me ask this third question. I'm sorry. Is it possible? Are we able to bifurcate the moratorium from completing and fixing this comprehensive plan, as it were, or moving forward with the comprehensive plan and bifurcating the moratorium? Do they go concurrently, or can they be separated?
You're saying, can we end the moratorium and not change the comprehensive plan? No. No, I believe that we've got conflicts, right? There's too much. I think the issue is the single-family homes that's in the language, so that would, the impact on the single-family homes, it wouldn't be able to do anything. So we need to move forward on some, in order to lift the moratorium, notwithstanding we just agreed that it was the second reading, so we just voted on that it'll be contingent on 6 months or fixing the language in the comprehensive plan, but we would need to make those corrections in order for the single-family homeowners to be able to be out of that moratorium.
My concern here is this. I hear the neighbors. I speak to the neighbors as much as I possibly can. I hear what they're saying. And there is a legitimate concern, I think, about what information, what proper information, not misinformation, has gotten into this community. Because perhaps, as you so eloquently stated, while we've given notice, I'm not sure that everybody felt like it was effective enough or got, that information trickled down to them. So I do have some concerns there. And I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but what I'm hearing is, as someone said to me in the lobby, I don't know if I'm in favor of it or not, because I'm unsure of what's being presented. So I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues. Madam Councilwoman, I'll circle back to you. I'd like to opine a little bit later. Thank you.
But did you say something about buffering?
Yes, I did. I do have some concerns about buffering. The issue with the folks who are off of Northeast 2nd, who have the parking lots now, as it were, as they sit. I do have some suggestions on language changes for that, because I do recognize that when you're sitting behind these parking lots, as they're stated now, it does provide a buffer, because I used to live behind Starbucks. So I appreciate that, and I do want to proffer some language around making sure that that buffer remains for those residents. That is very important. And that makes sense to me. So I do have language that I will proffer with regard to making sure the language in the comprehensive plan allows for proper buffering for those single-family residents that are off of Northeast 2nd. My purpose for that is to preserve the single-family residents in those areas, to make sure that it remains thus around Northeast 2nd. But I'll listen to my colleagues first before I proffer that and see what their thoughts are, and then I'll circle back to your wonderful proposals. Thanks.
So I have also spoken with a number of residents with respect to the parking buffer on downtown, and I think that the parking buffer is absolutely something that should occur, and something that I think was starting to get contemplated. There was a reference to transitions, albeit not as robust as perhaps people might like. I would note that the parking lots currently in downtown are split between two different classifications in the current proposal. One of those classifications is government institutional for those lots that are owned by the village, and the other are privately owned lots. And unless I'm mistaken, I haven't double-checked this, but I think all the privately owned lots also are still zoned parking at this point, or their land use designations parking at this point. But if there's a proposal to provide for the buffering, there are two different classifications currently in our plan that we would need to look towards making modifications to as far as that's concerned. So I just wanted to point that out as that pops into my head. But I can tell you I am also supportive of really what can happen in those parking lots and what ultimately can get developed, if anything, over there. before I actually get into some of my own thoughts on the comprehensive plan and some of the changes, including what Councilmember Birch has proposed, I think that there were a number of commenters that had asked for additional guidance and additional clarifications from Ms. Vargas relating to, for instance, single-family homes. If we go from 2.5 to 10 dwelling units to reflect our as-built environment to allow for all houses to be conforming and not non-conforming, is there a concern, and do we have the language in our proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan to prohibit lot splits and subdivisions? And my recollection is that is in there in the definition of single-family home or single-family residential itself. But let me just take a pause to see if Ms. Vargas can verify that. I know we did talk about this multiple times and making sure that if we do add that density to single-family residential to reflect the built environment and to allow for all houses to be conforming, that we don't allow for 30,000 square foot lots to turn into 3 to 6 houses, right? That's not the intention. So Ms. Vargas, if you would just answer that question first.
Yes, gladly, but disappointingly, and I think it may be due to the multiple iterations of the document. We wrote the language, we had the language, we all agree, the three of us reviewed the language and make sure that it was in there, and maybe through one of these iterations that we've gone through, the language is not in the current, but we will make sure to put it back in because it was written as a result of those comments
And I
at the
think
first
that
meeting.
my recollection is that was always a request of council.
It was.
So that's not really, I don't think that there's any lack of consensus necessarily on that.
We followed through on that. It's just, human error, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Okay. So just to clarify that, but the intention is not to allow for lot splits and subdivisions. That was something that was absolutely discussed.
That is correct.
And so let me just step back, and I don't know that we talked about conforming versus non-conforming. I think we did have a gentleman that raised the issue, but I just think it's important for us all to understand that with non-conforming properties, if a lender understands that a property is non-conforming, if somebody asks for a zoning letter from our planning and zoning director, and that letter says that the property is non-conforming, a lot of lenders, I'm not going to say all, but many lenders, if not most, will refuse to lend. Buyers, if they know that a property is non-conforming, may hesitate to buy. Non-conforming properties in general will have a reduction in property value because of that issue many times. And so the other issue with non-conforming properties is, had Hurricane Ian hit us, any non-conforming properties that were damaged or destroyed were not allowed to be rebuilt. And that's what non-conforming means. And so I have continuously, at every council meeting that we have talked about this, noted how important it is, and this was the most important and most urgent item in front of us, to get our properties conforming. And that means that there are some single-family homes that need to be at 10 dwelling units an acre to be conforming, because they are on lot sizes that are smaller than 7260 or whatever it is at that point. 5,000 square foot or so, I think, is the smallest, perhaps, somewhere around there, which is 9 point something or around 9. So if we want to permit all of our homeowners to be able to rebuild, to not suffer from lending and sales and listing their property, it's important to be conforming. The same issue occurred on the multifamily in 2018 when there was this map swap out that happened that's been discussed. In 2018, the density for multifamily, which used to say 31 units per acre, was dropped inexplicably without any studies or analysis or public input to 6 units per acre. At 6 units per acre, almost all of our multifamily properties, all the condominiums and apartments in the village, became non-conforming also. And so the proposal on the multifamily zone currently in front of us is to take it back to 30 units per acre, not the 31 that existed before the map swap out. It's to take it to 30 units per acre to allow for these conformities for the condominiums and the apartments. There is one property in particular, the Grand Concourse property, the Grand Concourse condo, which is 4 stories high, And that property is built out to 47 units per acre as the density. And I look to Ms. Vargas to correct me immediately if I say something that's incorrect, because I don't intend to make any incorrect statements. So at 47 units an acre, there's that one property. Even at 30 units per acre, that property and everybody that lives at Grand Concourse condo would be non-conforming. I had requested through the council meetings previously that we make sure that we do not leave any homeowner, condo owner behind, and we make sure that everybody gets the conforming status. And so the consultants added what's called vested rights language to allow for that building to be rebuilt should anything happen there, even though it is outside of this density. So I just wanted to take a quick moment to talk about conforming, non-conforming, because in my opinion, that is the single largest issue that faces us as we are still in hurricane season, and we had a close call with Ian, and it could have been really, really disastrous for us. Ms. Vargas, there were a couple other questions, I believe, out of the public commenters. In particular, I think one of the questions related to trips, and what do trips mean? And so when there is one trip, does that mean it's a round trip, or is it one trip out and then it's another trip back? Because round trips would then be half of what is actually shown.
Yes, that is exactly correct. A vehicular trip is a single, one-directional movement of a vehicle from one location to another, from source to destination. So that means that if somebody lives in the village, goes to work elsewhere, and comes back, that's 2 trips. If somebody lives elsewhere, comes here to work, and leaves at the end of the day, that's 2 trips. So in other words, if we have whatever that number was, I'm sorry, I'm
approximately
at the wrong
1,900.
place, but, you know, 2,000 trips, that would be 1,000 round trips.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for my benefit, given that there's maybe between the 2 rooms here approximately, let's say 200 people or less, but let's say 200 people here, how many trips was that for the 200 people to get here today? Total trips.
Single?
Total trips to get home to.
Trips.
I'm assuming everybody's going home.
If there are if there were 200 people, then 400 trips.
So that's 400 trips out of, and we're talking about 2,000 trips
Right.
total being added.
Coming
or so.
from their houses and going back to their houses.
Just wanted to understand that.
Right.
Okay, and then I think there was another comment. I don't remember if it was Ms. Linda Schwartz that had a question for the commenter for you as well.
It was a gentleman who asked us to establish the difference between the previous proposal and this one. We actually did go back and look at that data.
Please.
And I'm also going to, because I think he also asked if we could do the breakdown between residential, non-residential, and I'm going to ask my colleague Alex to address that. But in the previous proposal, there was
sorry if you can clarify, when we say previous proposal, you mean which
the
proposal?
The original ordinance that was reviewed by the LPA that went to first reading and failed.
That was the July 17th or July 19th
that is
version.
Correct. In
for
that
Mr. Weaver's
proposal,
benefit.
based on the number of existing lots, the number of existing multifamily units, and based on the proposal for the mixed-use districts, we had estimated a potential increment of 2,788 units, which at a per household size of 2.99, which is the current, doesn't mean that in the future it's going to be that high. It could be more, but it's likely to be less. Would have been 8,336 people. In the current proposal, the revised proposal, we have an increment of 1,246 units, which at the same ratio would result in 3,725 units. So that's a difference of well over 5,000 units over 20 years. People,
Residents.
Over 20 years.
And just for my own edification on this, because I haven't asked. The first time I heard the 2.99 number was at the informational session that was held at Barrie on September 25th. Yeah. And I think you indicated that number is the Miami-Dade County average?
No, it is the per-person household size given in the census, the 2020 census for Miami Shores.
Okay, and In your experience, if it's 2.99, given the single-family home makeup of the village, would condominiums or apartments typically have the same number of occupants as single-family home on average?
No, not necessarily, but this is a median, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue with the rest of the numbers for Mr. Weaver.
That's okay. Do you want to come up and talk a little bit about
So as part of the concurrency review for each of the districts, we looked at the current number of dwelling units and the square footage of retail. So I'll just start with the downtown district. So currently, there are 10 dwelling units at 9705, and total within all the blocks along 2nd Avenue, the total of retail is 271,000. So the proposed change in density and intensity would have brought that number up to 369, or a delta, a change of 359 units. So within that those numerous blocks, the change in the number of units would be a plus 359. Same thing for
But to clarify,
non-residential.
since the original proposal, which I think was Mr. Weaver's question, that number hadn't changed. That was the
Correct.
same at the July 17th as
Right.
is proposed
There's
now.
always been 10 units there, and it's always been the 359 is what we've been saying all along. So then the delta from the current amount of retail, which is 271,000, the increase at the FAR that we were discussing would take it up to 745,000, almost 746,000, which would be a delta of 474,489. And based on what Sylvia said, the 2.99 persons per household, that would add over almost 1,100 people in that area. And this is the maximum based on our discussion.
I'd like you to be a little bit more clear when you say this is based on the maximum, based on what discussion?
So the initial, our discussion was I'm sorry, 35 units an acre? Up to the bonus, including the maximum, which is including the bonus, if as we were talking about development agreements that gave the village some benefit, if you approve the development at the higher density with the bonus, that will be 35 units an acre.
Yeah.
That's not as of right, that is with them giving the village something in return.
And I think as we're answering the questions, just kind of be cognizant. Some people, this is the first time they're hearing from you guys. They haven't made it to other meetings, so let's just not assume that people, so I think it's important to be clear about when you say maximum. You guys have used that word a couple of times. You've used, this is the maximum. There's another density that, wish I could have pulled up your presentation, sorry. Please explain to us what 359 units looks like. What is the feasibility of that?
Well, we're talking about, 4 blocks or 5 blocks, 2 sides. So it's really not, if you're taking 4 blocks, 2 sides, dividing that by 8 is 45 units, I believe, per block. So, and it's all about form. And we were talking about heights and number of stories. It depends on the size of units and many other factors that, we're just setting the groundwork in here in the comprehensive plan. But as Sylvia said, and it's true, during the zoning process, that's where the rubber hits the road. That's where you're really saying it's a maximum height of this. You're requiring the buffers on the rear, say the rear property lines to protect the single-family residences. It's the setbacks on each floor because you could regulate every floor. They're stepping back. 10 feet, first floor is whatever, and then the second floor has to set back maybe 10 feet, third floor, same thing. So it's kind of that design that protects the single-family home.
So,
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to add something. We have language in this ordinance, which hasn't changed, which indicates to anyone who's coming here to develop that just because the comp plan says the maximum density that you can achieve potentially in a land use category is X, doesn't mean that you can actually get that much, because zoning has all kinds of restrictions: lot coverage, setbacks, parking requirements, open space, landscaping, all of those things in the zoning. That's where it happens. And those are the requirements that are going to really dictate what your building envelope is and how much you can put in there. So, as Alex was saying, when we're making these calculations, we're hypothetically imagining that you can achieve these numbers based on the hypothetical densities. But the effective densities, in fact, at the site level, may end up being lower than that. And that's one clarification that I wanted to make.
Got it. You led to where I was going.
Okay.
yeah, Ms. Vargas, just to add on to that, how many comprehensive plans have you worked on collectively in your careers between the two of you?
Okay. In my case, I have led about 30, and I have done pieces of probably another 30, from like just doing the parks and recreation element to doing the housing element to doing, separately. Alex probably has done way more than that.
No, I don't know about that, but I started my career at Miami-Dade County in 1985, and I was part of the team that wrote the first major update for Miami-Dade County, and that was adopted in 1988 under the new Florida statutes at that time. And I've written many zoning codes also.
So let me ask you, in your experience, how many jurisdictions have actually built out fully to the maximum in a comprehensive plan what's in a comprehensive plan? With all the bonuses, with all the everything else, how many have actually built it fully out?
Miami, probably.
Well, yeah, Alex is right. Maybe Miami is one case. I'm going to suggest that maybe North Bay Village is going in that direction because of the way that they have structured and their vision for what they wanted to build there as a community. But, I've worked, this was many years ago, but I worked on the comprehensive plan for the town of Palm Beach, for example. And there were a lot of things that they accomplished in the comprehensive plan, but whether the development happened the way that they envisioned, it's got a lot to do with market. It's got a lot to do with the incentives that you put in terms of economic development, the incentives that and how you implement your incentives. Even for density bonuses, one of the things that the zoning code would have to do is to establish, if you go from 25 to 28 units per acre, what does the village ask for those additional 4 units, 5 units per acre, and so on and so on and so on.
Understood. And how long have you seen development take after density increases in comprehensive plans?
It can happen quickly, but in most cases, it takes the full 20 years and sometimes longer than that.
Okay. I think Councilmember Birch,
Yeah.
you had a question or a comment?
No, I just have a process. I see it's almost midnight, that we should probably put our noses to the grindstone a little harder to try to eke out an agreement here. And I know that these are interesting questions, and I know what you're trying to you're trying to eke out of this, and it's very interesting, but
I'm not trying to eke anything out. I'm just trying to get more information at which everybody's requested an understanding of what we're talking about and what this comprehensive plan is. There's no eking out.
Okay, but
I mean, I think you yourself have been a proponent of trying to get more information. Here we are. We've sat through 5 hours of comments from the public, and, you know, I'm not sure that, I'm sorry, order, please. I'm not sure that it's I have no desire to sit through another 5 hours of public comment at another meeting while we're all here. And so I'd like to go through, get the answers to the questions. I have comments I'd like to make, and I think changes that need to be made as well. But I think the public has asked, and they're all here, and they say they don't have the opportunity to hear anything. They're never noticed. They've asked the questions, and so now they're sitting here, and I'd like them to hear the answers, quite frankly.
okay. Proceed.
I'm sorry, did you have another comment you were about to make?
I actually just have a couple questions because these have been reiterated to me through this past week via text, via screenshot, via phone calls. Does this comp plan talk about Section 8? Mr. Manager, Assistant City Manager, is Section 8 something that we as a council have a say-so in, that we can control, that we mitigate, that we can stop?
Section 8 is a federal program. We're not involved in that.
Thank you. Are we removing barricades?
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
I'm sorry, does this plan remove the barricades?
No. There's no plan to do that.
Okay. And again, these are questions I'm asking. I'm not making these up. These are questions that some people stood up and mentioned in passing. These are statements that maybe some people who in the radio game of knocking on doors and saying things that informed other residents that we were going to make Section 8 available, informed residents that we were going to take the barricades away, informed residents that we were going to build in the country club. I just want to make it clear to the residents that haven't paid attention, that are paying attention today, that these are not, in fact, things that are going to change, and they're not, in fact, things that some of them we can't even change. So this is for clarification. And this question is for our consultants. You've done a number of these meetings, 30 you've done yourself, 30 you've helped, one, I forgot what you said, Alex. How many public hearings do you have on average for a comp plan for a municipality?
It depends on the state. In my case, because I have worked in different states, there are states that have absolutely no requirement whatsoever for public input, and that's the honest truth. There are communities where I can tell you, like the city of Austin, they spent over $1 million on their comprehensive plan, and they had over 200 meetings. But they spent $1 million on their comprehensive plan, and they had about 100 staff people that they could devote. The state, and the attorneys can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the state requires two public hearings for the adoption of the comprehensive plan. The first one is before the LPA, and the second one is the adoption, right? Is that correct?
There's two public hearings, but you also have to have a hearing before your LPA. In some jurisdictions, the council is the LPA. In this jurisdiction, it's a different board.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. This community, with a very modest budget, has conducted more meetings than I would have ever imagined that were going to be conducted.
How many meetings in total?
Eight or nine. Yeah, 8 or 9.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
And I'm going to go back to the density. And I guess this question is for the city manager and our assistant city manager, who I believe serves also as our planning guru. As our zoning stands right now, what is the maximum
density on Northeast 2nd?
So Northeast 2nd Avenue currently has no density. So it's a commercial corridor. It has no residential density assigned to it.
We have residential.
May I
Currently in the
inject?
code.
May I inject with that? Even though there is not a specific cap, there is not a specific number, the text include a mixed use and residential, which used to be the restricted commercial land use designation. So residential, the intent, it was included in the text originally, but there was no number defined in the text for the restricted commercial.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward over to the Berry property. And again, some of these questions I'm asking, not because some of us haven't heard them, but really because a lot of people haven't heard them, and a lot of people are saying they haven't heard them. And I want people to understand why some of this language is in the comprehensive plan. A lot of this is not arbitrary. It isn't that folks sat around and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what we feel like doing. A lot of this was to address issues that could become bigger issues. So, Barry, prior to our maps that were non-conforming and our maps that needed assistance, what was the building restriction on Barry's property? How many units could Barry build on that property prior to us putting some parameters in place?
In the 2010 comprehensive plan, the designation was, correct me if I'm wrong, Claudia, but I think it was called institutional mixed use, and it had no parameters, which means that there was no cap on density, no cap on intensity in that one. But residential was a use that was included in that category. In the 2018 plan, it went back to institutional, and there was no density. There was no residential use.
If I may, Councilmember
Sure.
St. Fleur, just to follow up on that. So the property is approximately 20 acres, 24 acres or so, and how many square feet is that? I just wanted to. So let's, approximately 1 million square feet, right? It seems like it's just over. Approximately 1 million square feet or so of land there. And what is the minimum county permitted unit size to make it minimum livable standards in square footage? I believe it's somewhere around 350 square feet to 400 square feet.
350 square feet is considered a micro unit.
Okay.
Yes.
But by the county, that's permissible livable space. And so if there was unlimited density, as you're saying, there was no cap and no parameters at all, you could have taken 1 million square feet. At that point, the zoning code was, I think, 3 stories. But 3 floors times 1 million is 3 million square feet, and make micro units out of that. Imagine how many units that might be, which seems like somewhere around 9,000 maybe?
I think it would have caught staff by surprise, and they would not have known how to address it because there was no parameter. Yes.
But there was nothing that necessarily restricted it either in
That
the
is
code,
correct.
which someone suggested leads to lawsuits.
Yeah.
Within the comprehensive plan. So there was potentially up to 9,000 units that could have been permitted at that Berry site.
They could have applied for that, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I diverted from you. Do you have another question at this point? Would you like me to jump in the meantime? All right. So going back to process and procedure, there's been a number of now residents that, after calling me a Nazi, also suggest that I've been taking bribes and that I have a conflict of interest. And so before we engage in any vote, I would like to understand what a conflict of interest is. And so I'll ask the village attorneys to let me know, as I have disclosed when I was campaigning and indicated that I thought I would be an interesting addition to this council based on my real estate background, real estate experience to everybody. As I've indicated in all of my financial disclosures, and we just, I think we're obligated to refile financial disclosures on all of our sources of income and all of our lenders and debt that we owe. So I work for a cell tower company in Boca Raton as their general counsel. I have a real estate brokerage, which is primarily for family and friends. I am a silent partner in a development company called Deco Capital, which has been pointed out many, many times, that has done one development project of 5 stories in Miami Beach and otherwise owns some land near Alapata, and I've disclosed all these interests. That is my real estate interest, aside from my own personal investments that I have made. None of which investments are in the downtown area, none of which investments are in the Barrie area, none of which investments are in the Biscayne corridor. So I would ask you, and sorry, one more I got to add, because there's always another one that's thrown out there, right? And I used to be a real estate partner at a law firm, Greenberg Traurig, 9 years ago, and have not worked for that firm in 9 years. Does any of that render me having a conflict of interest?
Well, the standard really is voting conflicts, and so it would be, do you have a special private financial gain or loss, based on this action? And that special loss or gain is defined in Florida law by, through cases and decisions, and it's really just if there's some unique benefit that you would get that isn't available to the public at large. From what you're describing, it doesn't sound like there's any pecuniary gain that you would receive from this vote. So in that sense, you would not be really able to recuse yourself. So there's also a Florida statute that if you're here at the meeting and you don't have a conflict and you need to vote, you can't just abstain from voting. Now there is some definitions about perceived. It's not perceived. It's really if there's a real issue there, if you feel like it's a conflict. But we can define it. But anything you've described really doesn't amount to what the statute has defined.
Okay, thank you. So,
can I just jump
please.
in here? If there is a perceived ethics violation, if there is a perception or a thought out there that he has violated some ethical guidelines, there's always an avenue that anyone can take to find out whether or not this is true. So you can call Miami-Dade County, the Ethics Department, Robert Myers, who is the director of the Ethics Department, and file an ethics complaint.
Robert Myers was. It's Jose Arroyo.
Yes, that's right.
Robert Myers works for our firm.
Yeah, that's right.
That's who I get my ethics
you.
advice from. But yes, you can call Jose Arroyo.
Yeah, Jose Arroyo. Yes, and file an ethics complaint, and they will do the research. They will do the research. So I'm just offering that as a bit of information because if you really do have that concern, there is an avenue for you to get an actual legal answer from the Ethics Department who oversees elected officials. So I do throw that out to you. And I just wanted to jump in there so that we're all clear on how we can resolve that issue quickly if you need to.
Thank you. So it sounds like I'm going to be voting tonight, and I actually have an obligation to vote unless I have some reason to recuse myself. So there's been a lot of focus on what is fixing versus not fixing, what is going beyond the fixing. And we've talked about that, and some people are saying we are going so far beyond fixing. But I think it's important for us to understand what was the problem. We are fixing single family to actually reflect the as-built environment and to take it back from the 2.5 units per acre that was mistakenly, and I'll put that in air quotes, I think everybody knows my feelings on that, mistakenly done when the maps got swapped out with the last administration. Taking that back and fixing that. We are fixing the multifamily density that went from 31 to 6. We're taking it back to 30, not even where it was. That's fixing. We removed the Biscayne corridor entirely. That was not part of it. We listened to resident opinion and removed it entirely. I've since been told by many residents that many thought that that was the only place that really should have gotten density. And there were a lot of people that felt that way, believe it or not. And they're out there. We are fixing the Barrie property. what has happened historically at the Berry property is that in 2010, before we had a defective map in 2018, that Berry property had residential zoning allowed without any caps at all on density whatsoever. It was subject to a 3-story, at that time, zoning code height limit, but it had unlimited density. And this plan is to restore Berry's rights that they had before it was taken away without the notice, without anything like the public meetings that we've had, now 8, and by the time this is done it'll be 9, to restore their rights back to them in that property and put limits that never existed on the density. To put limits that are 30 units per acre is the base, with a bonus should anybody provide a public benefit to 35. And there's been discussion about this contract with Lennar. I haven't seen it. I understand that there must be one. I've been told about it. I haven't seen it. There is no project. I've heard many people tonight talking about an 850-unit project. There is no project in front of us at all. We haven't seen anything. Nothing's been submitted. What we're doing right now in the comprehensive plan is trying to fix what were the rights of that particular property, which were taken away wrongfully and not even voted on properly, because the comprehensive plan back then, the amendment, changed 3 times. What planning and zoning approved did not go to council for approval. Council approved a different version than what planning and zoning approved. A different version got sent out to the state for review after council approved it. That's what happened. And we're trying to fix all of that because there wasn't a notice and there wasn't proper rights for the public to be heard or even Berry to be heard and to know about it. Nobody identified that there was a map change being implemented in that 2018 process, when in fact the entire map got swapped out. Someone changed the word future, existing to future at the bottom of the map, forgot to change it in the legend, still said existing, and otherwise swapped out a map that said existing land use that had different categories than even were in the comprehensive plan. So that's what happened, that's what we're fixing. The only thing I would say that we are not currently fixing from what was in the 2010 is the downtown district and the mixed use that's applying. There's already mixed use there. That is not something that is new as far as I'm concerned. There's already residential density there up to 35 units per acre. There's 10 units sitting above that building where Flight is. That existed since the 30s. And we're going back to a proposal that incorporates that. These aren't things that never existed. These aren't things that are new. The only change from what happened back in our 2010, which is the last honestly valid map, and why the DEO is now requiring us to change our future land use element before we can do the rest of this. The rest of that is fixes. At the same time, the change to downtown is not a change that has not existed and does not currently exist in our downtown, with the exception of the heights. Please, please, absolutely.
If I may, I'm just going to clarify that there actually was a mixed use proposed in downtown.
In 2010?
In 2010, 2018 even. Policy 3.4.
In both cases, mixed use was already there.
Yes, the special multi-use redevelopment area designation applied to the Northeast Avenue corridor.
Thank you, I stand corrected.
With
no density. It was a proposed mixed use for residential, but you couldn't have any density, which made it meaningless. But that existed. So I just want to clarify what's a fix, what's not a fix, and where we are currently and what we're considering. The other piece of this that was not a fix was the Biscayne corridor. Council's eliminated that. If another council wants to take that up in the future, they certainly can. Which takes me to the issue of timing. Because Councilmember Birch, I remember in 2018, last time you were looking at this comprehensive plan amendment, this was voted on in October of 2018. There was a 2019 election that was looming, but there was no waiting for another election in order to take care of what needed to be taken care of. That 2018 comprehensive plan amendment was voted on in October. It was finalized in February, I believe, and in April there was an election. At the same time, that comprehensive plan reduced everybody's densities, made everybody non-conforming, and there was no public input. And when we go back to our June 28th joint session between planning and zoning and this village council, where we had arguably our 2 most important boards sitting together, listening to this issue. You yourself said, for those that want to see the video, at 1 hour 52 minutes in, you said, we already need to start looking at the comprehensive plan now, because otherwise it'll be too late. If this is tabled, and we don't have this corrected, and there is a wait for another election in April for that council to start considering this, you are then saying that between the new council being inducted in late April, you've got two meetings in May, 2 meetings in June, and we have to get a 200-page comprehensive plan fully reviewed and submitted by that July deadline, because there is a July deadline.
Can I reply?
I don't think that that's possible.
Can I reply,
Please.
Okay. So I think possibly the worst choice we could make right now is to table this. I agree with you that I would like to move forward. I would like to, though, to concentrate on what are the issues that we're going to settle here tonight so that we can move forward. I agree with that. I said it, yes, and I still say it. I would like to get the moratorium over with, to turn in the amendment, and I would like to agree on what parameters we're going to turn in with. And we heard too many people say, don't change the density now. Change it the next time when we have more time to listen to those people. So don't change the density right now in the amendment. And you know that's what I'm saying.
Councilmember Birch, however, you suggested removing the densities from downtown, removing the density from the mixed-use neighborhood, which is Barry. Barry is one of the fixes. Barry is one of the properties that was changed to government institutional from a designation.
For Barry, it's a cap. For Barry, it's a cap. We're not adding a density, just a cap. I was told that could be okay. I'd like to know from our consultant.
A density is the same thing as a cap, though. I think a cap is the same thing as a density.
A low cap would allow this to proceed, then hear from what the Barry plan is.
May I clarify something?
Please.
Two things. The first one is that the statutes require that you have a density in your land use designations. And the second one is that establishing a cap essentially establishes a density, because a density creates a cap by
Fine.
definition.
Whatever it's called, I think we ought to put it in there. Whatever we can agree upon, that's the important thing.
There's already a cap in there. I think what you're suggesting is a different cap.
Very much so.
Okay.
Yes.
You're suggesting a reduction from 30 units per acre to 10 units per acre is what you're suggesting on the Barry side.
Let's have a negotiation about that.
Okay.
Please.
Hold on. So let's have a negotiation about that.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear, I agree with you on that. Let's have a negotiation about it before we can make an informed decision. What is it currently? What's the density currently? There isn't one, right? There's no cap.
There isn't one.
And you're suggesting 10?
I'm suggesting somewhere between 10 and 16.
Councilmember Wagger, 10 and 16 is less than even the multifamily designations. That is a single-family designation. Ultimately, is what that's at, in my
So
opinion.
make a
I don't even know
suggestion,
how
Vice
we can.
Mayor.
I don't know how we could even consider something less than the multifamily designation there. The multifamily designation we agreed is 30, and the intention for this property to be used is not as single-family homes, but as multifamily.
Understood. But the people speaking tonight are not ready for you to make it 30. They are ready for something lower, less, half, 3/4, something lower than that, Vice Mayor.
That's fine. But if we don't approve, I would much rather put it back to the way it was, with unlimited density and 3 stories of height.
What do my colleagues think about this?
So, you know, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Unlimited density at that property is horrific. I don't think anybody wants to have up to 9,000 units there. That doesn't make sense. I believe that at a minimum, it should be at a equal to what the multifamily is. You know, multifamily just doesn't have mixed use in it. It doesn't have the commercial component. This is the same as multifamily, which is also surrounding it to the south as well, multifamily, where you've got the orange that's there.
Let me ask you the question. let me ask you the question. This is an important question.
Sure.
If we write this into the comprehensive plan amendment right now, any developer can come and use that density that we're describing. I am only saying, let's make it artificially low until we know what this, I didn't know what Lennar's plan looked like. You didn't know what it looked like. We have been in the dark in this. So let's just see what they present. We can always raise it, but we can't lower it.
Okay, Councilmember Birch, I disagree with both. I disagree with both of your statements. So, number one, the comprehensive plan, as you know, can always be amended, right? Raising or lowering it. But on top of that, the comprehensive plan provides for limitations and maximums. We can still limit, potentially by zoning provisions, what can happen at that site. So I'm not inclined to support a 10 dwelling unit per acre or a 16 dwelling unit per acre. I think that the intention is that this is multifamily, just like everything else there. We've agreed on multifamily at 30 units per acre. This is just allowing for the commercial uses as well. That's the only difference as far as I see it.
Okay, but maybe since, you know, you and I are only two of the people, we need to find out what the other three think. Because I think a compromise is called for here, and I think you kind of agree that there is a compromise.
Mr. Chair, may I? Just
Please,
something for you to consider. Right now we have a range of densities because we have included incentives, because we wanted some public benefits to be included. So whenever you introduce that negotiation, can you consider also a range? So there will be a base that it could be a lower number, but a cap, a maximum that it can be reached through those public incentives. So for example, just numbers. So let's say that you propose a base of 20 dwelling units per acre, but the cap it will be at 30, which is equal to the multifamily. You will get to the 30 dwelling units per acre if you provide those public benefits to the village, such as open space, public art, different range of work for housing, other benefits. So just for you to think about it, if you can provide a range.
For every 5 people I heard tonight, I only heard one that would, out of those 5, that would be in favor of that going to 30 units per acre right now, when we don't know what Barry is going to propose or what is possible there. I can't go against those people. Those are the people I'm representing.
Understood, Councilmember Birch.
Through the chair, Mayor Harris, would you like to chime in on this?
You guys are just rehashing things that we've covered over and over and over again. So I'm just basically listening, and I know you were saying it on behalf of this new audience we have, and I haven't heard anything that I could get behind. I heard what you proffered, Councilwoman Birch. I would not be supportive of that, and I'm trying to say little.
So through the chair, can I just ask you a question, Mayor Harris? For you, there's no compromise between 30 dwelling units per acre and at all. You can't think of anything lower or any other way?
No. What I don't want to do is what we did on October 6th, that we sit here tired, exhausted. We put together some new plan that we haven't really had time to really think through. And maybe I know I'm sick, I'm exhausted. And we did this in October 6th to try to put together something that our public could get behind. And of course, it wasn't successful. And I'm just not prepared to do that again. So what I am prepared to do is call a vote, table it, fix the minimum things that need to be fixed in order to lift the moratorium. Those are the only kind of things that right now that I have an appetite for. That's why I'm quiet.
Well, through the chair, but the process would be to lift the moratorium, we would have to come to an agreement.
Well, yeah, agreement to fix what I'm proffering is to fix the things that need to be corrected, the minimum amount of things that need to be corrected so that we could send it to the state, and then we could put everybody back into, we could send it to the state and lift the moratorium.
Okay.
Councilmember Wagner, anything to add?
The issue I'm having, if we're now, I'm just on the Barry issue, right?
Right.
Listening to you all and what you all are looking to do. My issue I'm having, though, is if uncorrected in 2018, there were no density there was no density requirement on this Barry property, right? Correct?
Yeah, there was no density cap.
Cap, right?
There was no density number. In other
Right.
words, there was an implicit provision that residential use was allowed, but it didn't say how much.
Right, right.
So it could have been anything.
Right. And because we're in the mapping process right now, it's hard for me to come up with a number that makes sense because I don't know what they're proposing. I have not seen it. There has been no process for me or them. They have to go through checks and balances to see what they're going to develop, in which case we would absolutely require that they'd have to meet with the residents who surround the area. That makes absolute sense. We're sitting on 28 acres that by my estimate right now, I mean, it's vacant. And I know a gentleman came up earlier because I remember him. I asked for a light from the county at the end of his street because there were untoward things happening at the end of his street, because there was nothing around it and it was pitch black dark and there was nothing there. I think that light just got delivered not too long ago. But my point is there's nothing there. And without the benefit of knowing what Barry is proposing, I have a difficult time with this, and I don't want to cut their legs off either, nor do I want to make them make it easy for them not to develop to scale, because one of the things that's in my notes with regard to the community surrounding Barry is to scale. What is reasonable? What makes sense? But there are checks and balances, is my understanding, in place to make sure whatever they propose that will happen. So that's my debate with myself. It was non-conforming in 2010 and 2018.
I would not use I would not use the term non-conforming,
Okay,
but it was just not a complete designation.
Okay, so here we are.
Yeah. Can I
Sure.
maybe, I don't know if this is going to shed any light, but I would just like to explain our reasoning in coming up with the proposed designation with the densities that we did. Obviously, it's a large site. We believe that for the village, it would be best to have the ability to ask for different types of housing to be built on that site, not just apartments, not just duplexes, not just, but the ability to have that range, to offer the flexibility to say, okay, Barry, here we go, but we would allow you to build at this density, but you can have the highest on the outer edge of your property that faces on the outer side of the village, whereas on this side, you're going to go lower, right? By putting that cap, that allows them that flexibility to sort of reallocate density from one side to the other. of their site. So that was our reasoning.
I got it,
Does
and
that make sense? And we use the density as the base, the maximum density that we were proposing also for the multifamily as that number.
I want there to be viable options. But I also want the community that surrounds Barry University to obviously have a say in what goes there. I would expect that Barry University would work with the neighbor, once they submit whatever they're going to submit, would work with the neighborhood. I don't want to cut off their options. Now, as Ms. Leonard mentioned earlier in her comments, because we've been talking about this for years, and I happen to agree with you. We've been talking about this for 3 years, about providing something that makes sense for the west side. This is our first opportunity to actually get a handle on that. So I've asked for a park since I ran the first time. We've been talking about this park. We've been talking about how to revitalize or give the neighbors on the west side, whether it's a cafe, something that makes sense for them so they don't have to come across. Whether, I've heard everybody that spoke, I have spoken to my friends and my neighbors on the west side, not all of them, about what an opportunity this could be. I don't have the benefit of a rendering, but to me, it is an opportunity where we have checks and balances. We have a planning and zoning board in place. I'm not going to vote for anything that the community surrounding it wouldn't like, but that, to me, it's an opportunity, so I don't want to get rid of that opportunity. Secondly, I'd like for Barry, I want them to be a good partner with the village. So how do we ensure that they're a partner with the village and give them an opportunity to enhance the west side within reason? How do we do that?
By coming up with a lower density compromise.
Okay, but we need to find a density that makes sense. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Alice. I am not disagreeing with you. But what makes sense?
So it's not 16, according to the vice mayor. He thinks that's way too low. It's not 17. It's not 18. It's not 19. This is what a negotiation is about. We have to decide, after all we heard tonight, what could possibly be fair. And if it's too low, we're going to be told, and we're going to understand why it's too low to get the advantages that you're talking about. We're going to understand it, and we're going to listen to the neighbors, and we're either going to approve it or not. But to go forward tonight and give the same thing that was in everything, everything that we've heard tonight tells us no. We've got to lower the density, and then rise to the expectation if that's necessary.
I was just looking for hopefully a compromise. Not that I wasn't listening. I certainly was, and I get it. I'm just trying to find a compromise. And if that doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I am certainly looking for a middle ground because I think there's a benefit for this. But
again,
we'll
I think
figure this
that
out.
our approach to it was that by having the maximum density, maximum base density be the same as the multifamily districts, that being this a large site, and as Councilwoman Weger said, a unique opportunity for the village, it would allow the reallocation of density within the site so that you could actually get some of the things that you talked about, a park, for example. Because if you build at a very low density of single-family units on the whole site, you're not going to get that parkland, right? Because it's going to be built at that low density. So that's
I do understand your thinking. Thank you.
Yes.
Through the chair, I do understand your thinking.
All right.
I appreciate
just wanted to
that.
clarify,
Okay,
actually for the benefit of the public, so that's all.
So I do want to note, actually more a question for our village attorneys. We currently have a moratorium in place. Do we have the ability to even see what a proposal would look like at that property? And what I heard President Allen say was there has been no discussion because we've specifically prohibited it. and there's a moratorium in place. And we're not asking for specific projects at every single location in our comprehensive plan that there's a discussion about. We don't know what it's going to be. This is a future vision. That's what's intended to be. And then it's followed up by zoning code. And I'll add, with respect to the Berry site, aside from having to go through planning and zoning and the normal processes that are there, which will allow for public input, of course. I'm sure everybody is now fully aware and fully focused on this and will show up and express their opinion on whatever might actually get presented. On top of that, and please correct me if I'm mistaken in this, but if there is any kind of a sale or lease of property, is it over 10 acres? Does that require county commission approval as well? Or is that only if it's a municipality that's doing it? My recollection is there's a county provision that actually requires that anything over 10 acres requires county commission to make sure that it's in scale with the neighborhood and they consent themselves to what is being proposed.
What if we don't know the answer to that question tonight? Can we still move on?
So, Councilmember St. Fleur, I don't know if you want to add anything at this point. Okay.
Through the chair.
Please.
Here's where I am. Here's where I am. I'm not inclined to table the entire issue. But what I am hearing there are some density issues, not just with Barry University, but also on Northeast 2nd. And while I may not agree with that, and while I think we've been trying to desperately claw and search for a way to make Northeast 2nd palpable for everyone, it's been a long journey. I've heard from the business owners, et cetera. We've removed Biscayne Boulevard in the interest of compromise. My compromise would not be to table it, but in order to give the residents an opportunity to have one last chance at input, for us to listen and really take the time to meet with as many as we can, I would proffer this. And I do represent the village. We are a village. So everybody coming out tonight, this is important. I told someone back there, this is what democracy is. I appreciate it. And we don't always all have to agree. But y'all came out and your voices were heard. So what I would be willing to do to give the community one last shot, at least telling us what they can live with and cannot. We will not make everybody happy. I would submit that we defer it and bring it back at a time certain. I'm not willing to table it. I'm not sure that we have a consensus here to vote on it, but my motion is to defer this item to give the community an opportunity to have input and bring it back time certain, early December. I don't know what the dates are uncertain. I don't even know if this is possible. But I think what I keep hearing is we didn't know the process. We don't know what's going on. Then we need to take a minute to fill them in. And we need to take a minute to make sure that everybody at least understands not just the process, which was misunderstood, not just what we're trying to do and what we can do. We need to try to find a consensus. That would be my offering. If it's the appetite of the council, I would like to see this move forward, but I would like to see it move forward with the input of our residents.
So, Councilmember Wagger. Councilmember Wagger.
Through the chair. If you don't mind.
Please, you've been quiet a little bit.
Listening more than talking. If we're going to defer it, the honest truth is, what I heard more was people want to table it, period. But that's actually what I heard, right? People want to table it. It's Councilwoman Birch has said multiple times that she doesn't see why we don't address this in July. I think just as you have points and places where you are stuck, I think my point of is, what does a compromise look like if in fact what we're dealing with is a scenario where the majority of people actually just do not want to see anything change?
I'm not sure through the chair. Councilwoman LaFleur said, I don't know that I agree with you that the majority of people don't want to see
The majority
change.
of people who stood up here.
Pardon?
The majority of people stood up here.
Well, but may I?
Yeah.
May I would submit that, because people pull me aside and whisper in my ear, that change is something that we'd like to see that is a reasonable change that makes sense for the village. I think people want to move forward. I think people want to move forward, but they want to move forward in a way that makes sense, in a way where, again, we're not all going to agree, but somewhere in a way that we can move forward for both Northeast 2nd, because we have spoken to the business owners there. And by the way, the landlords are interesting. But also for the West Side and Barry, y'all forget about the landlords. It's not just there are people that own those buildings that we got to work with. But also Barry University, again, I just see it as an opportunity.
I do
and we
too.
got to hold them accountable to the community for which they are going up in. But I think if we can get people, we can find some middle ground that people can at least rest on. I do think people want to move forward within reason. Responsible development.
Through the chair.
That makes sense.
Through the chair. I guess this is my question. And I don't think we're far in what you heard versus what I heard. A lot of times people can say something, but what I hear and what I heard is waiting till December enough time. Does that give the community enough time is actually what I'm asking. Is that sufficient time for what is being perceived as a large overhaul? Is December sufficient time?
May I respond through the chair?
Sure. And I'd like Alice too as well.
I think it's sufficient time. We've got a number of people who have spoken tonight who are now very well versed in this issue. And I think, because I think a lot of people took the time to do their own research. And I think there was a lot of misinformation, but I also think we have a lot of folks that had very valuable things to add and to say. I know we're almost at the end of October. I think we can find a way, and I'd be the first one willing to work with our administration to sit down, have a couple meetings, make sure they're well noticed, honestly. Make sure people are aware. Again, we are not going to please everybody, but I cannot subscribe to the fact that people don't want development. I think they want it just to be responsible. Some don't. But I think there's most that would like responsible. So if we can set up something where we can get people there, 2 shots before the next meeting in December, I guess I'll work hard to make that happen. Because I've heard what everybody has to say, and so I am trying to find this compromise. I don't think the number 10 works for Barry. I just don't think that works for Barry. But again, they haven't submitted anything for us to look to, but maybe we should speak to the neighbors and see what they think.
Okay.
So to answer your question, because I don't want to ramble on, to answer your question, I think December could work. and we've given yet maybe 2 more opportunities to speak to the community at large. I think a lot of people have developed their thoughts, and we can correlate that information. So December, in my mind, would actually work.
Councilmember Birch?
Yes, so I would like to take this back to the time that you, Councilwoman Wagger, and I agreed that it was a great idea to have another workshop. And then after that workshop, we would give people that extra time, and now we're giving them extra time. And the thing is that we cannot fully vet in those couple workshops with everybody that's affected here, because we have downtown and Barrie. And both of them need to be resolved in order to go forward with the amendment. If we would go forward with the amendment, resolve this issue in some way, shape, or form tonight, we have a tremendous time advantage, because then we can turn our focus to not only the things about the comprehensive plan, but all the other things that we have taken up time not resolving during this period, because we've been so focused on this. And so I just wonder, if I went down through my list again, could we find any common ground as we go, as I go through
Councilmember Birch, if you not go through the list, I'd still like to make a comment on this before we get off topic.
Okay.
On that.
Well, I don't think it's off topic.
Well, you're going to go through the list and try and see compromise, but I still have to respond to the timing issue. So, you know, Councilmember Wagger, on July 17th, 19th, whatever the last council meeting was, you said, we hear the residents, people didn't know, we need more time, let's set up another meeting. We were out of session all of August. September came along, we gave another work session. We're now into the second meeting in October already. It was July since the last time that you just deferred it, said, let's give more people time. And I think we continuously are going to be in an endless loop. And I think, you know, perhaps Councilmember Birch hopes it's an endless loop, but an endless loop that is going to keep us moving.
Excuse me, I don't hope it's an endless loop.
Okay. Well, you've mentioned a bunch of times you want to defer till July of 2023. So, excuse me, we're talking rude as people calling people Nazis. Where was your commentary towards the person that yelled Nazi? By the way, that's not rude. Can we be adults and listen to everybody talking? Because right now we're not acting like adults. I don't understand. We're trying to have a discussion here. In July, you indicated you wanted to wait, and we waited. And now here we are in late October, and my concern is that we're going to be doing this again, and then there's going to be more people coming through that are going to say they haven't had time again. We're going to be back at this. I halfway just want to scrap the whole thing, quite frankly. I mean, honestly, if we're just going to keep doing this, why don't we just scrap the whole thing? And I do. I mean, me with all my conflicts of interest, I really want to just scrap the whole thing. And you know, and you know, quite frankly, we are continuing to delay this. 97% of our village is non-conforming. We are still in hurricane season, and it is beyond irresponsible of us to have kept us in a non-conforming status as hurricanes are coming out there, you know, quite frankly. And, you know, am I going to agree to the lower density? I think it's absolutely ridiculous to have something that's less than what we agreed on as a multifamily density. And we came to consensus on a 4-to-1 vote, including mayor, on October 6th over it. So, you know, if the goal is not to get anywhere, I'd rather just not do anything then, quite frankly, because we don't need to have more meetings. We're just talking and talking and talking, and we're getting nowhere. And that's okay. And you know, so be it. We're going to be in default if we can't get our comprehensive plan done by July, which is the direction that we're moving. So Councilmember Birch, please go ahead with your
Mr. Chair? Sorry, for the benefit of the public, once we go through Councilmember Birch's list, if we can take each property separately for the benefit of the record, staff, the public, and your colleagues.
I mean, quite frankly, I would hand this over, and I would make a motion not to vote tonight. I have a lot of comments that I had written of changes that needed to get made into the text, in my opinion, to clarify things. I wanted to address the issue of the parking buffer for people. I had many things here, including trying to limit the height more clearly so it's not stories and put into feet so people understand exactly what's being talked about. Trying to remove medical from the government institutional uses so that we don't have people worried about. I had a lot of changes, and I'm not going to stay until 2 or 3, and we're not going to get consensus. So I'm not going to vote to approve anything tonight. I'm not. And that'll give more time for whatever else you guys want to do. I'm not moving to approve anything tonight. My motion is to defer this to the next council meeting, and I'll submit more of these comments in advance to staff and planning and zoning on some of my written comments. And if you want to take it up again, listen to another 5 hours of public comment, and then try to find compromise, I'm open to that.
But you, Vice Mayor Marenberg, you want to defer to the next meeting, then what's so wrong with me wanting to defer it a few meetings out so that we can at least try to gather some information? Again, just make the attempt to gather information, at which point I will have marked up this entire document with conversations, and we can go through it line by line and get it done. I don't know the difference between deferring it to the next meeting versus deferring it to December. I'm trying.
Councilmember Wagger,
Find a
if
solution.
we're continuing to defer it, I'd rather just vote the whole thing down, quite frankly. So, Councilmember St. Fleur.
I don't think we want to give up in its totality, but I mean, okay. Madam, Councilwoman Birch?
Okay,
I'm sorry, Councilmember St. Fleur was recognized. She had a comment.
I would like to make a motion.
There was already a motion on the floor.
I had a motion on the table
Oh,
when
sorry.
I had handed off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the motion was to defer to next council meeting.
To the next council meeting.
Correct. Is there a second? I just asked her if there's a second. No second, so motion fails. Councilmember St. Fleur.
I have a question and then I have a motion. Is that okay? Sure. Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. We have an extension for up to what, 6 months? We have an extension for 6 months? Yeah.
Microphone, please.
Moratorium, sorry.
The moratorium is for 6 months or until this ordinance gets adopted, whatever happens sooner.
And then after we vote the second time, there is a 60-day waiting period?
Correct. Yes.
After we vote for the first time?
The first time.
So presuming we vote the first meeting in December, then there's 60 days.
So it will be March 2023.
I move to table this till December.
Is there a second?
Pardon. Move to
Sorry?
defer time certain to December.
The first meeting in December, sorry.
December 6th meeting. Okay.
Which would be what, Madam Clerk?
December 6th.
I'll second that.
And I will be, for the record, I'll be absent from that meeting.
And if we do that, can we put
I will
this
be out of state.
carrier back through the chair?
The motion and a
chair?
second, all in favor? Excuse me?
Madam
Oh, sorry,
Mayor, I think you
Madam
wanted
Mayor.
Oh. If we're deferring it to December, can we put back for discussion the Biscayne corridor?
There's a proposed modification to the motion. Is there a second to the amended motion?
Okay.
No second
Call
on the
the
amended
vote.
motion. All in favor for motion to the first meeting in December? All in favor?
Sorry, aye. It was my motion, sorry.
Madam Mayor?
No.
Sorry, Alice, Councilmember Birch, I didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
All opposed?
Me.
And abstaining
Nay.
myself because I won't be there anyways. I can't abstain on a motion to defer?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say nay. Makes no difference. 3-2, so this is deferred until the first council meeting in December. And thank you very much. Let's,
Wait.
Excuse me. Hold on. I'd like to give the manager a directive with regard to December
Wait a minute.
6th, because I do not want this same situation to reoccur. So when we're talking about giving notice, I feel like we need to work to figure out how we are going to hear the concerns of the residents. I know we're going to have to boil it down. We'll have to figure it out. But I can assure you all, thank you for coming out tonight. This was a tedious process. But you will, hold on, but you will get notice of a meeting. But I would implore you guys to come prepared with your suggestions. Let's get it tight so that we can all find a way to make this work on the 6th. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, this is,
doing
it's
it.
not time for public comment. We still have item 7B, manager's report, the attorney's report, announcements, and village council comments before adjournment. So on 7B, is it in the will of the council to defer this item till the next council meeting for the sake of time?
Can we not?
Sorry?
No.
Can we hear the item? It's a simple and important item that we would like to move on.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, 7B, please.
Item 7B, an ordinance of the Village Council of Miami Shores Village, Florida, amending the Village Code of Ordinances by modifying Appendix A, zoning administration, Section 906, issuance of development orders to provide
Madam
for
Clerk, hold on one second. Please, as you exit, if you can please do so silently so that the rest of the council meeting can occur and we can get out of here as well. It's been a long night for us too, so please, 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 exit silently, please. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, issuance of development orders to provide for expiration and extension of development orders, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This item is brought forth by the Planning and Zoning Director through the Village Manager.
Vice Mayor, council members. So basically, this ordinance is to codify language that we need in order to provide a time limit for development orders, and also to provide a staff with the ability to extend those development orders administratively up to 6 months, and then to go back to the Planning and Zoning Board if they desire an extension for an additional 6 months. We have a series of single-family homes at this moment that actually they have expired. They are within the building permit process, but we cannot move forward because they will have to either come back to the Planning and Zoning Board because we don't have this language currently in the code.
Through the chair, I'd like to move the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
One moment.
Aye.
Public hearing?
Oh, so I'm so sorry.
Public comment, please.
Public comment on 7B. I apologize. Public comment on 7B. Yes, if you're
She has an e-comment. I can read that into it if you want. Okay.
E-comment, please.
Carlina Arronte, development order expiration date should be extended by the Planning and Zoning Director if the plans are still active under plan review process. This concludes e-comments.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item 7B? Anything in Zoom? Zoom's long time logged off. Got it.
There's still 37 viewers right now.
They fell asleep in front of Zoom, but that's okay. Okay, if there are no further comments, public comment is closed. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Any opposed? Item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's a
Vice Mayor.
Motion to adjourn?
Literally 10 seconds. Just want to remind everyone that we're going to be having a great celebration for our 90th anniversary. It's going to be on November 5th from 4 to 8 in this location. Looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.